I'm like, you know what? I mean, you gotta realize I grew up in the Midwest, just east of St. Louis. There are a lot of people ain't lived to see the green grass of my age. Every day's a blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, that's one of those things where I feel like when I've been at my lowest, that's my response. You know what I mean? Like if I'm ever at my lowest and someone asks me how I'm doing, I'm like, oh, I'm fucking living the dream. It's like code for like things are fucking terrible, but I don't want to talk about it.
10 heads.
Oh no, but it's good to have you, dude. It's good to have you. If the feed that I'm streaming to you is like shitty at any point and you want me to try to readjust it, let me know. I can play around with settings if I have to.
I have dealt with DVD Discord streams long enough. I think we'll be all right.
Yeah. I figure you probably have experience with this kind of thing, so I'm imagining it'll probably be okay. But just in case, I figured I'd throw the offer out there in case you just wanted me to reboot it up. So I don't know how much free time you have today because we have a pretty long day of games today. Let me shut my music up real quick. We have a pretty long day of games today. So I'm gonna review this for you and also for chat, because just so everyone can see what the day is like today. But we have a pretty long day. This first set is gonna be Rats of RPD versus Bad Intentions. I don't know how familiar you're gonna be with any of the players in here, because I know that you've done some casting, but I'm assuming the casting you've done is probably mostly for like the really high-end teams, I would assume. So
generally, but I try and watch as many tournaments as I can. I'm usually lurking in your stream on scrim nights. I'm just really introverted and all the stuff you said earlier. So
yeah, I feel that. Yeah, trust me, I feel that for sure. Yeah, but we have a pretty good long day today. If you can't be here for like the whole night, like if you have to bail at some point, that's also understandable too. It is going to be like an 8-hour-ish probably day, like in full. So if you want to just chill for the first 2-3 sets and bail, I mean, you feel free to stay for all 4 if you want to. I mean, I'm not telling you to leave or anything.
Right. No, I should. Yeah, we'll see how I'm feeling. I should be good though. I'm getting old, but we should be able to make it that late. I'm fine.
Sick. All right, so this first set, also the killers, the killers currently aren't on screen, but I'm pretty sure the killers are like almost all the same. We had like we do like the thing where we have like a list of 5 and they do like a pick draft, but I'm pretty sure all the first 3 best of 3s are Artist, Wesker, and then what's the third one? Artist, Wesker, Nurse, I think. Is like
that's solid though. That's solid.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like I guess if you had to have 3, like that's a pretty good 3, right? And then I think the last set had like a ghost face in there too. So yeah, it's gonna be
the story I could tell you about some ghost face sets. My goodness,
dude. Yeah, I've heard some stuff from Laser about ghost face. Yeah. So yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, but we have all kinds of different like varying degrees of skill that I think it's gonna be really exciting to see. This is gonna be Rats of RPD versus Bad Intentions first. Rats of RPD is a team that's gone through like a gazillion roster changes in the past maybe a couple months, but I think they've settled on a pretty good roster now. This is NA versus EU, but this should still be exciting. They have a lot of good players on their team, and Bad Intentions is an EU team. These guys are really good, and they have a really fucking good attitude. Like for instance, just to give you like a little anecdotal evidence of that. Last week we had a situation where you would probably know them as like Tremor. It's basically Tremor, but with some fill-ins. They are in our scrim nights, and obviously they're a disgustingly good team. The people that were supposed to play against them backed out last minute, and we were like, fuck, we don't have anyone that's like good enough to play against Tremor. Like what the fuck? Well, I mean, they're called Vicinal here. It's not fully Tremor, but it's close, And we were like, dude, we have like nobody that's good enough to play against these guys. Like, what do we do? Like last minute, we don't know how to fill it. And Bad Intentions was like, dude, we love the challenge. Like, we want to see how we do. Like, it was all like, it. Yeah, they're also EU, and it was scheduled for like midnight my time, so it was like 6 a.m. for them. And they're like, yeah, we'll just get up and play. Like, we'll set alarms and we'll get up and play. Like, they have such good attitudes. Like I don't know. This team is sick. I love this team for sure. Like they're really good team.
6 a.m. esports are like the best esports.
Are they? Are they the best esports?
I have had some very fun esport times at 6 a.m. There was a while back, I guess, probably a little bit earlier in the year than this time last year, where I was like working OCE a lot. So there would be some weekends where it's like I was in OCE, so I was like waking up at like 4 a.m. to do like casting over there. Then it was Dead by Daylight League, or back when it was DBE, and then Vigos, all in the same weekend. It'd be some long times. But OCE is fun, man. OCE is fun.
Yeah, I do love the OCE scene. I definitely got involved with them a lot, like especially before when I was on like an even later schedule.
Yeah. Your old schedule really matched up well with them.
Yeah, no, yeah, I do love the OCE scene. I honestly like I kind of want to fuck my schedule up some more to get back involved a little bit more, because I think that's a great scene over there for sure. All right, so just because these guys got ready pretty quick, probably because I was so fucking late. But this is gonna be an artist set. This is on Azrael's Resting Place. and it's going to be artist. Let me just change up my map layout.
Oh, I love ARP artist. We can get it. Let's go.
Yeah. So it should be really, really good. Obnoxious Brownie is a very well-known artist main in the community. It's kind of a beast. Last time we saw him, I think we saw him play artist like 3 weeks ago, and he got on ARP, and he got like a crazy good result. He got like a 4K 3 or some crazy shit. I mean, I don't expect anything like that to happen in this game, but like he got a really good result last time we see him. So I'm feeling pretty good about how this might go.
I mean, already doing a good job too, like pushing up into the bottom side of the map, getting multiple people with the Burge, right? Lets you know that you've got multiple people who are kind of stand still back here. So you got maybe 2 that are starting to creep back you towards mid, and you can see perfect reason just double back. Like you want to try and shut this thing down as much as you can early.
Yeah, really good game sense from him to kind of like go back and check for that, like people creeping in. He actually didn't quite manage to catch them. They did sneak in. Disaster and Rosen both got in. But he finds a chase on the ace anyway, so he's going to get the ball rolling regardless. And it looks like also he has I think a big reason why he was committing so far into that side is it looks like he's a nasty 4-gen over there too.
Yeah, ARP obviously not as bad as McMillan used to be, but when you see those, you've got to commit and protect them, right?
Yeah. So I think he's probably going to be okay with them kind of rushing down here and getting some gen progress. Because most likely, especially with him having Agi, like I feel like he's probably going to want to get it down, maybe carry them into that 4-gen. And maybe work off of that, right? Because that's going to be really hard to deal with. Like if you can get a hook in the 4-gen early, then like that's so tough. You got to unhook them, get out of there, find some time to progress gens. It's just going to be really tough. It's going to be really tough to deal with. I don't know. I think it should be a really good start if you can find it.
The long tile here, though, can be good to work with, is unfortunately, artist things. Once you shut down the pallet, you don't really have much place to go, but did a good job of coming all the way down towards Jack's side, so hopefully buys at least enough time if maybe a second started to double up on one of those gens. If not, actually, they're spread across all 3. I think they're not even worried about the 4-gen. They're just going to try and crank out a couple so they can kind of cut the map in half.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. They were definitely split between 3 of them. Painrez did come in on one of the gens. He has pop, but I think all the gens are on the other side of the map. They're all top side right now, so I don't think he'll actually be able to get any pop value. I think that pop's just going to fade away, but he does have his Scourge Chunk bottom side, which is good, because this is where all the gens are.
This 3-gen, though, is still not bad, though. Like on the Shack side, for only having 3 versus the 4 that are on the top side, especially with the way that these tiles have lined up, you don't really have very many like pallets you can work with. So if you can get like one maybe decent chase that'll happen on the unhook around second stage, you can already deplete some of the resources. You just kind of got to hope you can snipe from distance and at least keep them somewhat busy on the gens.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the gens does pop top side. He's trying to get a snipe on a disbalance. See, these guys can most likely just use lockers, though. That's the thing. Like you can harass some of these gens, but I feel like getting damage is pretty unlikely because I mean you're usually doing gens in tiles that are gonna have lockers, so they can just hop into lockers. They do let Disaster go struggle though, which is kind of interesting. Deli Survivor I think was a little bit late here. It's Rosen that's got Deli.
Which was interesting because it almost looked like they were sending Lemonade at first and then got caught. I think they were hoping that Lemonade was going to kind of like hold aggro so you can bring in Rosen, but Obnoxious just kind of being cool with like literally not moving past like your midfield line here.
Yeah. I do think it's smart for them to not overstep and take damage. I think that's the thing we've seen a lot with plays like this is where if people go for stuff like that, they'll like kind of overstep and take free hits. I think it's a big thing is like taking free hits is never what you want to do, right? But this is clean. He's going to get that without even going down for it. So that's really clean from Rosen. That saves a lot of time. That saves the Unbreakable proc. That saves just generally time. And did he...
I think that distraction worked.
He had Lucky Break. He actually had Lucky Break on hook. I think
he got the scratch marks from the Atom.
Oh, dude, that was Giga Brain. Did they do that on purpose? Because that was Giga Brain.
100%. That that's going to be the only scratch marks that Obnoxious is going to see, and he turns towards Rosen right off the rip, right? So he didn't see the scratch marks until all he saw was what the Atom was able to double back on. So by the time he follows it, your Jake's headed out of town. You're Gucci here.
Yeah, but like Brownie now just turned this around so good. What was that? What were those crows? I don't think those crows would even land if they were up on the hill like that. I didn't even know that was a thing. But getting really good value to Severed Hands, it spreads to the other survivor into the hill, and he gets a double down there. Oh, this is actually like, well, actually that ends up working out. He hooked Rosen first. Rosen will deli, and then once Rosen delis, or even if Rosen doesn't deli, he'll still have.
You can make the argument though it loses like the value of the deli though, right? Because you're no longer worrying about someone else because they still have to reset Jake because he's one health state away from being put on the ground. So he's doing that, but no one's doing anything on gens right now, whereas normally on Deli, you're hoping to get some of the objective done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. And on top of that, even if Deli wasn't in play, they could have just stalled out that reset and came and grabbed the unhook. It's not like this was like a dire unhook, right? They could have gotten this unhook for free if they wanted it. So yeah, it's true. This kind of does circumvent Deli for the most part. Like Deli is still going to get value here in a way, but it's definitely going to be less than it should. And Brownie's still in a good spot here. I mean, even though, again, that was like a massive play to get Disaster out of there and get him out of there before he died, but now Brownie's just still in a good spot. Still has 2 people hooked. Well, 1 person hooked now with Disbalance, but Disbalance is deep in that 4-gen. They do manage to sneak in and get it though.
And avoid the birds too, so you at least have no like instant tracking right off the rip. Like obviously there's the scratch marks, but it makes it harder to follow up for at least some damage, especially on the Atom here, because realistically the Atoms who you would like to take the chase, it's just unfortunately doesn't look like that case right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to get much. As a matter of fact, I think they're gonna be able to manage to get out of this side, because I guess really their goal right now is obviously just to get down to their side of the map if they're getting chased, right? They just want to not take the chase here. And Disaster, you know what? Kind of doing the opposite of what I said. He actually is going to kind of take the chase here.
Yeah, now we're kind of in trouble actually, because you know you're taking your first health state now on the side, and at least the good news is if you go down over here, you're getting rid of one of the hooks. Maybe you can play around that like late game, but still, you would prefer to have at least got maybe a 4th gen before this.
Yeah, for sure. And it is like he has death hooks, so like if he goes down anywhere, it's not really like you kind of just gotta play for your life at that point, right? But that being said, playing for your life didn't work out too well for him. Brownie ended that chase pretty quickly. That was a pretty fast down, and maybe they didn't. I don't know. Maybe they didn't communicate that the fact that Shack Pallet was used. They did get a gen for it, so you know that actually ends up getting some value, at least a little. But there's still a 3 gen here. And dude, I mean, Brownie's just, his crows are just so on point. Like, I don't know, what do you do against this, right? Like, he does such a good job of just zoning them. Like, he puts his birds up in a position where if they try to transition away, he just kills them. And if they don't, then he just plays the tile with them and probably sets more. So like, if you're just balanced there, what do you do? I mean, you just die. The answer is that you die. That's really it. You can run edge map to buy like an extra 5 or 10 seconds. That's probably the better play, but you just basically die. They're all tucked in that corner.
And unfortunately now you're at the point with it being the 3v1 that like pop kind of gets stronger, right? Because you should be earning more stacks of it for this like last gen, you know, as we got three persons versus 4 that you kind of have to try and find. But it's interesting to see them wait so long on this pull. I guess they're hoping Obnoxious goes across to the opposite side on Shaq here.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure, because yeah, it feels like with him walking away at the very beginning, like that was kind of your golden opportunity. It's not like they need to reset or anything, right? And they're also maybe they're just like discussing. I don't know. Rosen did get in position across the map to hop on that gen, so maybe they wanted to wait for that too. So the unhook comes in, Rosen hops on the gen on the other side, and then that'll get maximum progress on that. This balance is death hook too, I believe. So I think Lemonade might be trying to save him. I actually don't like Brownie committing to this too hard. Like, he's committing to this really hard. Look at how far away this is.
Yeah, but what was the progress on the gen that they had hopped on? Like maybe a piston and a half? I guess your thought is that you can get, I don't know, that might get done.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. This is a pretty long commitment. And I mean, this balance also has DS.
But he got slapped with the D too. Oh, that's tough, bro.
This is actually huge for bad intentions. They're going to get this done.
Yeah.
And also, this balance is only worth 1 hook stage. So like late game wise, this is like the least valuable person now. And split gates.
Yeah, they got a gate over there too, so you figure you're probably, I mean, at least with the birds, maybe you can apply some pressure, but I think they should still be able to get this door to be close.
He might.
That was the gen by that door, right?
Yeah, it was this one right here. I think he's gonna send staggered birds to see if he can get damage. Oh, the follow-up bird didn't land, and they're actually just gonna both walk out the door. And there you go. There you go.
That's a heartbreaker.
I think that was 7 stages. 7 stages with 3
because there's a fresh out. Yeah, fresh out, and then and 2 stages on the other.
Wow, that was interesting, because I feel like Brownie had that if he just didn't commit out of there. Like, he kind of did a good job of turning that entire bottom side into like a dead zone. Like, there was still maybe a couple pallets. Like, I know that like the maze tile that was closest to the middle still had like a really shitty pallet on it, and then there was maybe like another one maybe somewhere, but that was pretty much a dead zone, right? Like, Shack pallet was used, a lot of the filler pallets there were used, and he still had that 3 gen there with pop and everything. And I found that like, I don't know. Like, I think committing to this balance there just it doesn't really seem that worth it. Like, if you,
I mean, it was some big old D slappage down on the other side, big old decisive strike value baby that kind of bought the additional time needed though too. You know.
true, but I do think even if he didn't get slapped up with the D, I still think they still get that gen done. Like he hooks him. And then before he makes it back bottom side, they at least pop the gen. I mean, he might get another one of them before they open a gate and leave, right? Like he maybe gets like he maybe
Especially
gets like 10 stages
there,
or something.
though. 10 stages is pretty solid, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. But I feel like I feel like it could have been a 4K. I feel like that could have been a 4K one.
Yeah.
Like I think he was in a pretty solid position for that, to be honest.
I mean, I think that's one of those where, especially when we talk about like comp DVD, like sometimes literally a decision or two is the difference of like anywhere from 2 to 4 hooks, depending on, you know, how big of a violation, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree. But inversely, I mean, we can say the opposite, which is that Bad Intentions handled that really well. I mean, I think that was a really tough spot to be in for them, and kind of like you said, like it wasn't even looking like they might even get the gen done, but they had like positioned perfectly, right? They had Rosen was like immediately on that gen the second the unhook came in, and then once the Spout started running away, D's ran over. Or no, sorry, it wasn't D's. It was who was left. Yeah, Lemonade. Yeah, went over and hopped on the gen with them, and they basically got like doubled on it immediately, like basically as fast as humanly possible. And yeah, I mean with DS and also Disbalance just having a pretty good chase, it was like perfect. I mean, it all just lined up perfectly for them. So like considering how tough of a spot they were in, and the fact that it looked like it could have ended up being a 4K1, the fact that they come out of that with 7 stages, 3 fresh, I would say is very, very good. So on the side of Bad Intentions, they should be feeling really good about that one. I feel like that was a very, very good result considering the spot they were in. And again, close for Brownie. Like I feel like Brownie could have gotten a little bit more, but still, honestly, not bad. Like I'm not gonna say, like we can't sit here and be like this is game over. I mean, this is Azrael's Wrestling Place. It's not like we're playing on like fucking Cool Tower or something. Like this is not exactly gonna be the easiest map. So
it felt like they're just mid game like control to be able to knock out the kind of middle-ish of the 2 gens that were over on that like bus side. So even if that mid game lasted a little bit longer, they spread like they knew exactly kind of how to attack that side. Like they honestly just handled business.
Yeah, they did. They handled that so well. They did such a good job. Wait, do you know about Dami? Wait, were you here when we had Dami on? Do you know about this gamer? This gamer's kind of a legend here.
Oh, okay. Let me look. I need to know the story.
This is our first time seeing him on Survivor. No, is Dami not playing? I think Dami's playing today, and we've not seen Dami play Survivor. Basically, we saw Dami's a gamer that we got on semi recently during like SCRIMS, which is where we kind of just like pull killers from chat to play against teams just to see how they do or whatever, just to like give people a chance, right? Oh, okay. I guess Dami's not playing. Damn. This gamer literally spins the entire time he plays. He spins. He just constantly. I'm not trolling. I casted him with Ralph, and literally after the game, me and Ralph were both like we're like, dude, we have such a headache. Oh god. Yeah. Like he just spins the whole time. I think people are calling him the helicopter now or something. I don't know. It's fucking wild, dude. And then people also told me he spins on Survivor, so I was kind of excited to see him on Survivor so we can see him spin. But he might not be playing the set, so. Unfortunate. I got a little excited.
He spins.
Yeah, he's a spinner. It's wild. It's so wild. But yeah, we might not be experiencing dominator. I mean, we still might. I don't know who's playing the next killer for these guys, but we still might. But anyway, this is the Survivor team of Rats of RPD. These guys are very, very solid too. Again, keep in mind, this is something that's important to keep in mind for the viewers as well. This is EU versus NA, so the ping is going to be a little bit rough, right? I think especially for Bad Intentions, I think I remember somebody telling me that they were Ukrainian, maybe. So like I think they're like
Eastern Europe.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's not even like you're in UK and you got like 90 to 100 ping or something. I think that's probably what they get to like East servers, right? I think they're probably more on like 150, right? Like there's a big difference between 100 ping and 150. Like you can feel it. So like the ping is not going to be great, so keep that in mind too. If anything looks a little bit funky, or if any decisions they make look kind of silly, it's a pretty good chance it might just be the ping. Same thing with these survivors though too. These survivors are going to be playing on probably 100 plus ping. I think it'll be a little bit better for them because I'm pretty sure even Eastern Europeans, like I'm pretty sure Russians get connected to like Frankfurt servers, right? I think. So I'm pretty sure that like these guys will probably be having a little bit better ping, but again, some of them could be west, so you know, honestly, some of them might also be terrible.
Oh, the west servers, let's go.
Yeah, like that would be fucking terrible. So it's hard to say. I mean, we'll just have to see. But it's kind of exciting because now we have a pretty achievable win condition here for Disbalance. He needs either 7 stages for fresh or just 8 stages. That's it, right? I say that's it as if that's easy, but that's not necessarily easy, right? I mean, we'll see how this plays out.
It's easy to make it sound easy from this side of the mic, you know what I mean, for sure. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, also too with ARPs. I mean, sometimes you know, gotta wonder how much RNG just hooks you up to.
Exactly, yeah. Like that last 4 gen was pretty solid. I mean, fuck, I've seen this map have like 5 gens. Someone was in my chat the other day telling me that they loaded in and there was a 6 gen on that map. I still think they were lying. I think they were bullshitting me. I don't think 6 gens spawn on one side. But somebody told me that apparently that happened at one point. I don't know. That sounds like extreme. But I've seen 5 gens happen too, which is pretty crazy. Like weird stuff can happen. And I also think first chase matters a lot here too. I do think that Brownie did a pretty good job in that last game of getting it down pretty quickly. Like even just getting like a pain res off before the first gen pops, for instance, can be such a big like dent in momentum, right? So I think that's going to play a big role here too, is like how these Rats of RPD survivors can actually play their first chase and how long they can stall out the actual start. So
because we saw what they were able to get 2.5 gens basically for first hook.
Yeah. Like the pain runs happened, but then they kind of let him die, and yeah, like as he went to struggle stage, they kind of were popping their 3rd gen. So yeah, they got a good bit for that first hook. All right, so let's do it. DS dead hard on Smokey. A bit of a mixed bag on Icy. Oops. Nerve also's got a little bit of mixed bag, but heavy objective. A little bit of everything. They had some healing too. And DS
a nice shirt.
Contra. I agree. That's a really good looking shirt. I agree. Weird.
Gotta say I rock it all the time on Dwight, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah, dude. Everyone used to ask if Foo Crew meant fuck you crew. I think people still ask me sometimes. It's kind of funny. I didn't really think about it whenever I made the shirt, but I think I'm accidentally edgy. Anyway,
it works.
Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah. He kind of does have a 4 gen though here. Oh, he also got damage on Icy with that. Oh no,
that's a big. You get a health state change already.
Yeah.
Oh, and on Overcome.
Oh yeah, that's big. Overcome basically wasted just being zoned into this corner. Oh, and look at this. This is such good zoning. Look at that. Oh, but he missed the timing. No, that was actually that was really good placement. Like that was a really good way to shut this down and basically force him to stay, but then fucks up the timing.
Yeah, now Disbalance is trying to figure out how to put pressure across the map while also still trying to track down Icy here, which is kind of tough. You can see he gets crows on it too, but they like last game got blockers right by him.
Yeah, it feels like the crows are more just to make them get off the gens temporarily as opposed to actually getting damage. This gamer's got lucky break, so this is a little awkward, but it seems like Disbalance is doing a good job of tracking him anyway. He's gonna make it to this filler, but what will he be able to do beyond it? I don't know. Has to leave. Has another filler. Has to leave it.
Shifts W's. Jeez, Louise.
Even more fillers. Just fillers everywhere, though. Doesn't get the swarm either. Yeah, this first chase is going really well for Icy. Considering that he lost that health stage early, it was looking grim, but...
I mean, you figure he's 90 seconds into the chase, right? Corrupt about to be off of these gens here now, which means gens across the way are probably at least 60-70%. You haven't gotten any other damage across the way. No crows across the way. No who's on what. He's solid.
Yep. Concha's gonna get a gen done very soon. He does find Icy's trail again. Yep, and this is where Disbalance is probably like, shit. Gotta get something going. Shit.
Especially too, because that puts on the clock that he knows the second comes pretty soon, and there it is. Actually, the second goes off. Now you just wonder how quickly the third goes, and you still haven't been able to get the eights. At least you've been able to get Icy down now, but you know, if you don't have, oh no way!
Oh no! Oh no! That was the Renato, right? Oh, that was so gross from Smokey. He's gonna take the swarm for him too. Don't get too close because of hands.
Yeah, true.
Oh no. Rat's looking so strong right now.
But this is good because now you're taking aggro down towards like the top side of the map, which maybe you can start getting, you know, some progress onto the gen down on the shack side, but you still need to make sure you don't go down too quick here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is definitely what this is definitely what they want, because now if a hook happens, it's gonna happen down on the side where they already got gens done.
Right.
So yeah, that's gonna leave them with a pretty good gen macro late game. That was a good crow from Disbalance, but yeah, I mean, this still took so long, especially thanks to that firecracker save. This is just now the first hook coming in. So oof.
I mean, at least you've got ace in the hole down in your bottom perk slot here if you're disbalanced, but I wouldn't want to rely on that right now because you probably have that 1/5 bust at least at like 60, 70. Oh, they're doubled up. That thing's almost done probably.
Yeah, it's very close. Pop though gonna get some good value here. But yeah, and also the hook wasn't a pain res, which is unfortunate too. But yeah, Pop should get some big value. He's actually greeting this hit. I mean, I wouldn't really call this a greeting. He's gonna go for the hit first, but this is a little bit risky because if it's really close, they could pop it. They also pop a gen down on bottom side too.
Bunch of filthy gen rushers, these guys.
I know. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Oh,
it's supposed to be community scrims and they're out here gen rushing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
And now they're gonna try and double back on hook instead so you can get your second progression, but what does that really do if there's nothing over here? Contra isn't going to be able to get the heal off. Now you got the severed hands coming into play as well. Maybe a double down. Don't want to give that away.
Yeah, I think maybe should have been setting up crows on like there. I think you probably should have been setting up crows on Dwight while like moving positionally to zone Smokey the way that like basically the same movement you did to kill Smokey, but while setting up crows on Dwight probably would be would have probably been smart. Maybe this would be pain res. Still not pain res. So unfortunate. No. See, like at this stage, you can't like. I think if you're going for this tunnel out, it's too late for this, man. Like you can't get this kill fast enough to justify it. Like, and even if you do, right? Like even if you do get this kill relatively quickly, it's gonna be what? There's probably gonna be one gen left. It's gonna be a big split, right? Probably like one down there and two up here, most likely. So like, I don't know, man. I just feel like, whoa. I think something. Oh, my internet. Whoa, am I there? Hello? Can you hear me?
No, yeah, I'm back here now. At this point, I think my internet dropped for just a second.
No, that was me. That was me for sure. My internet's being all kinds of funky. That might happen a couple times tonight. I'm not sure. Just that heads up. I don't know. My internet's been a little bit fucking weird lately. My bad.
I feel like I've been seeing a lot of people say that though lately, so I wonder if it's a Twitch thing.
No, because I'm pretty sure I lagged in game too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Smokey does go down, and yeah, so this is gonna be the kill on the Smokey, but like again, like for what now, right?
Yeah, because you've already gotten the 4th gen done, and you've got that big old spread that you were talking about. Unfortunately, I would almost say that the hit onto Contra was almost like a little bit of like extra given over to Disbalance that you probably didn't need to, but luckily it looks like they should be able to get away to get the reset, but at this point ARP is too big to be able to protect this thing. And remember that one by Broken Truck was the one that had a lot of progress earlier. That thing was knocking like a Ford in the middle of the winter, so.
True, yeah. I mean, I think it got hit by Pop, but it's still gonna have a good bit on it. So, yeah, definitely gonna be a little bit of a danger. I thought that Dwight might have had for the people. I thought that might have been what was happening there, but it didn't seem like that was actually the case. And yeah, so Smokey's gonna be out now. But to be honest with you, it's really not unreasonable at this point to get at least a tie. Because if he gets it down in a hook, and then Noah activates late game, gets a fresh hook with that's a tie, right?
Right, so, even if this one gets off and then you're able to secure the last one with no end.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's absolutely reasonable for this to be a tie. And on top of that, yeah, the gen that's being done right now is not that close. It just got hit with pain res too.
Pain res.
So actually, yeah, this balance might still be in an okay spot here to close this out. I think maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm curious your take on it. I think maybe they rushed the unhooks on Smokey a little too much.
Yeah, I feel like you could have bought yourself a little bit more time by doing that. I feel like sometimes people worry though if a hook stage gets too close to like progressing that then all of a sudden like the monitoring range of where the killer is going to be like closed and like it doesn't become as free of an unhook. So sometimes people take that risk, but I 100% agree.
Yeah, I agree, but like, I feel like especially with having like Deli Unbreakable in play, right? Like Nerb had that. I feel like you could just like send them in last second basically on any of the unhooks and be basically good. Oh, really good birds here from his balance too. Good quick 2-piece on the Icy. And I don't think he has a pain res here. Unless this one is. I know that every hook he's gotten down here so far hasn't been a pain res, but this one might end up being one. And I think it's going to be really big if it is. No pain res.
Oh, that's tough.
He's not going to need it though. That's actually fine. That gen's only like 30. So yeah, kind of still doing okay. And if he can, like, so okay, especially now, like if he finds
Find who,
Contra,
Nerb?
Contra, yeah, Contra's the fresh hook. So if he finds Contra, hooks him, maybe protects it with like no ed late game, that's a win, right? They would have to sit, like they would have to try to save him basically, which is very difficult. Like this is gonna be very difficult to do. And there's like basically no gen progress. I mean, that gen right there had 30 or 40. That gen down by the hook was at basically like 10 or something. So yeah, this balance actually in pretty firm control.
Crazy for how much progress was on the broken truck gen at one point. You were able to kind of fight back on just the one gen. Now you have nothing really across the board on all three.
Yeah, it's so weird. It looked like it was like game over, right? Like they got like 2 gens done. They were so far ahead before the first down even came in, and we were like, oh no, it's looking so dire. But like I don't. It kind of feels like maybe a bit of sloppiness from the survivors. Like it's kind of just falling apart. Even like this, right? Like not to be too harsh, but like even that, like that's a jungle gym palette base tile, right? It just kind of eats an M1 there, right? Like I feel like the survivors have gotten a bit sloppy here in terms of how they're closing this game out. They had such a strong opening. And now it kind of just feels like it's not strong.
Yeah, it feels like the pressure just kind of got to him at one point. It's like the small mistakes. It's not like it's anything really too big. Like you mentioned, even just like 8-10 seconds on an unhook, if you spread that across 2 gens and, you know, part of it's people doubled up, like that's more progress than a lot of people give it credit for. So when you have someone go out and you're not quite as far along on the objective, and 3v1 DBD is so much different.
Oh, yeah, it's miles different for sure. No adrenaline on the down survivor. I thought they might be going for adrenaline play. I do think Contra's going to pop that gen for this chase. Nerb has done a good job here. I mean, he did take damage on that one filler, but I think this balance just kind of played it correctly. Like, even that was beautifully played from Nerb. That was fantastic.
Like in the right exact spot where you need to be. And you've gone now to the opposite side of the map too, so you might be able to get the pickup, but I still think that's too many hook stages. Unless it was like a longer game where maybe you think they potentially took some time to pre-cleanse, but we know that the no-ed's active and there's probably more than one totem up, so they'd have to go hunting for it. This is a tough situation to be in. Yeah,
Disbalance, I think, maybe realizes that he needs Contra because, yeah, he's going to drop that chase with Nerb. So here's the thing, if he commits to Nerb, hooks him, kills him, that's a tie. If he gets Contra, it's a win. So I think he's trying to make sure he can find, and that's Contra right there, and he's got no head. So this is, he does have a filler here, but this is still, even if he had swung through that, he probably would have gotten it.
Now you just hold W around this thing, man. Just go ahead and let your bloodlust kick in, and eventually, you know, you're gonna catch this guy. Especially now at this point, he's just SOL. He knows Ed as well. That's tough.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the perfect result. They technically should stay, and I think they're going to. I mean, technically, like if they leave right now, they lose, right? So they might as well try something. So
I don't know about the flashlight from all the way over there.
Was that a flashlight or was that a?
Or was it the?
I think it was the charm. Yeah, okay. I thought that at first too. I was like, is someone going for a flashlight from across? I thought the same thing. I was like, wait a minute, but yeah, I think it was a charm. I think on the survivor. Yeah, at this point, I mean, they're healing up. But here's the thing: they're gonna have to heal up. They're gonna have to find Noed, break it, and then unhook him all before he goes to the next hook stage, right? Because this is 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So like, if he even goes struggle, that's 7 stages for fresh. So if he even goes struggle, it's over. So they need to do that. They need to find Noed. They need to unhook him. Like,
and then get across the map. And they've already got like half that hook stage down too.
Yeah, Contra does. Oh, Contra does have deli. Oh shit!
Hold on.
I thought Nerb had deli when he got unhooked earlier, but he had renewal. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this is actually kind of reasonable then. And they found Noed. He's setting up birds on it though. He's gonna get that damage, which is gonna. Oh, they ate one of the birds.
That's smart. That's
maybe
smart.
both of them. Oh, that's actually enough, I think.
Because there's the deli that comes across there,
and then they'll build a body block for him.
Yep. Doors open too.
Hit him with severed hands though. Get the swarm going. That's just gonna do damage. It's still my. I think Nerv's gotta get in there. Nerv's there. Hatch will, if they leave too, Hatch will spawn behind Shaq, which is interesting. That could play some kind of a factor here.
Take it out though here, right?
Oh, he gets to heal tech.
That's too far for heal tech, right?
Oh, they didn't do it.
No.
I think heal tech would have worked if Nerb took 2 hits and then Icy took the last one. I think maybe. That's it. Yep, that's it. That's hook stage number 7. That's 7 stages for fresh. That was so close. That
Game
was
of inches, man.
Actually, legitimately like a game of inches. That's so close. I feel like that's one of those things where you could have, like, there's so many like what ifs, right? Like,
yeah,
Contra maybe could have doubled back and just played back shack and then had them leave, and then he could have been like, okay, I'll either get hatch or I'll run out the exit gate, because they're both right here, right? Like, if the killer commits to kicking hatch at any point, you can just like loop around and take the gate. If the killer doesn't kick hatch, you can jump in it, right? Like, I feel like you can put pressure on him that way. There was definitely some things that could have been done, like coulda, woulda, shoulda, but obviously it's so much easier to say that kind of thing from our point of view, right? Like, it's easy to sit here and be like, oh yeah, this is what I would have done. You know. So I don't, that's so tough, dude. They did such a good job there at the end. It was so close. But
I mean, what ended up only being a difference of 2 stages? Was that 9 at the end?
No, it was actually the same
8 stages.
It was the same stages. I think it was 7. It was 7 stages. It was the fresh hook.
Okay, just the fresh hook. Okay.
Yeah, it was literally just a fresh hook difference, which is basically as close as it could possibly be. That's the closest result we could possibly have while still having a winner. So that, I think, hey, if anything, I think that goes to show that I think we're in for a good set here, because that's.
I'm a big fan. Which one did you say set 2 is the nurse?
I think it's nurse. I think it's artist nurse Wesker, I believe. I'm pretty sure nurse is gonna be the second set. Yeah, there should be a 4th fresh. I think their scoreboard's a little bit inaccurate right now. I think there should be, like, well, I know there should be 4 fresh. So Bad Intentions definitely won this. They won this by 1 fresh hook, which was, again, wild. That was like the most swingy back and forth set. Like, that was
in both games, right? Like,
yeah, like it felt like Brownie's result should have been higher. Okay, I guess in general, maybe Rats of RPD here. I feel like, again, their killer, I feel like, felt like the result should have been higher, and then their survivor side felt the same way. Like, it felt like on both sides, I felt like their early game was really strong, and then there was like some sloppiness / mistakes towards like the mid-late that kind of made the result a little bit worse. And it kind of happened in both games, right? Brownie got off to a really strong a really strong start. Kind of looked like it was gonna be a 4K1, and ends up with 7 stages. The survivors here, insane start. Gets like 2 gens done, almost a 3rd done before the first hook even comes in. And then yeah, kind of some sloppiness happens. They even still almost get it, but just barely don't get it up at the end. That's so interesting, huh? I don't know, man. I guess Bad Intentions are just late game players, you know. I don't say they just outscaled.
I mean, clearly Noed is too strong of a perk. It completely turned things around there. You know what I mean?
True. I mean, Noed actually did do work there, though. I mean, to be real. So I don't know, but I don't know. Also, like, the cuckening of the pain reses was pretty rough too. I kind of feel.
Yeah, I think early on, if you would have got more pain res, I think you probably get that to. That might be a 4K, honestly.
Yeah. Like, there was a lot of missing pain reses because of all the hooks that were happening down on that side that had none. So that probably plays a pretty big factor too. Okay, so this should be. This is nurse, right? I'm just gonna ask. In all caps, because I'm fucking yelling. I'm pretty sure this will be the nurse set. Okay, good. We have 2 pretty good nurse players today too. I'm
nurse
assuming
on the comp tower. I'm assuming, yeah.
No, actually, we actually have nurse on a much harder map. Groaning Storehouse is what we have her on.
Oh,
and surprisingly, she still manages to do pretty well a lot of the time. I actually kind of like Storehouse a lot. It's kind of interesting. I feel like the little like deep pockets end up making some really interesting things happen. Like, obviously it can fuck you over a lot because people can run in there like into the deep pockets to die to kind of like have good macro for their team. But then also we've seen situations where killers will like hook people deep in the pocket and then kind of like patrol the middle of the map. And then you have to like try to sneak by them, right? But also if you can't, then they can kind of just zone out like a big like half of the map while still protecting the hook. So we've seen some interesting things happen on the map. I don't know. I actually really do enjoy the map as a comp map myself. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I enjoy it a lot. We've had some really good nurse sets on it. And this one,
I feel like at one point in time, nurse was on this for
yeah.
Like, comp.
I think the reason why we use this is because I think when I did the tournament, when I did like the Swiss tournament like years ago, I think maybe the first one, I think this is the map she played. I think I could be wrong on that, but I think it was. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they eventually moved her to Cool Tower, and then that became like a standard where everyone like grinded it to death, and now everybody knows it like the back of their hand and everything. So yeah, but I'm pretty sure that used to be a thing at one point, and then they changed it, as far as I'm aware. But we should have 2 really good nurse players today. We've seen Disaster play. I think we've seen Disaster play nurse. We've seen Disaster play a lot of like technical killers. Like Spirit, Billy, a lot of stuff like that, and he always kicks ass. Like he always does a really good job. This Meg is disgusting, by the way. This is a monstrosity. Sorry, I tried to get that out. I saw it, and it physically left my mouth without me being able to control it. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. But also, I'm assuming on the killer side, or sorry, on Rat's side, we might end up seeing Brownie. Although who knows? I mean, maybe Dami spins on Nurse too. But I think we might see Brownie on Nurse as well. And last time we saw Brownie play Nurse, he did a really good job too. Like, very, very good blinks. So I think this should be shaping up to be, I think, another really good set. I'm hoping. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, and I'm excited to see how the survivors can do, because again, it's such an interesting, to me, I think it's an interesting map killer setup. Okay, I'm just curious, like, from your point of view, I mean, I know you've casted a good bit, like, how do you think Nurse should maybe perform here? Like,
I mean, I feel like it kind of depends on what I feel like saying, like, tier of competence, because the reason I say that, I feel like if you're talking like DVD League versus OCE, it's like there's a difference there. But I would imagine probably when you talk about like on the average like comp level of like working towards their ways, like we'll call it tier 2, tier 3, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's really DVD at the end of the day. I feel like you should still be able to get yourself at least what, 7, 8 hooks. 3. I feel like this is where like the fresh hooks usually comes into play. If you can get the 4th, usually you're in a solid spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While still being able to get yourself a second elimination, I feel like that's like baseline. That's all right. And then any bonus like fresh or any bonus hooks after that. You know?
Yeah. See, I think it's interesting because you're 100% right. Like you said, it's just DVD, but there is a massive difference between like the high end teams and the non high end teams. Something that blows my mind about DVD is that like I know that like calm DVD is really polarizing. I know a lot of people aren't into it. Like some people like it more than others, and yada yada yada. But man, something that just blown my mind as I've gotten more and more into it, and especially as I've like talked to like people that play on higher end teams and kind of like have watched them and really like learned what makes them so much higher end than other teams. It's crazy the amount of like coordination and positioning and game knowledge and game skill. Like there's actually like so much to that. And it's a lot more than people think, right? Because like DVD isn't like one of those games that people think of as like a competitive esport, right? Because obviously it's not like big in like an esports scene, but there really is a lot there in terms of being a really good team and how difficult it is to be a really good team, right? Like it's not easy to do at all.
I think especially when you talk about the higher tier killers, like it's everything's on point. Like obviously, since you turn an asymmetrical game into a symmetrical game by having people play both sides, but then it really comes into like the survivor side of like how much can you handle like the micro stuff at the end of the game, or like that mid to late game. That's where like great teams I feel like really separate themselves.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think something we've seen that ends up being a big story with these particular matches, and a big reason why I went on that little rant I just did just now, I think a big thing we've seen here is that on this map with Nurse, I think positioning on the survivor side, I mean, you could probably say this on, I mean, maybe this is like a dumb thing to say, because maybe you can say this on any killer in any matchup, but I feel like especially in this matchup, it feels like positioning for the survivors is huge. Because I think if you're just out of position, like if you don't know how to position correctly on this map, because it's a little bit different than others, and if you do get caught out of position and you're not just in the right places at the right time, I think that's when games can snowball really quickly. We've seen this go very polarizing ways. We've seen Nurses get like 4K threes, and then we've also seen Nurses get like 6 staged, you know, or like 5 staged, or like wild shit. Because I think there's a big difference between like getting caught out of position here and like letting the Nurse snowball like crazy and being in a good position and really punishing. So I think this is a good, like, this feels like a good like positioning check for teams, I feel like.
Well, especially when you talk about where the pockets come in, if you can get it, I think for the Nurse, if you can avoid the first down being like a very, very deep hook where you can at least monitor multiple gens versus just a gen that like just got uncorrupted because it's, you know, Groaning Storehouse and at least one of them's usually corrupted right off rip. Like here, especially if you can get this Ronaldo like right down before he gets too far back, you're solid, but good job doubling back here, honestly.
Yeah, avoiding that blink at least for now, buying at least a little bit more time. It's gonna die mid-map though. Oh, Disaster messes up his blink though.
think he was hoping to get to the other side of the wall. Now you're kind of running into that issue here where if you go deep back, try to locker tech him to buy a little bit of additional time. I mean, it's relatively quick of a down, but now all of a sudden Disaster's all the way back here is going to extend for the hook that's at least close to Pride Rock here, so you can monitor some of these other gens that are around. You can see, I mean, obviously Thrilling Tremors coming in some big value as well, but I think this is still good hook placement for hook number 1 for Disaster.
Yeah, still pretty solid, still pretty mid-map. This gets Pop Interruption will go down on this gen too, and Pop Interruption, see, like, this seems to be how this map snowballs. So let me, if you don't mind, I'm gonna overly explain this, just in case anybody in here is maybe a little bit newer and doesn't understand fully. So basically, a big thing the survivors are going to want to do is get these inner gens done, right? Because you want to set yourself up so that late game you don't have like a really bad gen split. You don't want to have like a tight 3 gen at the end. So you want to leave these like really outer gens for last. So survivors are probably going to prioritize these inner gens first. But the killer's running Pop, right? He's letting himself go down. Oh, they had background player on somebody. I'm going to finish my thought real quick. I just want to see if this... They don't... Oh, he's got DS. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, basically they basically want to get these inner gens done ASAP so they don't set themselves up for a bad late game. But if the nurse is constantly getting hooks and constantly getting Pop Goes the Weasel up, then you can't do that, right? And that's how we've seen this snowball a lot. We've seen people try to get these inner gens done ASAP to set themselves up for a good late game. But if you can't actually play the chases well enough, and if you can't play the macro one up early game, and the nurse is constantly getting Pop, then you can't even end up getting them done, and then it ends up doing nothing at all, right? So
Pop compounded down with the eruption that gets added to it afterwards.
Exactly.
Too, right? So if you get like 4 or 5 hooks back to back early games, those first 2 gens are like so slow.
Yep. Agreed. I would have loved to see. Okay, so we allow a lot of things here. We allow a lot. I know you're probably used to like DVD League, like Dead by OC. Really good second down by Disaster too. I think he's just gonna take this hook. If they were thinking about doing something like this, they had background player on somebody. Who was it? This yeah, on Nerb. If they were thinking about like playing around with like background player strats, I would have loved to see somebody have power struggle. Like I would have loved to see like
true.
Like a flip-flop power struggle gamer with the background player, and then kind of just like let yourself go down on her pallet and be like, yeah, go ahead and pick me up. This gamer's got background struggle and he can run across the entire world in 2 seconds. Like, go ahead and try it, you know? I think that could have been really nasty to see. So I think a little missed opportunity maybe. I think that's like proper background player use at this stage with how insane that perk is now.
It's honestly pretty disgusting. I feel like we don't really get to see it too much at least like the DVD level, because I feel like it's one that you don't see often that's banned. Obviously it's a newer perk too, but I like the play opportunity, and I've always kind of been more of the like train of thought since like comp DVD as you know, as you're talking about polarizing earlier, like you should have that big play potential. I love seeing it.
Yeah, same. I love seeing it too, and I feel like it in a set like Nurse, like that can be the difference maker, right? If one team is making plays like that and the other team is just not, that can sometimes be the thing that makes the big difference. So yeah, I mean, I think especially a set like this, I think it makes a lot of sense to do something like that and really try to like make that, like have that X factor for your team that puts you a little bit further ahead. That being said, really fast down here. Nerb, I don't think, yeah, Nerb did not have Deli this time around. It was the Shaq monster that had Nerb this time around, or sorry, that had Deli this time around. Pop though gonna get used. I think Thrilling was on cooldown, right?
I think actually the down came across as Thrilling was just getting done, wasn't it?
Yeah, actually you're right. I think that did use Thrilling. So yeah, these does find a good kick on that. Again, that other inner gen. There's still 2 more inner gens here. There's just one down by Shaq, and then there's one off to the right a little bit towards the other pocket. So those inner gens are getting hit by Pop Eruption over and over and over again. And if that can keep happening, then these might end up being in a good spot. But that was a really fast unhook and reset.
It's just interesting here because you don't really have too much you can, really thread together. I mean, right now, obviously the gen that's highlighted over the right shoulder for Disaster, you can kind of link in with the other pocket, but he doesn't have any too tight of 3 gens. So if you can get that one done, especially for the survivors, you're in a good spot. But this is still kind of in that point that you had mentioned earlier with the combo of Eruption Pop. Like if a couple more downs happen, like the slowdown's so huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dami just dying edge map here, which is definitely, definitely the smart thing to do. Just trying to get as far away from the gens as possible. And it does look like Smokey's gonna be able to get this done. Smokey will be able to get this gen done for sure before the Nurse makes it over here with Pop. So that'll be big. That'll be pretty big. That does, like, that's pretty much good enough, I think, at that point, right? They got 2 of the intergens done. There still is the intergen over by Shaq, but you could hypothetically keep that a Blade game, and you would probably still be okay. So this one's not like, at this point, I think the survivors have done a good enough job with gen macro. And yeah. So far, Domi's the only one that's death hooked too. There's been 3 fresh hooks, and then Domi's now going to be going into struggle. But not bad, not looking terrible hook stage wise too. At this point, I think Disaster just has to try to kill Domi ASAP. Like, at this point, I think you commit to the kill.
I mean, the last thing you want to do is find your last fresh hook in the sense of that takes longer. But yeah, I mean, you just might as well chill here at this point, right? Because you still have time for late game to potentially, hopefully, find the Leon if our friend Disaster here has been keeping track, which usually, you know, our killers at this level, they're able to do.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Ah, man, that time left, and of course now with no grabs too. Luckily, no one's injured, so grabs don't really matter just quite yet. But it's going to be an unhook at a perfect timing. What, like 8 seconds left on that hook stage? But oh, that's the fresh hook too.
Yeah, that's the fresh hook. It's Deli, so I think they're going to opt to not hook. To be honest with you, I think the play there might be literally just to hook Deli, just to get it out of the way, because I think Domi gets distance on you no matter what. I say that, but Domi didn't get. I thought Domi would run into the deep 3 pocket, but kind of runs back into inner map a little bit. Not oh, well,
that's tough too, because that's your non-slug survivor. So now you, oh no, have to use the unbreakable.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. This is Deli Unbreakable, so the game's not over yet, but that DC is that's
and it's really, like super late too, so you can't really do nothing about it.
Yeah, you can't really reset this. That's just really unfortunate. There's really nothing we can do about that one. That sucks. Yeah, that's that kind of stuff you hate to see, but like there's really nothing that can be done, you know? Like, I wish DBD was a perfect game that where we could, like, I don't know, pause it and have them reconnect or something, you know? Like that'd be great, but we don't have that kind of stuff. So at this point, like, again, this game's already been too played out, I feel like, for us to really just reset it. So I think we have to just take the result for what it is. And
I wonder how close they are to having a 5th gen done, though, because that'd still be pretty solid.
I don't think they're going to be that close from what I've been seeing, but yeah, I mean, if they could pop the 5th gen, you're right. Like, if they could just get the 5th gen done and make it like a 4K0, or maybe even get, like, I don't know, get lucky and get like a hatch out or something, or get like good gates, maybe, right? But like 4K1 is definitely not what they want. But again, even a 4K1 doesn't necessarily mean game's over. Like, again, we've seen nurses pop off and do really, really well, but they were definitely in a position to get some outs.
But it looked like they were in a spot where they should have been able to kind of keep cruising. That's really unfortunate, because you had one down, another one in chase. Like, that's like, there's never a good time for a DC, but that definitely was not a time for a DC.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Or like if somebody had to lag out there, maybe have it be like Domi, who was about to die anyway or something, you know? Like, it was really unfortunate. It was like one of their full health survivors that, like, there probably was the person rotating to pick up the like unbreakable survivor too, right? Like, just such an unfortunate timing, such an unfortunate, like, target for it too. Like, I don't know, just definitely sucks. The unhook's coming in, but because that unhook's coming in, I don't think there's a whole lot of gen progress. Disaster was actually heading back to the shack to look for hatch. Let's have to turn around now. I also, my internet also had a hiccup for a minute there too. So apparently everyone's internet just sucks right now, including my own. So that's pretty cool.
Poggers, dude.
Yeah, things are going great, you could say. Things are going great. And yeah, Smokey's actually just doing that gen in the deep pocket, just being like, maybe they won't come over.
Well, I think the hope is, since you have unbreakable on the one that's down, he can recover quicker, and then you jump in, have him get up, and then if he hauls ass to the other side of the map, oh no! But now Nurse is going back there. Is going to hear this thing rocking.
Well, yeah, and they also use UB, right? Because I think you mentioned that whenever Nerd lagged out, you're like, oh, now they have to use now they actually have to use UB, which sucks. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure UB's actually down right now. Yeah, Smokey would have to go pick them up. The kit comes in. The stealth, though. Oh, nope, not gonna be enough. Does have overcome and resilience, so faster heal, faster running. Could maybe get the pickup, but even if you get the pickup, I mean, what comes of that, right? Nothing. Like, at this point, it's done. It's done.
DED Dedge, unfortunate. Again, they just, man, they were cruising. It looked like they were gonna get themselves some outs, and then all of a sudden, just you know. Internet doing internet things. That's unfortunate, bro.
Yeah, seriously. Apparently, Brownie's saying that his internet didn't even cut out. Apparently, he got a server timeout from DVD, which
What?
is, yeah, which is weird because I thought that only happened to everybody. I didn't think that happened to individual people. I thought that was like the whole server would die or nothing at all. Like I don't like I remember maybe like a long time ago that would happen to individual people. So maybe that bug is back. Like I thought like as of recent I thought it was either like the whole server died or nothing at all. But yeah, maybe that's like a bug that's coming back now. I don't know. That's gonna suck. Hopefully that's not something that keeps up because this was really unfortunate. This was like these guys were in a spot that they were probably like, I don't know, if I just had to predict, I'd say this game is probably gonna end with like 8-9 stages, right? Like
I was gonna say probably closer to 7-8. Yeah, I mean it's not big of a difference, but you know what I mean, like
yeah, like probably yeah. Honestly, you're probably right. Actually, probably yeah. Like I think like 7 and like I think 8-9 would probably be like a better like result. Like I think if Disaster played a little bit better than them for the rest of the match, he probably would have got 7-8 or sorry 8-9. 7-8 probably would have been more accurate. So yeah, like I feel like again the result difference here is huge. Like that's what they probably would have gotten. Instead, they end up getting 4K1, which is definitely not great. Yeah, I mean that's just unfortunate. That's never a way that you want to go down. Especially because
they needed to set the pace after like falling just short from a stage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like they need to win this set to stay alive in the best of 3, right? So yeah, super unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Like I don't know. Definitely like probably one of the worst timings you could have for it. I mean, I don't know. Again, there's no good timing for lagging out of a fucking competitive game. I guess maybe in the first 10 seconds, but like definitely a very bad time morale-wise, I would assume. Because now we're going to be going on to the killer for Rats of RBD, which is going to be Brownie, I would assume. Unless it's going to be somebody else. And they're now going to need, to even stay in the best of 3, they're going to need at least a 4K1. If they at least tie the setup, then they'll stay in the best of 3. But if they don't at least tie it, they got to get a 4K3, or sorry, a 4K1 or a 4K2 to win. And if the Survivors can just finish all 5 gens, then it's over. The best of 3 is over, and they take it. So again, very unfortunate. Definitely not the way we wanted to see that go, but I guess we got to play it out how it is. Because I mean, again, that game was so like we were so deep into that game. There's really not much else we can do.
And tie goes to the next set, right? We don't redo nurse first.
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, at the moment we do a system where if a set goes 1-1-1, we literally just call it a tie. We used to do all this tiebreaker stuff, but ever since we did the new new system for like hook stages or whatever, now we don't even do like tiebreakers. But we actually have talked about, I don't know if you've heard us talk about this, so maybe you already know maybe you already know what I'm about to say, but we were talking about a new system for tiebreakers where basically if a set goes 1-1-1, we basically just do like, okay, have you ever seen the movie Troy?
Yes.
Okay, do you know that like the scene in the opening of the movie Troy where like they're like, oh, let's not fight this war. We don't have to kill so many people. How about you send out your best warrior and I'll send out mine? And then they like send out Achilles and he fights some big dude and Achilles kills him. And then the war ends right there, right? It's like 1v1 to settle the whole war. Well, okay. I was like, what if we did that, but DBD? What if it was like send out your best juicer and both sides sent out a killer and then a survivor and then both of them did a 1v1 and then whoever gets the better time wins, right? Like, hypothetically, if these guys tied, Rats of RPD sends out their best killer, and then Bad Intention sends out their best survivor. They run a 1v1. We time it, and then we do the opposite, and we time it, and then winner wins, right?
I can get with that.
That sounds kind of sick, doesn't it? It's like the ancient Battlefield version of Dead by Daylight. I think it's kind of sick. Dude. I don't know. So we've talked about doing it. I did download that one. I think I downloaded LiveSplit or whatever it is to track it. I'm not like set up a thing for it, but I'm just saying if a tie ends up happening today in any of these sets, I'm not opposed to just winging it and doing it in a scuffed way because I think it would be pretty fucking funny. Like I think it'd be funny.
1v1s are fun to watch. You know, IMO. I know some people feel some, you know, there are different types of ways about them, but I love watching 1v1s. I used to host 1v1s every once in a while, like a Friday Night Lights sort of deal. It was fun.
Yeah. I think 1v1s, I like 1v1s. I just don't like them when it's too much, I guess, if that makes sense.
Right. That makes sense.
Like I think you can do too much 1v1s to the point where like, all right, like I'm kind of getting, you know, I want to see like team play. But yeah, I do think like every once in a while, like definitely, yeah, they're really fun. Especially if I think if it's something like that, right, where there's a lot on the line, where like the 1v1s are really mattering because it's deciding like the entire last 2 hours you've been playing in a best of 3 are getting decided by this 1v1. That's some high tension, high octane 1v1s, right? So I don't know. I'm just saying if a tie happens, you know, we might be we might be getting gamers to send out Achilles, you know? We'll see.
I think it's or even just have them send one person, so then they had to make the decision: do I want to go with my stronger killer or my stronger juicer?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like they have to, or like is someone like well balanced and you send them? You know what I mean? Ooh, right. That's an interesting way to handle it too. If you have to pick just one. Oh, that's even more interesting. I feel like I have to get everyone's opinion on that. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's better to like send your best survivor and then send your best killer and have them be different, or if it's just send your best individual. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, see, I don't know about having all 4 survivors 1v1. I don't know if I want to have all 4 survivors 1v1 because I feel like then it gets drawn out for too long. Like that idea does sound neat, but also I wouldn't want it to. I feel like even doing the 1v1s as is kind of going to draw out time a lot. So I don't know. I think that might be a little much. But I don't know. We'll see. If we ever get there, I guess we'll see how it goes. All right, here we go. Game number 2 of set 2. Brownie. He's got Dying Light. He's following the I think the new DVD League meta or whatever it is, right? I'm pretty sure Dying Light is now like a kind of meta perk on Nurse, because they banned everything else. So
that sounds like I know what that sounds probably about right. I don't know the balancing. I just cast there. You know what I mean? I show up and get excited about pixels.
Yeah, that's our job, is to show up and just get excited about things that's happening. I respect that. I respect that. I'm pretty sure that is a thing though. I think I heard people talking about how like Dying Light is now like meta on Nurse and DVD League or something, or some leagues, but mostly just because everything else is fucking banned. So. Like, I do think here, like, I don't know, Agi maybe could have been, but hey, you know, who am I to judge? It's fine.
I mean, I guess, though, if you're doing it here, like, what's the Agi worth versus the extra, like, slowdown if you get it working the right way? Like, Agi just gets you maybe a central hook, whereas the Dying Light is, I guess, more consistent slowdown?
Yeah, and I also think Dying Light's more snowball-y, and considering you need a big result, that kind of makes sense too, right?
Yeah,
like, if you can get Dying Light going early, it really helps you get that snowball that you need. So, yeah, I definitely think this does make sense at least a little. That being said, Rosen did a pretty good job in that first chase. Bought a good bit of time. Like, got him to miss a couple different blinks. So some gen progress is going to be here. Gonna kick this one, but there's 2 more gens that are pretty high progressed. So yeah, Agi might go down here. Or sorry, not Agi. Eruption might go down here. But honestly, a good bit of Blast Mine though.
Oh, not like this. I love Blast Mine. It's like one of my favorite survivor perks, just because, you know, they're frustrated, you know?
Right? Like, you know, the killer's like, come the fuck on, you know?
Yeah. Of course he's got Blast Mine.
Yep. I do that every time I play killer. They have Blast Mine too. I always have to take a second and just go, ugh. Of course, you know? Oh, pretty fast redown though. Double Eruption too. Also locates this gen that has a lot of progress. This is kind of a mistake, I think, for Bad Intentions for Rosen to run to this gen. Because if Brownie can get a hook and a pop on this gen before they pop it, Ace might have to rush this down real quick.
I don't.
Oh, dude.
Oh, no. And then this skill check too from pulling off. No.
Oh no, that's so big. Because now that's gonna get hit with pop. I mean, Lemonade will likely be able to finish this one, but like that one's gonna get regressed so much now. And I don't think he actually might get over here and kick this one with Eruption too. And if he can somehow get Eruption off on this gen before it pops, that would be massive. I don't know if that. I don't know how really reasonable that is. He does have a hook. Like again, he has a hook now right in between both these gens that have the most progress. So this is basically perfect hook positioning. Like I don't think it'd be even crazy for him to just sit on the hill next to that hook that has more progress. Or sorry, the gen that has more progress. Like I don't think it'd be crazy for him to just sit on that hill and just look at just kind of like stare at the hook and be like, okay, who's going for it? You know, like I'm gonna protect this gen.
Because they get center gen for sure, right? And then it's just about which of these 2 gens by the. Oh, maybe they don't get center gen. They are going to be able to get the unhook, though.
Yeah, see, I feel like I really don't like the way he played that on that hook. I think he could have played it better. I think you either sit on the hill next to the hook that was at like 90 and really make sure you hard protect it while waiting for them to rotate for the unhook and try to catch them off with vision from the hill. Or like if you play it the way he played it, I think you got to play closer to the hook towards the end, because at the very least you want to force a 1-for-1 to trigger eruption, right? Because if you would have forced a 1-for-1 there, you would have triggered eruption on both those gens, would have got some aggression, would have maybe bought time for him to get pop off, and then go back to him with pop. But now, oh no, it's kind of all falling apart, because now also Rosen like got away somehow, kinda. I mean, he's still on him, but like he looped the whole way around the deep 3 pocket, ran to the deep 6 pocket, finds the blood trail, but like he's buying so much time with this.
The question is, what is the other getting done? We stepped over on Rosenboy. I didn't think we see anybody. Okay, we do have at least a second gen. The third gen's getting pretty close, and even the backside gen too. So they're actually buying a lot of time off that.
Yeah. It's going to be almost 1 gen left soon, very, very soon. He might be able to make it to main and kick it in time. I don't know. Ooh, no. That great skill check. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Nope. He could maybe make it to the backside one if he knows it's there, but even that, no, I don't think he will. Well, if he blinks there right away, maybe, but he sees scratch marks, so he's not going to. So yeah.
I mean, I guess the last 3 gens, I mean, for a nurse aren't terrible, just because you can kind of cover that distance. But now Adam's going to try and just, you know, hold shift W the opposite way, and Brownie's just going to have to let him go. You have to hope you can find someone that's, you know, stuck over here out of position, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. This is like not the worst final 3 gens too. Like they left both pockets up, which is like pretty good because it's like both deep pockets, but it's kind of like in a row here, right? It's not like there's one behind main. Like main building is basically just completely out of play now. Ooh, this injured survivor though. Okay, very good down from him here. This is Delhi though, so this is a good time for Delhi because they can basically just use this to get a lot of progress, probably on deep 6. And that's currently where Lemonade is. I'm actually surprised that this balance is playing this close to this and maybe not just doubling up on deep 6. I feel like you double up on deep 6 with Prove, and then if the nurse comes to you, you let him deli and work this.
Yeah, he's definitely set up as if he was coming in for the save, right? Which is interesting because it's not even like you need to hold aggro to allow for the deli to come through. I'm kind of intrigued by the positioning there.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're actually gonna not deli. They're gonna unhook. I think this is actually, I don't hate this because like you just, you know, make sure you're full health. Don't stay injured, because like the broken for 60 seconds is a big deal, right? I mean, being broken means that it's really hard for you to justify sitting on gens, because you might just get downed at any point, and then it gives them a free pop goes the weasel proc and all that. So yeah, maybe just being like, you know what, fuck deli, let's just get back to full health and let's just do gens from full. I don't hate it. I guess I don't hate it.
Maybe their thought is that by not deling there, that Obnoxious might think that if they catch Disbalance later, that's the deli survivor, so they stay closer to that hook and then buy the space to finish the gen. But I don't know. I don't understand the not allowing the deli there. You only get one shot at it. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. I think they're maybe just wanting to go the safer route, especially because they know that the win con is just doing 5 gens. I think they're maybe like, okay, we can stall out like we don't have to do like the most just get it done ASAP route, right? We can take the safer route where we just make sure everyone's full health and just slowly progress them without having to like. Because again, yeah, like it doesn't matter whether they finish all 5 gens with like 7 stages or 10 stages or 5 stages, right? Like as long as they get all 5 done, then it's fine. And to be honest, it looks like they're gonna get all 5 done with really good progress, because Brownie couldn't manage to find them over there stealthing, and now they're gonna hop on it doubled up with Prove. And this gen over here was at like 70.
So and he's also spent a bunch of time over here looking at this, so the doubled up survivor should be able to just cruise.
I love Lemonade's positioning too. He pre-stealth, but he pre-stealth more inside of the map, which I think is really good, because I think a lot of times killers will check like the outer edge, like they'll check like edge map, but he like pre-stealth kind of far into the map, and also that means if he gets found, he kind of has the inner map he can run to, which looks like he did get found, yeah.
Yep.
But this gives him the inner map he can run into too, which is much better than being stuck in the pocket, and they're gonna finish that last gen anyway, so. Brownie, I think, well, Brownie's actually going to commit to it. The eruption, it doesn't matter. They have proof. It doesn't matter. This is 100% getting done.
Yeah, they're too far away here, so you at least get that done. And then, I mean, you only need the 5 gens, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. So once that's done, yep, there you go. That secures it. That secures the win 100%. Could still maybe get just something for a result here, just because why not? But that does secure the win, and Bad Intentions is going to win the best of 3, 2-0.
I feel like this, realistically, probably around what we were looking at if we didn't have the DC last game.
Yeah, this feels similar. I do think, like, people are probably gonna just maybe accuse me of saying this just to try to make it so that it's less like of a big deal, but
right, of course this would have won, Tofu. Yeah, sure.
Exactly. I do think D's was in a little bit of a better spot, because I think he still had like 2 gens left. Dami was on like Death Hook. He had a couple of other fresh hooks that were already out. I think his gen split was like, it wasn't like amazing, but it wasn't terrible either. I think D's was in a little bit of a better position overall, I think. But it was definitely really close. I mean, that being said, Brownie did just get a fresh hook. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe not, because he's going to end up with like 9 stages at this rate. Maybe even more.
Maybe more, able to catch the Atom here, who still has 2 stages left. So, I mean, maybe 10? There's going to be the one going across. You figure they're leaving. They're dipset. I would.
Yeah, true. I guess you could also make the another argument that maybe these guys played a little recklessly at the end here, knowing that they already won, and they were just like, whatever, the game's over, let's just get out, you know? So I don't know. You could argue semantics about it fucking forever. Like at the end of the day, regardless, Bad Intentions is going to take the win. And I do think they played. I mean, I think they played this set really well. So I mean, not undeserved. It just is really unfortunate that Rats didn't really feel like they had the fairest chance, at least in this nurse set, because of that unfortunate DC, which is just, I don't know. That's just how it goes sometimes, you know? It's not really much anybody can do about it. It just is, it just kind of is what it is, and you have to just kind of play it out regardless. And yeah, good overall set. Okay, I still think, though, just for the sake of reviewing this and being constructive, I still think if Brownie played that second stage hook on, who was it, Rosen? A little bit differently, I think this could have been a better result. I still think that could have been a difference maker, because again, he had Eruption down on both of those inner gens. Like, he had them hooked in between the inner gens. They were both really high progress. He had Eruption down on both of those gens, and then he had the guy hooked there. I think that there was a lot of play that he could have made there. Like, I think you can, like, again, I think you can justify like either like sitting on the hill and looking for rotations, or just like maybe playing how he played it, where you're kind of just like walking back and forth, but then getting really close to the hook, like right before the unhook happens, or like right before like the death happens, and then triggering Eruption. And I think if that would have happened, there's a decent chance he could have made a lot more happen there, right? You saw those intergens popping by a ton more. If you get really lucky, you could maybe get a read down and get Pop Goes the Weasel down on him again too, which regresses him even more. Like, I think there was some play there that could have happened. But this is obviously me being really nitpicky. I'm trying to find something here, right? Like, I do think he played it overall really well. So I am being nitpicky, but I'm just trying to, like, I do think there was a little opportunity at least.
I think that's fair. I think sometimes, though, I think when you're in the middle of the map, you just have to worry about, you never know where they're at. I think, unfortunately, especially in that case, you might have unfortunately ended up pushing him into that middle building, which that gen gets done, and then all of a sudden that's a whole different world, you know?
That's true too. That is true.
If they're staying away from, you know, the hook, essentially.
Yeah, that's also a good point as well. Yeah, it's hard to really know, right? Like,
and losing the tunnel. Yeah, he did on the second to third hook, kind of.
True. Yeah. He kind of like looped around like deep 3 and then looped back to like deep 6. And it kind of did, it did buy a lot of time, so that probably played a role as well. Yeah. There you go. That's gonna be that best of 3. I think we're gonna move on, which is probably good. Hey, we got portraits now. Nice. Okay, so I think we're gonna move on to the next set. Oh wait, the next sets are a little bit different. We have a bunch of demos. Wait, no, this isn't correct. Wait, no, this is not right. Those are not updated. Those are last week's killers. Those are definitely the killers from last week. So I think this is probably still being updated, is my guess. But the killers for the next set should be the same. I think it's Artist Nurse Wesker, but maybe in a different order. I don't know what the order will be, but I'm pretty sure it's Artist Nurse Wesker for every set except for the final one today, I think. So I don't know exactly.
Because it was just from like a pool of 5. So
yeah, it was a pool of 5, and one of the killers didn't get picked at all. Ghostface only got picked once. Who was it that didn't get picked at all? I think it was Pyramid Head. I think Pyramid Head was one of the options, I think, and I think nobody picked him, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let me just go look. I'm curious now. Yeah. It was Pyramid Head on Wrecker's Yard, and I guess nobody wanted to play that. I don't know. Nobody wanted to play that, I suppose. I mean, to be fair, there is a lot of fun killers here, right? Like Artist, like Wesker, you know, like even like Nurse sets. A lot of people like those a lot. Ghostface is, you know, I mean, some people might love Ghostface, but I think most people are probably like mad about it. But I guess it's somewhat, at least somewhat makes sense. A little surprised though. I mean, I do think Executioner is a pretty good killer that you'd think a lot of people would be confident on, but
I don't want to assume things, but you have Ghostface on Larry's, yeah?
yes. Yeah, Ghostface is on Larry's. Yeah. Looks like it's gonna be Nurse Artist Wesker is how this one's gonna go. So it's gonna be just the opposite of last one. Instead of being Artist Nurse, it'll be Nurse Artist, and then Wesker will be the tiebreaker. So similar, just again, so still no guaranteed Wesker sets, but we might get there if we end up getting the tiebreaker. Oh, this is gonna, this is gonna be Effigy versus RIP is the next set. Gotta get RIP in here. Shit, we just saw, man, let me try to refresh my own memory right now. Maybe chat can help remind me. We just saw RIP for the first time last week, I think. This is like a newer team, at least to our scrims. Oh, who did they play last week? How did that go? I'm pretty sure they did pretty well last week, didn't they? Shit, I'm trying to remember. Oh man, I feel like I turned 30. And I was gonna say I turned 30 and then my memory went, but I'm just gonna be real. I turned 30 and I just gained an excuse, is what it was. I gained an excuse to be done.
I feel that.
Yeah, like I'm sitting here pretending like suddenly I'm now doing stupid things. Like I was always doing stupid things, dude. I've never been like this fucking imperfect. I've always been kind of a dumbass, but I don't know. I can't for the life of me remember who they played. This is our third match. Oh, it's your third match. Who did you play last week? I remember you guys played last week, right? And I'm pretty sure they played really well last week, if I remember correctly, but they might not have won. So it should be interesting. Effigy is one of our newish teams. They're still a pretty solid team, but they are definitely kind of newish, and they definitely are a little bit sloppy here and there, right? Like, they're probably not going to play perfectly. They're one of those teams that, like, I feel like this is how most teams are when they're, like, kind of newer, is that they'll know what they're doing, and they'll be good, but they haven't quite nailed it down to being like perfectly consistent. So like they're capable, right? And sometimes they'll come out and they'll look nasty and you're like, damn, like look how good this team's looking right now. But then sometimes they'll come out and they'll like misposition a bit, right? They'll play a little bit sloppy and then they'll like fucking fall over and die and you're like, oh god, what happened, you know? Like I think it's one of those things where they just haven't gotten like quite the like perfect consistency down yet, but they're definitely capable. They're very, very capable for sure. So this should be interesting because I think these sets are always interesting because I'm never sure like what version of the team we'll see in terms of Effigy. And RIP, I think, again, if I remember them from last week, I think they played pretty solid last week from what I remember. So I do feel like I expect them to at least play solidly.
I feel like when you have the teams that are still very much like struggling with consistency, it is the sets, like the artist sets that can kind of show up more just because it's usually a less scrimmed killer.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like the S tier killers is where you can sometimes see it on the mental side because then they get frustrated with it's like that whole like quicksand thing. You know, you start to struggle, so you struggle more.
Yeah,
and then you just end up kind of sinking. You know what you should be doing, but you let the fact that the first chase lasted 35 seconds instead of 55 seconds. And then now you're upset because the second chase doesn't last that long. And you're not even thinking about what you should be doing. You're just thinking about how pissed off that you are. You don't have an extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely one of those things. I think Nurse especially is kind of like that too. I think
because you have no
Nurse,
time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I think as Nurse and against Nurse, like I kind of on both sides of it. I think that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Is you kind of get in that thing where you like snowball one way or the other. And then like when you're snowballing, you kind of get in your own head about it and you're like, ah, fuck. And then I don't know, dude. It can really like get like, I think you have to have really good mental. I think that's kind of like what it boils down to is you got to have like really good mental and be able to like keep your cool and not like let yourself get like tilted. Because I think it's really easy to do that. Like it might sound dumb, but like it is really fucking easy to like let yourself get tilted in a situation like that. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm inviting the right person to this lobby, so hopefully I'm not fucking up and making a wrong choice here. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So RP didn't play last week. Am I dumb? Am I just misremembering? Was it a different week then? Yeah. See, I'm old and dumb, dude. That's what it boils down to. So I don't know what to tell you.
Well, especially now you're doing a couple of nights of scrims, so I'm sure it doesn't help even more so with it all starting to blend together.
Yeah, we actually reduced it recently. Like starting last week, we actually cut it down to one. Because I was doing 2 scrim nights a week for like the past like few months. But yeah, it's been a bit overwhelming on like multiple fronts. So like I kind of cut it down to just Fridays now, which is why we have like 4 best of 3s a day, and it's gonna be like kind of like a kind of long 8-hour day. So yeah, we're just doing one day now, which is, I don't know, to me pretty nice, but that kind of gets rid of that excuse, you know. You try to give me an excuse, and
yeah. Well, sorry, buddy. I tried.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort, but you know, there's no helping me, dude. I'm a lost cause at this point, so it is
Actually.
what it is. Actually. Okay. According to records, RIP played on the 8th of this month against Overcome. So it was like a few weeks ago. Man, who am I getting them? I must be getting them confused with somebody then. Maybe I'm getting them confused with. You know what? I'm not. You know, it's fine. I'm not going to question it too much. We'll see. We'll see how this set goes. We will see. I'm pretty sure I invited the right person. I'm pretty sure. Because their team is what? Unholy, Skies, L, and Drewsta to Roosta is their team in Discord. So
Drewsta to Roosta?
Drewsta to Roosta.
I can get with it.
I like it. Same. I like it. I like it. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's got to be right? It's got to be right. Someone on this fucking friends list, his name is Hatch equals head, and every time I see it, I'm like, God fucking damn it, dude. Goddamn DVD players, man.
Their names and their creativity, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. Creativity, maybe. Sure. You know.
We'll go with it.
Yeah. Creativity, sure. I think that's a nice way to put it. I agree. Wow, they're so creative. Wow. Yeah, Cricket's effigy. So yeah, we need RIP survivors. So yeah, this will be nurse. We'll be opening with the nurse set, and then we'll be going to the artist set. So it'll be the same killers we've already seen. It's gonna be a bit of a repetitive day today. Just FYI, just for you and the viewers to know, it's gonna be like that. I think. Just for the sake of confirming, actually, let me go see the exact order of the 3rd set too, because I'm kind of curious.
To be fair, I never complain about nurse sets, so if nurse is one of like the 2 consistents, like I'm Gucci, man.
Well, hey, good news, because the 3rd set, the first game is nurse. So, yeah, 3rd set is going to be nurse. Okay, this one is the same, but it's a little bit. It's nurse, Wesker, and then artist is tiebreaker. So
That's this one or the 3rd one?
That's the 3rd one. So this one is guaranteed nurse artist, and then maybe Wesker, and then the set after this is going to be guaranteed nurse Wesker with maybe artist as a tiebreaker.
Bet.
So, but still just the same 3 killers. I mean, still no one else yet. And then the 4th set is Ghostface opening, Wesker 2nd with a possible artist tiebreaker. So artist shows up in every single set, possibly, assuming tiebreakers happen. We see 1 guaranteed Ghostface. We see 2 guaranteed Weskers. And yeah. So interesting sets today, man. No Pyramid Head. Again, still blows my mind that no one picked Pyramid Head.
As long as we aren't running back Ghostface 3 times, I'm good with it.
Yeah. To be fair, I feel like this Ghostface trauma that you might have, I don't think it's going to apply here, because I'm assuming. Okay, I kind of want to talk about it. Actually, is what you're talking about, because I was told from Laser, like Laser from like Elysium, I was told from him basically how Ghostface sets go, in terms of like how you play it as Survivor, and it sounds like the most fucking slow drip, like just slow process, like mega safe play, like barely touching gens half the time until you get like perfect info type shit. And I don't like, he was describing to me and I was like, I wonder how much this actually happens.
It's hard to build a storyline like early on in Ghostface games because there's not a lot happening.
Yeah. That's
and then it's the 4K one that seems to be like the run it back score.
Yeah.
So then you have back-to-back like 50-minute games, and you're like, "Oh yeah, don't do this to me no."
Oh no, I didn't even think about that. True, because you guys do run it back if you tie. So.
Yep.
Oh god, I didn't even think about that. That sounds like that kind of does sound like a nightmare. Honestly, like
I remember there was one day we were giving Dyer. We tried to give Dyer like the last set off because we were both like working a lot between the DBE and DVD league, like for All Hallows League, like going on right now. Mm-hmm. And then it ended up going so late, I had to hit back up Dyer. I was like, bro, my kiddo's got soccer here in like 45 minutes, dog. I'm gonna need you to like come back so I can.
Hey, it turns out this has been going on for 3 months and it's Christmas, so I gotta go see my family. Yeah, that kind of sounds awful. Because I could definitely see, like, again, how those games got described to me. I can definitely see those games going for like 45 minutes. Like, that seems very reasonable. And it would be 45 minutes of like nothing. Like I also like, okay, I don't know. Like I've only dabbled, like I've only watched like DBD League and other leagues a little bit. I don't get a lot of time to like, I don't know, just sit around and watch stuff these days, unfortunately. But from the little bit that I have watched of most other leagues, it feels like they usually just keep camera on the killer too, right? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know who controls camera and how that stuff and how that kind of stuff works.
Well, I mean, you know, granted, if we had 2 or 3, you know, observer spots.
Yeah. Right. Fucking behavior. I know. It'd be great if we could, but that makes it sound worse though, right? Because I feel like you can at least maybe build a story if you can swap to whatever survivors are having vision and being like, oh, like they have vision, which means now the other side can work gens. But like if you're just on the killer and it turns to them wandering around a map stealth and nothing's happening.
You're guessing this as much as the killer is, you know what I mean? Except generally us casters are not quite as smart as the killer, especially at that level. I'm an idiot compared to them. So I'm like, maybe he thinks they're over there, and it's like, oh no, he's making this play over here. Never mind.
Yeah. Like you're trying to think of what's going on in like Sokka's brain, and he's like doing like fucking like quantum
he's
physics.
15 steps ahead of me, bro.
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah. You're like, I don't know what the fuck he's thinking, but I gotta try to say something because I can't just be silent. Okay. Anyway, here we go. Deadly Unbreakable is gonna be on Skies. Looks like a bit of a mixed bag here, but some objectives, some healing. Drusta the Roosta got the lucky break overcome, and DS with no exhaustion at all, actually, on L, which is kind of interesting. Does that for the Peepo, though.
DS and Forta Peepo is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it feels like a possible, like, if they want to change aggro, especially early, like if someone other than them gets like hooked first, maybe they unhook maybe they unhook for the Peepo, and then they try to make themselves the target. I don't know, possibly.
Are you telling them that if in case they want to be the target?
Yeah. I think there might be some cosmetic options for that. Yeah, maybe. I've heard some things, you know. It looks like you're gonna find somebody deep 6. The build is pretty much the same as what we usually see. The add-ons are both just basically fatigue reduction. Like the horse only kicks in if you miss a swing, and the pine cone is if you just double blink, you get a little bit reduced fatigue. And the builds is the same, right? Pop, eruption, agitation, pretty much what you'd expect to see. Oh, this is Deli.
Getting onto him early here. The curse of the Deli is true, and he got just 2-tapped, my guy.
That was so fast. That was so fast. Interestingly enough, though, they have Dead Hard on the Deli Survivor. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Their builds are definitely unique for sure. Because these builds are
on it too.
Yeah. So like
and now you've already got eruption and pop.
Yeah, eruption pop goes down there. Cause that's kind of odd. Cause Deli usually has no anti-tunnel, right? Like that's typically how that goes. But that's Unbreakable Deli and then 2 like, I mean I wouldn't call it resilience anti-tunnel, but it's like a chase perk kind of, right? Like it can be. I mean, I guess against Nurse not really. I guess, but still, like it usually was considered a chase perk. So it's just an interesting build. Ooh, Dwight kind of sneaking up for the unhook, but gets tapped right away and doesn't get the unhook and has to just run away. That's not good. Getting tagged for free like that is really bad, right? Like, I feel like in this situation, you either fast unhook, like, while they're kicking a gen, which is not really reasonable because the gen was so close, or you kind of just let them sit for a while and slam out gens. But they did neither. And someone's hovering here, and they're going to get found, too. They saw their head poking up.
Yeah, it felt like there the better option almost would have been to take that tag instead of trying to go through the window, take the tag and unhook, right? And then at least Cricket has to make a decision.
Yeah. This is body blockable too. This hook is in a spot where it's body blockable. Oh, Cricket kind of fucked it up though. I think Cricket wanted to body block it, but kind of fucked it up because that was kind of this weird little pocket with the rock and everything where that was kind of reasonable to body block. Okay.
Dead Hard comes into effect there. So I mean, you know, as much as we were talking about it earlier, Sky says, "Hey, watch me."
Yeah, that might have still been the built-in endurance, but yeah, it could have been Dead Hard too. I'm not 100%. Either way, though, it does take Dead Hard out of play if it wasn't used. So yeah, I mean, regardless, there it goes. And this will be hook stage number 2.
And you've been able to stay essential with these hooks, so you're able to keep like your gens, like the important gens to you if you're Cricket, like still very well monitored. Like not only the gen that had a decent amount of progress on the hill, but you can hear the one that's just past it when you're up on the Pride Rock itself. So you've got a couple that are like in view. You can keep an eye. Did we have someone back here? You do.
Oh, that's such a good find and down from Cricket. Oh, that was gross. Gonna kick this with pop eruption and then head right back to the hook, I'm sure, which is really good pressure.
Yeah, because you catch him coming in for the unhook.
Yeah, they do grab the unhook, but this is still good pressure, right? You can just stay on this tunnel and even hit some of the deep wounds, so Dead Hard not going to be in play now. And that person on the gen over there that's slugged has to be picked up too, and that's one less person sitting on gens. So this should be a pretty well-timed tunnel out, and assuming that these blinks land soon. That was a good little juke there.
Yeah, the only problem is like what's back here. You're gone to the far side where you don't have any fillers between you and Shaq, so you just kind of die.
Yeah.
Sadly. Oh, and now another. Oh, I thought he was about to go for another slug. That didn't
yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm like, my lord. Yeah, I think this is definitely the safer play though, right? Just like grab this kill and then go from there. And this is looking like a very good setup. I do think just for the sake of like, I try to be as like feedbacky as possible for the sake of these guys learning, right? Since this is more grassrootsy. I do think maybe that Survivor, like kind of like you said, when they got unhooked and like kind of like how every hook for Cricket here has been like center map. I do think that was maybe a big thing that went wrong here. Like on that first unhook especially, like Cricket even just smacked them into deep wounds, right? Like kind of just gave them a free speed boost. And I feel like they should have maybe used that to run like into that deep 3 pocket and maybe like try to die really deep so that Cricket can't just keep getting these like these hooks like center map where they just have so much control. Because what happened was they kind of ran towards 3, got hit into deep wounds, and then came back.
Went the opposite way.
Yeah. And that kind of just let Cricket get the down mid map like over and over and over again, right? And then basically keep getting hooks here. And then that resulted in like Zarina going down on this gen, which obviously was even more pressure. And then like again, it all just kind of snowballs from that, right? Like if you give the nurse just this perfect positioning, they're gonna be able to use that to just disrupt you so much. So yeah, I definitely think that unhook Survivor should have ran to a deep pocket and kind of gotten the nurse away from everybody, you know?
And now here still, I mean, this is your furthest progressed gen. You get a hook next to it. You're going to get the pop with it here too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if we're seeing a 3rd gen pop here, honestly. The way we're going here, and move this thing too with your agitation. You get basement. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that hill hook was actually deleted from the other Survivor dying. But yeah, I mean, basement is just as good, if not better, right? I mean, like this is, yeah, basement. And it's right beside a gen that has a ton of progress that I'm sure Cricket's not going to mind watching regress. Zarina might go for a fast unhook here. I don't think it would be crazy for Zarina to fast unhook this. Like, I don't think it would have been crazy for Zarina to run down there while that pop was happening. Because now look, right? Now this is such a worse spot. Yeah, now that person's basically going to struggle. Like, they're basically, unless Renato goes for it now, but then he would be giving up the gen that he's doing.
That you basically just guaranteed yourself a 3rd gen, and that's it, more than likely.
Yeah.
Unless L goes on a juicer chase.
Yeah. But nope. Good blink from Cricket. Very, very good blink. And the 3rd gen pops too, so that gives Cricket information on where the last person is. So yep, that's gonna end it. That's gonna end the game. There's no Unbreakable in play because it was on Skies. I mean, Cricket doesn't know that, so Cricket might be stressing about Unbreakable, which might make them make a bit of an odd decision somewhere along the lines. But no, actually, Renato's just rushing this unhook with Lucky Break.
I mean, I guess you hope you can separate and then get the last up and maybe fight enough for your. I mean, because if you get a 4th gen from where you were, it's at least I mean, that's a huge difference. But Dwight's just gonna count out.
Dwight's a skinny legend. I don't know how he just squeezed past that. I don't know if you saw that, but Cricket was on like the left side of the staircase, and Dwight was just like, "Don't mind me," just slid right on by somehow, which is interesting. And even this like dumb little locker shenanigan here is actually buying time, right? I mean, they picked up the other Survivor out there, and they're gonna be able to run away now and maybe reset. So it seems dumb to just like that little like locker fuck around there, but that was honestly not bad from Renato. It did buy them some time.
It also forces the grab, so you can't just simply slug, right? So it makes the decision where you like have to go for or you don't have to go for the hook, but at that point, if they're on the shoulder, you're not then gonna drop them. So yeah, you hope you get the reset here. So, and again, now you do get a reset here though for survivors. Especially with Cricket turning around right away. I was gonna say, I don't know if you can still get this unhooked for free, and it's definitely not gonna be for free.
Yeah, Cricket turned around and saw them right at the end of their reset, so did get the information on where they at least were. Like no vision on Dwight at the moment, but sees Zarina, knows where Dwight was at least during the reset, and is probably gonna want to at least force struggle here on this Survivor in basement since it's so close. And yeah, they did recover a bit. I mean, I feel like they could at least turn this into a 4K1, or maybe even if they really play well from here on out, maybe finish all 5 gens, especially if Cricket messes up a little bit. Like, if you can get Cricket to mess up a little bit and really take advantage of those messes of other screw-ups and, like, be really efficient, possibly finish all 5 gens. But I feel like at least getting into a 4K1, I feel like finishing on a 4K1 versus a 4K2 is such a massive difference. I say this all the time, but that is like night and day, right? Like if you're up as killer and you have to get a 4K2 just to tie, like that is so wild. So yeah, if they could at least just get another gen done, that's gonna be pretty big for them.
And I think last time we had checked in with the Dwight, the gen that he was working on, gets thumbs open. He was sitting around like 40%. So, I mean, if you can get a decent little chase here, especially if someone happens to walk away and maybe has some resi value, it doesn't look like that's the case. But yeah, look, this one's sitting about 55, 60, not quite 60.
Yeah, and Cricket blinks away from it too. So
yeah,
if a chase gets taken in this like deep 3 pocket, which I don't, the L is in the deep 6 pocket. Oh yeah, no, Renato's here. So yeah, this chase in this deep 3 pocket, this is actually like perfect positioning for the survivors, and there's that blink fuck up. This is the fuck up I was talking about. So Cricket's kind of fucking up. This gen is gonna get done, and then the other gen is being worked in the deep 6 pocket, which is also really far away from this. So yeah, this is honestly really good positioning considering the spot right now.
Yeah. I guess then just the only question becomes, where does the nurse go? Do you go to the gen that gets popped here because you know that there's someone there, or do you go check deep pocket? Because it looks like she is going to go in there and check deep pocket, maybe. Please?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she definitely needs to. Yeah, it's a matter of like, do you think they doubled that gen? You know what I mean? Like, or not? And yeah, this is good. Like, gonna come over here and find scratch marks, find a lot of progress. Maybe they're worried that the survivor from the hill came here. I'm not sure because they saw the scratch marks. Good blinks there, and this should, I'm pretty sure, lock down the 4K1, I believe, because gonna kick this with pop eruption. That gen's not really gonna be a threat anymore, and this is gonna be another hook on, or sorry, this is gonna be a fresh hook on to L. And at this point, with it being a 2v1, I mean, I don't really see a way that they pop a final gen at this point. It seems pretty much done. So this hook is also gonna be right like next to the hook of the, or sorry, like right next to the gen that has the most progress too. So like, I mean, Dwight might run back and try to work it, but it's gonna be at like 60 or something. Not even like 50. Yeah. You see that pause? He was like, "Oh, we're fucked." that was a we're fucked pause.
well.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Yep.
And you're not far enough away to be able to really even make any sort of hatch play, unless you can catch Cricket slipping and you kind of run him away far enough so L can, miss some skill checks once the 60 seconds is done. But y'all don't do any no yeets, right?
No. So yeah, this is gonna be pretty much it. Yeah, he's like going into this deep pocket. There's really no way this comes to anything else. I will say though, I do think that they did a good job of like pulling this back a little bit. Like, well, wait a minute. I don't okay. I still think hold on.
Like, this is essentially what he is hoping for. You buy enough time that you're ahead heading towards the shack, but
yeah, no, it's still not gonna happen. Like you gotta basically get the you gotta get the better of the nurse in like 5 different sets of 2 blinks, which is just really, really tough. Very, very tough. But I will say that I do think RIP managed to bring this back and get a better result than it was at least looking like they were gonna get. Like, I don't think this is a good result by any means. Like, I think, oh hey, the pepper charm.
Love it.
Same. I always love seeing this. But yeah, I still think this is a really strong result for Cricket and Effigy, and they should be really happy with it. But I do think RIP definitely was looking like they were possibly getting like 4K3'd, maybe 4K2'd. Like 4K2'd definitely, 4K3'd maybe. And they managed to kind of like get the better of Cricket for at least a little bit there, and they kind of were like in really, really good positioning and ended up making it a 4K1, which is definitely, again, a significant difference. Like a 4K1.
Well, now your killer can play around a 3-gen, you know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And if they pop off really hard and snowball early, then it's not unreasonable to get like a 4K2, right? That's not out of the realm of possibility, especially if their team plays a bit sloppy. So yeah, I mean, again, a little bit interesting, because I feel like had that first chase or had that first tunnel gone a little differently, right? Like maybe if they had run to a deep pocket early and kind of like let them get more gen progress, this definitely could have been a lot better. It kind of felt like they had a weak early game and then kind of got it together a little bit in like mid-late game, and it ends up with a 4K1. But had they had a stronger early game, I think Rip could have actually gotten a pretty good result here. I don't think they played this terribly. Cricket also played it really well. Definitely had some slip-ups that they could have taken advantage of, but I definitely think Cricket probably got the better of them overall. Like, this feels like a good result considering the map and killer. So, well played. Cricket did good. Well, good try from RIP, and I'd still say it's anyone's game, though. I don't think that really like locks anything down. I mean, this could still go either way going into the second game.
Yeah, I feel like the 4K one always, especially on a killer that has the snowball potential, it's so huge because even if you don't have the strongest start of the game, you can still potentially roll it in at the end. It's just, do you have that clutch gene?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I gotta get some ads out of the way, so I'm just gonna let you know and chat know. I'm gonna hold this lobby hostage while they play. I got them out of the way so they don't play mid game. So I'll hold this lobby hostage. I'm gonna get them done. I'll make sure the lobby doesn't start till they're done. So if you guys get hit by them, just be patient. I just gotta do them now so they don't fuck over the actual gameplay.
What are ads?
Yeah, right. What the hell is that? I'm a twitch.tv/OhTofu subscriber, baby. What are ads? I used my free Twitch Prime subscription, chat. That's what I did. Oh, fuck. I don't. Let's not go down that road. Let's not go down that road, please.
So you've been doing the scrims for a while. What would you say is your favorite killer to watch on
Oni.
like the average? See, me too, bro. I love watching me some competitive Oni.
Yeah, I didn't even let you finish your sentence because I'm so sure of it. I love Oni so much.
I used to love Billy on the old Sheltered Woods.
Yeah. You know what, Billy? Yeah, I think Billy on Old Sheltered Woods actually was kind of okay. Billy these days feels awful, which is really sad. Because
Super sad.
It feels like Billy just becomes like secure stages, and then like, I don't know, try to like manage to squeeze out like a 7 stage, while like by like securing stages, then maybe like securing things with like possibly no late game. Like I don't know, it feels like Billy games end up being really like stale. I feel like, which does suck because Billy is such like a loved killer. Did I miss the invite? Like what just happened right there? I got an invite and I accepted it, and nothing happened. Am I dumb? But yeah, it does kind of suck. I think Oni games definitely never fail to make me happy though. I think he's just by miles my favorite killer in this whole game. I think he feels so like fair and interesting. Like even like obviously when Oni gets going, right? Like when he gets snowballing, it's obviously
it's
sick.
So much fun.
Yeah, like it's so fun, like seeing them pop the fuck off, seeing like crazy flicks, just knowing that like the survivors are probably like fucking, oh fuck, here comes Oni, right? Like it's so intense. But even outside of that, even like the early game when things are slow, it's still exciting to me, right? Because it's still like, it's probably like the most intense M1 chase you can have because like the most is on the line, right? Getting even a single hit, right? Like getting hit a single time is like, hey, you started the Oni, right? You gave him the first hit, you gave him blood, now, right? Like
you did this to us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I think the whole set just ends up being exciting. Like even the early game, you're like on the edge of your seat. Like when's he gonna get a hit? When's he gonna get a hit? Uh-oh. And then when he finally does, he starts snowballing. Like I don't know. It's just so good. I just love that set so much. Like I don't know. I could literally just probably watch Oni games from start to finish, and I would probably be happy.
Yeah, I think Oni over time has been my favorite. Again, I've loved Billy just because some of my favorite end games have been like cross map Billy snipes where you like get a like huge hook like late on. But unfortunately those days have kind of come to a close. I do like watching a lot of S tier. I know it's hard for some people, but I think watching Plague at like the highest level is pretty fun.
Yeah. Plague is a really interesting killer. Like she's really like, I think a lot of those like macro killers become really interesting, especially like the more you like understand the like intricacies of it too. Like Twins I think is like another one that I find to be pretty fun.
Another one that can be very fun to watch on comp, of 100%.
Yeah, because like it feels like there's just a lot that goes into it like macro wise. Which I think can be really interesting. Like it's really interesting to see like the decision making that comes from both sides, because I feel like there's a lot to it, right? Like I feel like a lot of killers just have like very cut and dry like A/B decision making. You either do A or you do B, and they both have these like consequences that might happen, and you just pick one and go. Whereas I feel like there's like really heavy macro killers, it feels like there's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G decision making, right? Where you're like there's so many different things you can do, and like all have different like fucking repercussions, and so the survivors also have all those different decisions they can do, and it's just so like, I don't know, it's really interesting I think to watch. Again, especially when it's super high level like you said, because the players are so high level and you know that there's so much that's going into it, and it's just, I don't know, it can be really fun to see for sure. All right, this should be interesting. So this is going to be 4K2 is what's needed here to win. 4K1 to tie. So win con here, kind of rough. For the survivor side, for Effigy, they just need to finish 5 gens. And I say just finish 5 gens as if that's like
sounds so easy.
Yeah, just finish 5 gens. It's that easy, dude. I mean, there's not a nurse blinking everywhere
and
killing people.
Gens, forehead.
Yeah, just do them. Yeah, just don't worry about Pop Quiz, the Weasel, Interruption, and Nurse. It's fine. Just do the gens. It's easy. it's that easy. But really, I mean, it should be relatively achievable, assuming they have good. You know what's interesting about this too is I feel like you don't even really need good micro here. I think you just need good macro. This is like, I think this is an interesting set, Nurse, Groaning Storehouse, because I feel like you can be the most dog shit chase player in the game, hypothetically, but if you just play smart and have good macro, you can still win this set. You can still put up great results. As long as you position well, and you run to the right places, and you do gens when you need to do gens, and like position right, you get a good result. That's it. You don't have to play chases. You can hold W in chase and never do any kind of a juke whatsoever, and you can still win. So I hate
how simple you make that sound. It's almost triggering.
I know. It's not simple. Like, positioning is fucking hard and everything. Like, it's not easy. But I just do find that interesting because I feel like, I don't know, like most games are the opposite, right? Like, most games you're like, yeah, you gotta have good chases and yada yada. You kind of don't here, right? You don't necessarily need to have good chases, but I mean, good chases don't hurt too. So I mean, let's not get it twisted. So same build in terms of perks. Add-ons are a little bit different. I'm gonna be real, I can't remember which one these are. I think that might be like built-in nurses and built-in strider, maybe, is what that is. Like, I think those are the add-ons that are like built-in perks of nurses, but I'm not 100% on that. Ooh, good double blink there on the critical. Critical usually has like an anti-tunnel build, I feel like. Oh, okay, we're resetting.
Not like
something happened. Did they have repeat perks or something? What happened? Or did someone lag out? Someone lagged out, or they had repeat perks or something. I'm not sure what. Let me just make sure, because if they did have repeat perks, then that's like obviously important. But
I'm not seeing any repeat perks.
Yeah,
I don't know what the balancing is, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if there's any banned perks. But
there's very few banned perks. It's like made for this dramaturgy, like really funky stuff.
They're supposed to have double shrouds, yeah.
Oh, was that groaning too? Oh, they set the wrong groaning. Oh. Yeah, because there's 2 groanings now, so they set Groaning Storehouse 2 instead of Groaning Storehouse 1. I see. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's a really easy mistake to make. Yeah, but it is very important because Groaning Storehouse 1 is significantly different than Groaning Storehouse 2. So that makes sense. That does make sense. I'm assuming, just for the sake of keeping it consistent, they're probably going to get hit with a minor penalty for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be, what we do is we do minus a half of a hook stage.
Oh, right, with a new
CD, yeah. So basically what that does is it makes it so now a 4K1 is a loss. So they basically need to 4K2 now no matter what. Like a 4K1 wouldn't even tie. A 4K1 would be a loss because it would be 4K1 12 hooks versus 4K1 11 and a half hooks. So yeah, that basically makes it so the win con is 4K2 no matter what. And for the survivors now, the win con is finishing 4 gens, which is actually very significant.
Easy.
Yeah, that's a very significant difference. Which again, yeah, I mean, sounds easy. We'll see.
Well, I mean, the big thing here though is now you no longer like you had to play around a 4 gen, not a 3 gen, right?
Yeah,
so like
yeah.
as the survivors, you really can kind of just spawn in and start cranking gens. Like you don't. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not as big of a deal as far as worrying about like your gen spreads, you know?
Yeah. I mean, still though, like if you do all the outer gens first and then you end up like, you know, you come down to your final 4 gen and they're all dead center in the middle, then you're gonna regret it. But you're right? Like they can maybe like hard focus like 1 gen, maybe like double it with prove or something and get like 1 gen done middle and then maybe not really give a fuck, right? Like then just like whatever. Like now we can split and just do whatever, and as long as we get 4 gens done, we're happy. So yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. We're gonna have to make sure they pick the right map this time around. That's definitely a pretty common. Like I feel bad. Like I almost want to give them a break for it, but I also feel like if we give them a break, then we got to start giving everyone breaks because everyone's gonna be like, but what about that one time? So like, even though I feel like that's a pretty easy mistake to make, and I kind of feel bad, I feel like just I guess gotta stay consistent, right? Like as much as it sucks, I think you got to. So very unfortunate. What do you think of the new maps, Q? Have you played them?
I have played them a little bit. I am like most people. I'm a creature of habit, so you know it's hard for me to adapt. You know, but I think overall they're not bad. I think they're just gonna take some time to get used to.
Yeah.
They're not like huge differences. You know, I feel like you could argue that some of them are kind of what needed to be done. You know.
Yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of them, to be honest with you. Like the new Macmillan maps, because I don't know. Like I'm not opposed to them doing that. Like I'm not opposed to them adding new shapes to maps of realms or whatever. But to me, I just don't know why they did Macmillan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, dude, like there's so many bad maps out there, and you chose like one of the like Macmillan probably has the best shaped maps, I think, right?
The only one that I've always had problems with has been Suffo, just because the like RNGesus can be brutal
Yeah.
in a matchup.
Yeah, no, I get that. I do think that like Suffo is like pretty. I think Suffo is probably the most extreme one of those like split maps. You know, like there's like Suffo ARP, and then there's like Sanctum of Wrath. They're all like kind of that like split map type setup. And Suffo does seem the most extreme. Yeah, sometimes you get like insane like 5 gens on one side, and you're just like, what? Like what the fuck do you do with this? You know? So yeah, I agree with that. I do feel like they just took like probably one of the best realms, and we're just like, let's just throw a bunch of like meh shapes in there, and I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the new, it seems like every time they add a new jungle gym shape too, I'm maybe I'm just, since I don't put the hours into it that I used to, you know what I mean, that I don't have the time to break it down, but they just don't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, that's fair too. I think there's definitely, we could sit there and talk about that for fucking probably like an hour, honestly, but
I just call them Legos instead of tiles, because every time I run into them, my foot hurts. So like,
that's, you know, that's fair. That's pretty fair. Okay, so here we go again, same builds. Looks like Adam had DS. The important thing to keep in mind, Adam had DS dead hard. I think it was Critical that had, no, Cricket has DS Unbreakable. So there's one at the tunnel. There's one person that doesn't want to be hooked. Those are probably the most important standout things in terms of survivor builds. The others are a little bit, you know, they're still important, but they're not as impactful in terms of watching the killer. Right now, they're just kind of stealthing it out really hard. So
we're throwing it back to 2020 comp DBD, baby. Just waiting out the corrupt. Let's get it.
Yeah. Except Adam, though, he's going to work on a gen early. He has a build based on getting chased, so he doesn't mind getting found early. That's a quick hit, though, and he kind of didn't go too far either. So this is interesting.
I don't think, and what, the first tile was a TNL, so he really doesn't have much he's got working with back here. Yeah, it's gonna be an easy down.
Good blink. Also dodged those firecrackers too. I don't know if you caught that, but Adam threw firecrackers and they like looked up and then still hit the second blink, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but like that's actually kind of like mechanically hard to do a lot of the time. So very good job from L there getting that down. Agi gets this hook mid map,
and now you get to cover everything.
Oh, and this is what they might commit to this. Oh, not that hard. Don't commit to it that hard. That blinds Skin, but not the killer. That was Skin that got blinded, by the way. Yeah, so the killer looked away. They did pop the gen though before pop came in. I think L wanted to drop the survivor, then hit it with pop, but they did get the gen finished. But yeah, they're gonna eat a free down for it. So that ends up being, but they also unhooked Adam and then got him back to full. So this actually ended up being kind of neutral. Like maybe that actually ended up being good for survivors in a weird way. Like that looked like a major throw there, but then yeah, they kind of like they got the gen done, they avoided pop on it, and they also didn't even take any more tags, and then they also unhooked and healed. So now they're kind of just right back to where they are. Fresh hook on the hook, but a gen's done. So yeah, it kind of ended up being good, I guess.
And the forced grab allowed them to finish the gen too. Like instead of trying to avoid and to get the hit.
Yeah.
And also taking the risk of, you know, when you let off the gen, that little pesky skill check that always seems to pop up.
Yeah, exactly.
You just full send.
Yeah. So that was, it was a weird play. It kind of looked like a throw, but it ended up actually being, kind of good. That actually ended up being a good play for survivors. And yeah, now they're in a spot where they just need to finish 4 gens, right? That's it. So they got one of the inner gens done, which is huge. And there's only been 1 hook stage on Adam, who is not really in any danger at the moment. So yeah, there's actually no 2 stages. My bad. 1 on Adam and 1 on Vittorio, and Vittorio is found right now. So this is good for L. This is probably what L wants right here.
And you're still going to be close enough to the center of your map with your Agi that you can still kind of control quite a bit of your map here. You've still got a couple. I mean, even though the one central gen that you were talking about there by Pride Rock is done, you'll be able to be over by Shaq and maybe get this Pride Rock gen popped if you go that way. That's the only problem.
Yeah, no. Yep. That's where I went. So it ends up working out. Also, the survivor that's getting tunneled out right now has both Deja Vu and Prove. So most of the gen perks are on that survivor. So no toolbox, although the toolboxes are like a one-time use anyway. Like that's probably the most gen progressy type survivor that's in the match right now. So that's probably good for L, right? All things considered. Like, obviously they don't know that, but that ends up being good. I think gen progress will be a little bit slower because of that.
I mean, you're gonna get at least 2 gens, even if it's just for the full sacrifice here, right? Which then just gets you 1 gen away from your win con. So
yeah, and in a 3v1, just solid macro will make that 1 gen pretty easy. But are they gonna get 2 gens for this? Yes, they will. Yeah,
you get 2.
Yeah, because Critical's gonna finish this one, Cricket's gonna finish this one. It looks like Adam's just gonna run in and grab this unhook at the last minute. I would assume.
I think your hope is if you don't go in, that gen that's still close is what, 40? And they're not going to come back and check that one because they're going to figure that you're off somewhere else on one of the like deep pocket gens, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Because they just didn't get the unhook and they're kind of hovering near that hill. Yeah. And like that also like prevents another proc of pop to pop up too, which I guess kind of makes sense as well. I still think you maybe could have bought some time if you unhook skin and let skin run far away and, you know, get some value out of that. I think either play here is fine. I don't think there's a major difference, to be honest. So I think it's fine.
Just drew the short straw, unfortunately. You know, your job was to keep L busy.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
hey, company while you're, hey, what's up? How you doing, bro?
Yeah, just hey, don't mind me, just hanging out here. You know, it's cool. We'll just hang out together for another 60 seconds. But hey, I mean, did the job. They're down to 2 gens left, and they only need 1 of these gens to win now. And there's a pretty good spread, like a pretty good enough spread that it's going to be really hard for L to defend this.
Because what, you've got the 2 deep pockets and 1 back behind main, right?
Yeah. There's two deep pockets, and there's that hill, and then I think there's 1 behind main. I believe. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is. Yep. Or maybe it's in main. It's either in main or behind main. But either way, it's somewhere down by main. So yeah, very, very good split here. Adam's taking the chase.
By the fact that he's staying back here lets us know that the gen that they're working on definitely is on the other side of the map. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's either going to be deep 3 or main for sure. Well, so this one's deep 3. And this one's actually the hill. So they're actually working on the close one and then deep 3. That was a really good dead hard from Adam. And he is going to go down now. That'll pop the eruption on that close by gen. Did they call that an avoid? I think they might have called it an avoid of the aura reading, maybe. Because, yeah, we don't see the aura, which is actually pretty big. Because if L would have saw the aura of Cricket on that gen, might have just slugged and went after them. But doesn't see the aura, so ends up just leaving them. Takes the hook. And we'll probably go back to this hill hook and probably get there in time. Actually, it doesn't matter. The 4th gen pops, so the game's already over. Technically. But they honestly, even this gen's getting close to being done too. Like, I think they'll probably be able to get 5 gens done even at this rate. They're doing it
because you got the save pulling on the backside here.
Yep. Yeah, this is really good. Like, Critical is pressuring the hook, so like they're like, hey, yeah, go ahead and go kick that jump in the pop. Go ahead, go on, do it. You know, because like Critical's there to get the save if they do. Cricket pops the gens. There you go. All 5 gens done. So now the penalty ended up not even really mattering, right? So yeah, I kind of love to see that, right? I hate when like a penalty decides a game, so it's kind of nice when this happens. Like, even if the penalty wasn't in play, Effigy still just played this very, very well. Ends up getting all 5 gens done. It looks like L just seems satisfied with protecting this hook. I mean, I guess maybe at this stage of the game, they're just like, yeah, the match is over. Let's just go next. Like, maybe that's what's going on here. Because again, really, if you want a good result here, you probably go after anyone else and just try to get a fresh hook and secure more stages. Like, if you really want a good result, that's what you do. But I don't know. It's hard to say whether they're actually trying to get the best result possible now or if they're just trying to go next. This feels like a go next thing. So
yeah, I also feel like when you're in this situation, since you know these survivors are going to be coming out and they're the ones going to have to set the pace in this next set, like, you don't want to give them any extra momentum by allowing them to make an additional big play at the end of it, like, just to kind of build their self-esteem up too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's fair as well. Yeah. Although I would argue, I think getting a 6 stage out against Nurse is probably already feeling pretty good for him. You know, I would assume.
But let's say they get a 7 stage 3 out though, because they make some like magical play. Now you feel like, oh, well, I should have stayed left in the building, and then you're like going into the next. You know what I mean? Like, then you're the killer going to the next one.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. Yeah, you just kind of like accept the match is over, be like, that's fine, go next. So yeah, it's pretty fair. But FG is gonna go up 1-0. So good, solid Nurse set from them. I mean, they played that really well. Cricket played the Nurse game really well. A little bit of sloppiness from RP survivors. Then it felt like on FG side, their survivor play felt a lot more clean in terms of macro and everything. And yeah, they just played that pretty much the way that they needed to. Like, just play, like, I don't want to say perfect because there's almost never like perfect play, but pretty much as close as I would expect them to be able to get to it, right? That was a very, very solid play from them. So everything there just felt really good. They felt like they were in the right places at the right time. They were pressuring things where they needed to pressure things. And like even like the little plays they made that were kind of funky, like getting grabbed off that gen, ended up kind of playing out in their favor. And I don't know, like even the things that seemed like mistakes ended up being good. So again, just solid play, man. They did that really, really good. And we're going to be going into the Artiste set now, I believe. Artiste. So back to ARP. Back to artists. Let me give chat their fucking addiction. They just want to god. I know everyone here just wants to gamba.
Baby.
Yep. Everyone's like, I don't care, Tofu. You're casting it. I don't care. I don't care about the words you're saying. I just want to gamble. Just let me gamble, man. All right, here. Let me pay out. Bam. All right. Hold up. Perfect. So yeah, this should be good. Kind of like you said, this is going to set the pace, right? Like, I think on the killer side here, L is definitely going to need to get a big result because they need this set, right? They need this artist set if they want to stay alive here. If they don't manage to get a big result here on artist, like if they, like for instance, you can say the same thing on the driver side too, though. If the drivers can get a big result on their side, right? Like if it ends up being like, I don't know, something crazy, like say like a 5-stage 3-out or something, you know, like I don't know, something wild like that, then that really sets the pace to just be like, damn, like this game is like this set's basically donezo, you know? But I think it could go either way. It's going to be really a big, like, and I also feel like if that happens, like that's got to be like a morale hit, right? Like I feel like for the sake of even just morale, I feel like you definitely need a good result on killer here, just to like keep yourselves in it. You know what I mean?
I feel like usually when I see a team lose the first game and their killer is the like one that ends the first set, like if they're gonna win set 2, it's because the killer bounces back like 1,000%.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like it's easier for a killer to bounce back than it is for like a whole team of survivors. I feel like I don't know. So yeah, I definitely agree with that too. Because also, I feel like a lot of times too, like on the survivor side, like comms are so important as well, right? And if morale is low, then comms are gonna be shit. You know what I mean? That's 100% a thing. Like comms are
no
shit
matter what
low.
title you're playing. It
it literally does not matter. Like if morale is low, dude, comms are just garbage. Like people will just stop calming, or their comms will be bad. And yeah, that's 100% a thing. So on the killer side, I mean, there still is some comms. We do allow the teams to have their team with them on killer to like help them calm with like macro and stuff. So there is still like minor comms for killer, but it's like very minor and it's not like nearly as impactful as survivor. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a thing. So I guess we'll see. And again, I mean, this is one of those. Again, I think all the sets in this feel like they're like these very snowbally killers, right? Like it feels like these sets can go either way. It's not like we're watching Freddy or something, right? Like all these sets can go south really quickly. Like I don't know. Like if you're watching a Freddy set and like they fuck up and they get 2 people hooked at the same time, you're like, oh, this looks bad, but it's also Freddy, so they'll probably be able to get out of it okay. You know?
Where do you guys put Freddy?
We had him play on Cold Tower last time.
Cold Tower, okay.
Yeah, but Dead Dog might be a better option. I think the last time we saw him, we might have had Wraith, who we put on Dead Dog, or maybe we put someone else on Dead Dog. We try to make sure that no one plays on the same map on one particular week.
Same like day, that makes sense.
Yeah. So like if we have a killer that normally plays Dead Dog, so we'll be like, okay, well we can't use that, so we got to use something else, you know. I think we had him on Cold Tower last time, and he didn't do terribly. Like he did okay. Oh my god, that was. It's fine. It's fixed. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, really fast bird. I'm just gonna quickly look around. Circle of Healing's interesting. We allow boons here, but we don't see them a lot. But Circle of Healing. I don't hate that on a big split map like this. Deadly Unbreakable is going to be on skins, so we're just going to at least identify that. No severed hands this time around. Instead rocking the shoes. So the shoes are the add-on that gives you aura reading when they're near a bird. Like if you set a bird, you have a bird placed like that one is. If a survivor goes within like, I don't know, 5 or 6 meters of that bird, they have their aura revealed. I can't remember what the exact meters is. I think it's like 6 meters. So
which is also good, like if you're trying to set up like round tiles, or usually like when you're playing around pallets and stuff, which is really nice. For the shoes, it is 5 meters.
Is that what it is? 5 meters? Okay, yeah. I thought it was either 5 or 6. I wasn't sure. So yeah, it only works if they're really close. But yeah, I mean, if you're playing like a window or a pallet, especially if there's like high walls around it, it can be really valuable. I'm gonna zone this one out. Bad Temper's likely to take a hit here. Bad Temper's also kind of running into the top side where a lot of the unblocked gens are too, which is interesting. So I'm guessing that they're cranking the gen that is on. I think there was one unblocked gen like kind of mid map or bottom side. Wait, is there a 4 gen?
No, there's a 4 gen down here. They're all rotated down here. It doesn't even look like there's one really in the middle. It's like there's one gen that's kind of like by where the broken truck would be, maybe.
Yeah, I think there's 3 here and 4 bottom side. Isn't that what it is? Like I think there's 3 top, 4 bottom. They just popped one, and it's like pointing. Where the fuck's that even pointing? I don't know. Okay, Ace is gonna go down. I'm curious to see the gen setup. So I don't know what gen they popped, but yeah, they might have popped one down here because yeah, there's now currently a 3 gen here on this top side, and I'm assuming there's now just gonna be a 3 gen on the bottom side too. So yeah, who knows where that gen was that popped, but there's definitely now a 3 gen basically set up, like 3 here, 3 down there.
Pain res. Hurts to see it.
Yep. So Vittorio's deli, he was positioned on the other side, down by bottom. And yeah, setting some crows. Yeah, so the gen that popped was bottom, yeah. So there was a 4 gen bottom and a 3 gen top. They popped one of the gens on the 4 gen. So I do like that. I actually kind of think they handled this well. They took the Jace away from the 4 gen, broke up at least one of the 4 gens, and now there's just 2 different 3 gens that they have to handle. And then even then, Bad Tempers took the chase to like the corner of the side, if that makes sense. So like this far gen on this side is still kind of like threatenable. I don't know what the word. I feel like I'm doing like a George W. Bush here thing where I'm like just making up words. it's threatenable. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like this is pretty easy to threaten because the hook is so far away. So Cricket is cranking this. With the
good news though is Critical's there in between, and he's gonna be the one that catches the bird. So like right now, the person who's over on that far gen here on top side is like big vibe, and it hasn't even been detected yet.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Critical did a really good job of just kind of like being the middleman there and being like, nope. Like, don't even worry about who's over there. I'm here. And also, Skin runs in and grabs the unhook with Deli too, so that's also really solid. This lets Bad Tempers go the whole way down to the other side of the map. And interestingly enough, I feel like he actually needs to loop back around and head back to topside now, which I think is maybe what he'll do. Because yeah, now
he's gonna try and go up to that basically where that gen just got done and see if you can bury yourself up there.
Yeah,
past the tractor.
Yep, because now the 3 gen is bottom side. It should be progressed a little bit already, but not a whole lot. And yeah, this is really smart. This is great macro from Survivors. Like this is definitely really, really clean. Even this is risky. I feel like he should have. Okay.
Oh.
All right. You know what? He shut me the fuck up. So you know, yeah. You know, good shit. Good shit.
That's one of those plays you just don't really expect these days. So like it's something you probably would have thought about, you know, a couple months back, but really good run there, honestly, to be able to get that. Now you've got everyone else to reset. You got the one picked up. So you got Deli that's probably not even thinking, LA ain't even thinking about the Deli now, and a 3rd gen pops. That's tough.
Yeah, and yep, now he also leaves the chase he was into after the dead hard, and this is looking pretty brutal from here. Like what
this is where the survivors just carry that momentum from the 2nd trial, and you have a good first chase, second chase, and now you're just, I mean, everyone that, you know, the Discord's just like high vibes.
Oh yeah. I mean, I will say I'm very impressed with their like just positioning and macro here. Like again, it's kind of like what you said about that hook, even right, with having like having Cricket on the far gen and having Critical in between to like catch birds and kind of like, you know, take aggro and kind of keep the killer from being able to know it's even being worked was huge. I think where they've been taking chases and where they're going down has been huge. Like this has just been really, really solid. Again, this team can be hit or miss sometimes. So like this makes me really like, I almost feel like a proud dad seeing it. You know what I mean? Like they're playing so good, like so clean here. And yeah, I mean, L, like really what can you do? Like I definitely think there's like some opportunities in these chases to maybe use power a little bit more. I think maybe again morale could be playing a role in a lot of this as well, but they're definitely making it really
the pressure
hard.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you're just wondering when that 4th gen's gonna pop if you're L, because you know it's kind of been a hot minute. Everyone's still fully healthy, so it's not like they're resetting or nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you found Bad Tempers, which you're like, hey, at least I'm closer to an elimination. But then it's like, well, shoot, I still have 3 extra fresh hooks popping around, and these guys are just gen rushing me.
Yeah, like at this stage of the game, it's kind of interesting because Bad Tempers is the only person you don't want, right?
Right.
Because like getting a kill at this point is too late. Like by the time you get him dead, you're just gonna end the game with 3 stages and that's it, right? And you also have Pain Res and No Way Out, which also reward fresh hooks. So like you definitely want fresh hooks here, right? You want to get your Pain Res value as much as you can. You want to get some No Way Out going so that you can salvage as good of a result as you can. But again, they're just all 5 gens are done. They pop No Way Out instantly. Ace is being a locker fucking demon here, and he's gonna get grabbed and hooked. But like, dude, they might literally be able to open this gate and get out before it. Because yeah, they popped that. They instantly got No Way Out. No Way Out's gonna be gone in like 5 seconds, and the gen said like, yeah, they probably get this gate open. I think this is gonna be a 3-stage game.
Oh, and both doors on the other side, so we know they're just waiting it out. They're big dip. dipping.
Yep.
I mean,
They're actually
one fresh hook. Sheesh.
Yeah, and they're on both gates too, so like no matter who they bird, like the other side can just be fine. Like even if L left this hook entirely and ran down there, whichever door he went to, the person would just run to the other door. So like no matter what, they're out. Like there's no way to stop this. So yeah, that's gonna be a 3-stage game. That is rough. That is a very rough result.
It's crazy how often you see that though, like where a survivor team comes out and like does good in their second trial, so the first set, and then they come out and their guns blazing to start the second.
Yep. Again, like I think morale is so huge in like especially in like team-based games. It's so massive, man. I think like when morale is high, you can tell morale is high now, but also I think there's like the inverse of this too, where I think a mark of a good team, or especially the mark of a good team potential at least, is being able to keep your morale like at least solid even when things are going badly, right? Because like this is clearly good morale and they're just kind of rolling with it and they're fucking like rolling on all punches and they're doing amazing. But we've also seen the opposite, right? Where people have a rough game and they kind of like, it seems like it probably gets to them and then they have like a rough game. And I think that's like a big thing, right? Like I think just being able to have solid like a solid mental, not let things get to you, and kind of keep morale at least decently high does play a big role here in a lot of these situations. I think it's something important to keep in mind too. Like if you're a player in any of these teams, like I think that's a really, really important thing to keep in mind, you know? Even if you're kind of bummed out and you're frustrated, man, like don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to your team. Hold that shit in. Be a strong boy or a strong girl and just fucking tough it out and just try to keep morale high, because that shit is so important. So important. But yeah, dude, Effigy, they looked really fucking good here. They looked really good. I mean, that was really, really clean. I don't think L even played it like particularly horribly. Like, don't get me wrong, there was mistakes, right? Like, I'm not gonna like obviously he didn't play it like flawlessly. Or anything.
It was definitely more about what Effigy did right versus what L did wrong. For sure.
It's not like L made major mistakes, right? Like, it was just like little minor like micro mistakes and stuff. And yeah, Effigy was like played so well that basically L needed to play borderline perfect to be able to get a good result. And that's so hard to do. Like that's so difficult to play borderline perfect, right? That's very, very hard. And yeah, they just weren't really quite able to do it. And yeah, ends up with 3 stages. So this is one of those like
the perfect game.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, like the survivors in a perfect game here. Like again, Effigy played near perfect. These guys need to actually play perfect. And they also, again, like even with them playing perfect, they still need the killer to like fuck up a bit too. Because I think even if survivors play perfect, if the killer plays perfect too, I still think they probably get a good enough result, you know? That being said, I would expect both sides here to make some mistakes. You know, like the fact that Effigy played that survivor game so strong, I feel like is like a little bit more like out of character. Like they played that fucking phenomenally. Like that was very like high level good macro. That was really fucking good. Like that feels kind of like almost like out of character from what you would expect out of like most of the teams in scrims. I feel like you would expect most teams to at least make some minor fuck ups, right, that you could take advantage of. So like I feel like the survivor team needs to basically play perfect and then also hope that the killer makes some fuck ups that you can take advantage of and then get a good result there. Like that's really the only way they win this, which is a lot. That's asking a lot, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I would say it's a pretty, like if we're gonna keep it real, it's a pretty low chance from here. Like it's looking really good for Effigy. I mean, Pi literally, he doesn't even need to like kill anybody. He can just get 3 fresh hooks, right? If he just hooks 3 different people throughout the game, then he wins, right? Like I don't know. So the win con is definitely going to be pretty light. He's not going to have to do that much. I wouldn't be surprised to even see like Noed on the build as well, just to secure it even more, right? Like, I mean, fuck with Noed, hypothetically, even if you get 1 down in the game, you could just slap a fresh hook with Noed in late game and basically win the game there, right? So yeah, I mean, like especially like with Noed being a thing, I feel like that makes it even easier of a win con. So yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see how it goes. We'll just see what he decides to actually run. But man, I mean, I know I've been saying it, but just so impressed with Effigy today, man. Like Effigy again, like they have their days where they look good, they have their days where they look kind of sloppy, but like this is the best Effigy I've seen. Like they are really looking good today, man. Like they are looking fucking strong today. Like their macro is wild today, so really cool to see, man. It honestly really makes me happy to see.
I'm sure, especially because I mean, at this point, they've probably been coming through for how long have they been coming through through scrims?
Probably like a few months now. I mean, some of the players have been in longer, but like some of them are kind of newer. I think overall, like the team itself, of maybe like a few months. I don't know. My sense of time is bad, so
That's fair.
I'm
We had this conversation earlier.
Yeah, dude. I swear, like sometimes I'll be talking to like Mariah about something, and I'll be like, "Yeah, this happened like 2 weeks ago, right?" And she was like, "Tofu, that was literally like 5 months ago," and I'm like, "What? Like, no way, dude. That was like 2 weeks ago. Shut up." Like, I swear, like that's a thing that's constantly going on with me. I don't know. It's so odd. But yeah, MVG's been around for like a decent bit of time, but not like from the very beginning or anything for sure. So they've hit every possible dead hard. Is that true? That's interesting. That's a little fun fact. Every possible dead hard has been hit. Huh. All right. Almost Pie here on Killer. Deli Unbreakable is going to be on Sky. Again, kind of similar, right? Deli Unbreakable with then like a chase build on top of that. It's really interesting. It seems like they're kind of like split their difference there. Like they're trying to be like, okay, well, this person doesn't want to get chased, but hypothetically they do get chased. Let's maybe give them something, right? Is that the idea? It's so interesting because they're kind of giving up that like sprint burst play that Deli usually has, which I think is actually like pretty risky, right?
Well,
like,
I would imagine maybe the other thought process would be if you go in for the save and then they go for the tunnel out, you can at least get yourself back up and then have the deli available afterwards.
well,
And then your teammates.
Well, yeah, no. Like the Deli Unbreakable makes sense to me, but like what I'm saying is usually with Deli Unbreakable, you see sprint burst at least.
Oh,
and then usually
right.
with sprint burst, you see either like we'll make it or for the people or something. But usually like that sprint burst is very vital because you want to be able to like, basically if the killer is like patrolling the hook, you want to be able to like sprint burst up and grab the unhook if they leave an opening at any point, right? Like you kind of just like roll up and grab the unhook instantly. Without actually going down for it. That being said, Deli's getting chased first. Serena ran in to take a hit, and it's going to buy him a little bit more distance. He should be able to make the shot
curse of
pallet.
the deli is real. It's honestly insane how often it's the deli getting chased first.
Yep. It really is, honestly. I mean, again, this is their build is kind of built for this though, right? The Deli Survivor has had windows. I think resilience was the other perk they had too. Like they had some chase perks, so. I mean, they did kind of build for this to potentially happen, so I guess it's not the end of the world.
And then they've got like a decent little setup down here. The only problem is now, where do you really go? You can at least eat the crows, but now you've got Ori. You've got to figure out how to get rid of them. Yeah, it's an easy hit there.
Yeah, good down from Pi. They did pop a gen, but I mean, again, based on the win con, like this feels like a good opening if the win con wasn't what it was, right? Like this would be an okay opening, but like considering the win con is literally just 3 stages with 2 fresh or 4 stages, like there's a fresh hook, there's a pain res. I even said it earlier, but even if this is the only hook he gets all game, hypothetically, he can still win if he just no-eds one of the other 3 survivors in late game, right? Especially considering that like this is Deli. Like the only thing that would make that not possible is if one of them was Deli. But yeah, I mean, now it's like, I don't know, man. It's unfortunate because again, this does feel like an okay start, but.
You got someone coming in for the save really early here too. I mean, you do have one that is over on main side getting that gen done, but luckily you do hit the unhook there, so you don't get the actual entered state onto Unholy. So, I mean, technically he can still float around, be a nuisance, maybe prolong this chase a little bit, but you've got him buried back here behind Shaq. I mean, yeah, Shaq pallet's still down, but once this is moved out of the way, there's not really much more back here they can use to extend this chase.
Yeah, he's actually gonna switch to Unholy. I don't hate this because again, I mean, 3 fresh hooks is a win con. You don't, you don't need to kill people, right? Like if you just hook 3 people, it's over, and this also gives him pain res as well. So like you might as well, right? Like there's really no reason not to. That being said, like, they're playing well in chase. I think they're kind of getting the better of him in chase in a lot of these situations. He's been struggling quite a bit. Just for the sake of. Again, I just for the sake of giving feedback, I do think that unhook, you called it it was an early unhook, and I agree. I think that unhook was a little rushed. I feel like they could have had that survivor that was there, maybe just hover and like stealth around, and then maybe like get a lot of gen progress, and then do it maybe a little bit more last minute. That being said, I mean, they've not really gotten punished for it very hard because they're just kind of dominating these chases. So it's hard to argue with the results, but I still do think, like, strategically it was a mistake that could have been taken advantage of, right?
Yeah, and I mean, here they're doing a good job of still staying upright and vertical, which is the good news. But you're now going to take the other M1 here from Unholy. So you got 2 injured people, and you're also back here by Shaq too, which makes it even worse, because if you really wanted to be a nuisance with wherever the hook comes in at, you can make it just a little bit tougher. He's going to have to comp corner. There's nothing left over here to do but, you know, basically just try and circle the rock, bro. Like, what else are you going to do?
Yep. And again, it's so unfortunate because the win con, like, again, this, like, if this was just
start,
yeah, if this was the first artist game, I'd be like, yo, like, RIP's looking good. This looks like it's gonna be a good result, right? Because this is right. They could hypothetically get a pretty strong result here, but the result they need is like perfect. They need to have the perfect result, you know, which is just so unfortunate because it really isn't looking bad, right? That's the second stage. It's gonna be another pain res, so it is gonna buy them some time, but yeah, I mean. Hey, blast mine.
Oh no, get blinded so bad, not like this.
I think the other's gonna come in. I don't think we'll make it's gonna be able to get much value here because I think the artist is just gonna come back. So I don't think that's really gonna do much. They have leader too. Leader and will make it. Look at that speed, baby. No, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. The artist is here.
Only thing that's missing is a couple of stacks of autodidact, you know?
True. Honestly, they should just ditch all those perks and just run autodidact. That's honestly the play. That's honestly the play. Fuck all those perks, dude. All you need is autodidact. There you go. The chase is getting taken. So again, at this point, if he hooks L, he wins. Actually, if he hooks either one of these, he wins. Because he already has 2.
Any hook, it doesn't matter at this point because you've gotten yourself your 2 fresh hooks. Both of them are going to be worth 2. And you, unfortunately, unless they're both split up on gens that are like 80%, you're going to get this down before even like the last gen pop. So
yeah, so there's not even really much of a chance for like adrenaline or anything.
Yeah.
The swarm and body block, but he's still not going to make it anywhere. I mean, he's still edge map, right? He's just going to circle rocks a little bit longer. So buys him a little bit more rock time, but that's not really much. Firecrackers? No, too out of position for it. Too risky to get in position for it. I mean, I honestly, at that point, I feel like it would have been crazy for L to even just die going for firecrackers because you kind of have to, right? Like, this hook comes in and you lose, so it's not really, it wouldn't really be wild to just be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna go for it even if it kills me. And again, they're gonna pop the final gen. Like, they will be in a good position to get like an overall good result. It's just not enough, right? Like, that hook right there secures it. That's gonna be the 2-0 for Effigy this set too. So two best of 3s. They both ended in 2-0 so far.
And the Effigy survivors, man, like holding it down for the.
Holding it down for the. There we go. I'm back.
I'm back. You're back. Holding it down for the pound.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely me. It's me every time. I don't know what's going on with my internet. I could maybe like restart everything if people wanted, and maybe it would fix it. I don't know. I'd have to maybe like reset my whole fucking internet and everything. I don't know. My internet's being fucky, I think. It seems to just maybe like hiccup for like a couple seconds and fix. So it's not the end of the world. I think it could be okay if I just let it keep happening. I don't know. It's just a little bit of a nuisance. But yeah, this will be 6 stages. They'll probably just let him die. This will probably just be 6 stages, 3 fresh. Which again is honestly,
which is like a good performance. It's just unfortunate that their win con was you needed to give up 2 stages.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, they even got rid of no ed too, so that's interesting as well. They might even try to like just get this unhooked just for shits and giggles, maybe. Like, are they just like, fuck it, let's practice and see if we can unhook, and just in case we had to do this at some point.
I mean, you might as well. I feel like, especially because it's you got your door here, you got 3 people, and also, I mean, you've got a couple of people who are worth less points technically.
Yeah, like Unholy, I believe was a death hook, right? So yeah, like if Unholy was to go down there and like die for it, that would be plus value for sure. But also, like, look at this fucking army of crows, dude. Like, what the fuck you doing here? Oh, as a matter of fact, yeah, I mean, it's just gonna get a free hit there and some swarms.
Oh. Hands value, baby.
Yeah. And I think the army of birds is gonna come back again. Yeah, they're just gonna leave now. I think they're like, yeah, all right. It was fun to think about it, but let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, El's gonna go struggle. Now there's really no point in even sending anybody to 1-for-1 because it's the same value no matter what. So yeah, now I think they just bail. Well, Unholy's still thinking about it, you know? Unholy's like, but, you know, I always could. Oh, the Lithe too? Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe you don't have to 1-for-1. Maybe you could actually get everyone out here and save a hook stage. I mean, it's
especially because you still have hatch in play too, right? Because if one goes for the door and he tries to get him and he can't get out.
Ooh, those double birds though. Yeah, he set 2 birds on the stairs, and that was the end of that.
2 birds into the M1. Yeah, that's tough.
That's pretty nasty. Like, dude, honestly, artist basement is fucking gross. Because like, if you just set birds up on the stairs, it's just like free damage. And then like, yeah, you follow it up with M1. It's like Huntress almost, you know? It's like Huntress, but you can get multi-hits like that, which is disgusting. So there you go. I mean, 6 stages, like we said, 6 stages, 3 fresh. Ends up being the final result, which again, still a solid result for RIP. Not bad for Pi.
If they were starting the set, I would say they're in a good spot going into the back half, you know?
Yeah, yep, same. It's just a shame that the killer set for them didn't go the way that they probably wanted it to. And Effigy, I think, was just looking a little bit more clean on their side in terms of like positioning and macro and everything. And I think it really showed in the set. I mean, again, I don't know. I think Effigy, we saw like a whole new level of Effigy today. I feel like this was a wild set from them. They played very, very good, and I think that showed. They got a pretty clean 2-0 here. So good try from RIP. I mean, I don't think these guys played like really that poorly. Like, it's not like they played terribly or anything. I just think Effigy played really fucking well. So unfortunate, they just couldn't quite keep up with the pace that Effigy was setting, and they're gonna get 2-0'd, and we're gonna have to move on to the next set. So there you go.
Damn, 2 sets down or 2 matchups down like that?
Yep, 2 matchups down just like that. Yeah. So hey, maybe that 8-hour day today will be more like a 6 if this keeps going. This keeps up, you know. Yeah. Get off work early, you know, easy peasy. All right, next set is gonna be this is interesting. So you know the team Instant Dodge? I'm sure you probably know Instant Dodge, right? Well, they signed up for scrims, but then they also like fucked with their roster a little bit, and then also they changed their name to Instant Dongs.
See, I was wondering if that was a play off that one way or the other, so that's interesting.
No, yeah, but it's them. I mean, it's them. It's just I don't know why. Maybe it's like not their official roster, so they didn't want it to be called Instant Dodge or something. I'm not really sure why they changed it to Instant Dongs, but they asked to be changed to Instant Dongs. So I mean,
remember when we were talking about how the DVD community is really clever?
Yeah, and creative. Yeah. Yeah, no, it just continues. You're right. It never stops. The creativity just never stops. I agree. Oh, fucking hell. But this should be a good set, though. Instant Dodge versus Chads. Chads, are you aware of Chads, the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're a team that, like, I think mostly just spawned from, like, my scrim nights, right? There are a lot of, like, a lot of, like, my admins are even on the team, like Dino and Kurt. They are a nasty team, dude. Like they got good at this game so fast. Like I remember when they first like started playing in scrims, and they were like they showed potential, right? You're like, okay, these guys are kind of juicers, but like, you know, they don't really know like macro and stuff that well. And then I don't know what happened, but they like turned around, and within like 3 weeks, I was just like, okay, now they're just destroying everybody. Like what the fuck happened? Like it was so, I don't know. They just like got good at like comp play so fucking fast. And yeah, so this will be cool, because I think like we used to like when they first started playing, we would put them up against like the other like newish teams, and they would just wipe the floor with them, and we were like, okay. So now like we're putting them up against people like, again, like Instant Dodge. Again, just to give you guys some background, like this is a little bit of nerding out, but Instant Dodge was like, you know how like Team Eternal was like the best team in the world right now, basically, right? Like, I mean, it's up there, right? Like I know Elysium's like right there with them, but like they're basically like, that's kind of like the team that like the household name team almost, right? Where like I've like if you've heard of one comp team, you've probably heard of Eternal right now. That is basically Instant Dodge back in the day. They were the team that was like winning every tournament. Like when DVD comp was like fresh and new.
DVD League season 1, I believe, or season 2. One of the first 2 seasons.
I think it might have been both even. I think. They definitely won season 1. They might have won season 2 as well. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, they were like
before my time.
Yeah, they were actually like they were basically the OG like best team back in the day. That being said, they took like a long break from the game. And then during that long break, I mean, if you know anything about games and how they work, I mean, metas develop, everyone continues to improve. So if you take like a year, 2 years off, you're gonna have some catching up to do. You know what I mean? So that being said, Instant Dodge isn't necessarily like #1 team in the world anymore. But that being said, they are good fucking players, right? I mean, they were once the best team in the world. They're very capable. I firmly believe that they could get back to a position like that, right? I mean, there's a reason why they were the best at one point, right? They definitely have a good competitive mindset, a good learning mindset. I think they like are capable of getting even back to that spot at some point. But that being said, like the credentials are there. They're a good fucking team, right? They're a very, very good team. So this should be a good set. I'm really curious because again, Chads, they look really strong every time we see them, right? They look nasty. They look good. Every time we see them, they're always looking really, really good and strong. But Instant Dodge is like the old fucking veteran team almost, right? It's the old like you know that they're gonna do well. So this should be a good, solid game. I think I'm pretty excited.
And we get Wesker for sure.
Yeah, we get Wesker for sure. We get Nurse. So it starts out with Nurse, and then we get guaranteed Wesker.
I'd probably say of the killer pool, I think that those being the two guaranteed are probably my favorite guaranteed matchups chances.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, maybe same. See, I'm kind of the opposite of you because I actually am kind of interested in Ghostface because I have not dealt with the trauma that you've dealt with. So I'm actually kind of interested in Ghostface. So I actually kind of wanted to see more Ghostface today because our Ghostface sets don't ever go that way, right? We don't have like the best teams in the world. So like I don't think I've ever had a Ghostface game go longer than like 20 minutes, like maybe ever.
Oh man, you get them Russians playing Ghostface, boy. I tell you what.
Yeah, I've heard things, dude. I've fucking heard things. So like, trust me, I believe it. I completely understand where your trauma's coming from, but yeah, our Ghostface sets are usually pretty chill. So typically it's not that much of an issue. So I was kind of wishing to see more of it, but this is good too. I definitely think Wesker is the set that I want to see maybe the most out of any. And Nurse is cool too. I mean, I feel like we've seen a ton of Nurse already, but I'm always down for more. So this is okay with me. Unfortunately though, I think I can maybe go confirm it if I must, but I think I saw that Instant Dodge's usual killer, I think, was not around today, which kind of sucks. They usually have Reoxium, and Reoxium is a really good nurse.
Really good killer.
Yeah, like I specifically know that her nurse is very good. So like, I'm pretty sure she's not around today to play killer. I think like Free Kill was gonna play killer instead, which I still have faith. I mean, I'm sure John will be able to play good killer too, but like I think Ray is a very, very strong killer. And again, that's their usual killer. Like in even like other leagues and stuff, Ray is their usual killer. So not gonna have their normal killer player, which is probably gonna make them a little bit weaker of a team overall, but still, I mean, that being said, I'm not expecting like I
was gonna say, I feel like I've still seen Free Kill have some pretty solid performances too, though.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's not like it's a huge downgrade. It's not like it's going from like, you know, like a crazy killer main to like someone who like, you know, never plays killer and is like,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, I don't know, man. Get Q in there. You know, I don't know. They in trouble. They in trouble. All right, let me give people the gambit. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, so there's a chance that we might have to like just chill a bit or maybe fill some time. I'm gonna give you guys a gamba, but I honestly might need to even pull that back in a minute. We are a little bit ahead of schedule because the games went 2-0. So I guess we'll have to see. I don't know. I think they're pinging the teams and stuff and seeing if they're available, but we'll have to see. There is a chance because again, we schedule the games around the possibility of them being the whole way to the third game. So like,
right.
Yeah, like we schedule people for around 2 hours each best of 3. And if they end up being best of 2s like this, then it ends up being a little bit ahead. So yeah, if they're just not around or not ready yet, we might just have to chill, fill time.
Oh, let's be honest, they're probably in scrims, right?
Yeah, maybe, probably. It looks like Chad's is ready. They're all up in Discord and ready to go. But I think Instant Dongs might not quite be ready.
Oh, also, I think sometimes too with Instant Dodge, I think they got a couple West Coasters, right? So it'd still be like getting off work time-ish.
Ooh, maybe. I'm not honestly sure who their Shriver roster is going to be. I really don't know. Because like the Instant Dodge that I think of when I think of Instant Dodge is like the old school Instant Dodge, which is like, I don't know, like Free Kill and like Justin and Disco and Blazer and like, I don't know, but that's not their roster anymore. It's like John's there, right? He's the captain, but let's actually go look. Oh, Paige, French Fry, Socks, Ethic. I'm not actually sure which one of these gamers are West Coast and which is not. But yeah, I don't know. They might have some West Coasters there. I'm not 100%. I'm not really sure.
Don't take my word for it. Again, I just cast here, so I don't know, you know. But I feel like I remember that in the past, especially around like this time.
Yeah.
When we did like Vigos and stuff.
Yeah, it would definitely make sense if they had at least one or two that's like that. So yeah, that's for sure. Tell you what, because we have a second, I'm gonna just run some ads and I'm gonna go refill my coffee because I feel like I need some more fuel in me. So I think
I'm gonna grab me a water too.
All right, sounds good. If you make it back before me and you want to talk to chat, feel free. Go yell at them, call them weebs, do whatever you want. But
love it.
Sick, yeah. I'll be back. Q will be back too. He might come back and talk to you guys. I don't know, but I'll be back in just a minute. I'll pull up the old typoed text. I'm gonna get some ads out of the way too. I'll just be back in a minute, guys. All right. So 1 second. BRB. Just give me like a couple minutes. Be right back. Be right back. No, you're not getting a chair today. Fuck you. No chair for you. Get fucked.
Looks like says still waiting on ID. What up, chat? Happy Friday, y'all. Yes, and ID will probably be a little bit closer if I had to guess. It's Saturday. True. It is Saturday in a lot of the parts of the world. Most of the world, I guess, actually. It's you know, time zones be crazy like that. Like I was telling Tofu earlier, man, I remember back when I was more consistently waking up to work up over in OCE. I mean, I guess I still work Pacific for some of the other titles I cast, but waking up at like 2, 3 a.m. for esports. Yeah, I'm East Coast, so it's 9:16 for me as well. How you doing, Panda? Panda. Yeah, you know, I guess I could probably do that. I am your boy Q. I used to do a lot more like casting wise across a couple different like comp scenes, OCE, Dead by Daylight League, DBE, Vigo's Court back when that was running. Vigo's Court used to be fun. Used to love the production over there. But what's up?
What up? No, keep going.
Oh, I was just but I kind of stepped away from doing like just DBD a little over a year ago, probably around summertime. Last year I went out to Raleigh for ALGS championship, hoping to hear back about possibly being on the Pro League qualifiers for NA and EMEA for this upcoming season, hopefully. But then also doing a lot of like Rocket League casting recently. Was on the main broadcast over in the new region, Sub-Saharan Africa. I was on their English broadcast for RLCS last year. Sounds like we're going to be actually getting like more support from RLCS this year, and I'm hoping to be back this season. I'm not like counting my eggs or anything, but hope we get busy this year, man.
Wait, for what game is that?
Rocket League.
That's sick. Sub-Saharan Africa region, huh? That's kind of cool. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got lucky and got hit up like early season to do one of the team casts. So because for Rocket League, the first day is usually like group play, so they do like Swiss brackets or like group stages itself. So not every game is going to be on like the mainstream. So each team can host like their own individual stream on like the Friday of the first event, because it usually runs like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So I fell into working one of the team streams like very early on, like fall split, and then by winter split they were looking for some help on the mainstream, and my name got thrown out there, and so I was on for the winter invitational for the main broadcast, and then all of spring split, so the 3 events for SSA.
Dude, sick. That's fucking awesome, man. I mean, one thing I'll say, just to continue your introduction, is that Q is a fucking grinder, man. Like, honestly, you're kind of like inspirational to me. I feel like you're always like grinding the fuck out of everything when it comes to casting, and like putting your name out there, and like just doing everything you can to try to like give yourself the best shot at everything possible. And I can see you like making moves, and I see you also like kind of like you said, right? Like your name got thrown out there for this thing for Rocket League, and it's so cool to see, man. Like I feel like you grind your ass off, you work your ass off, and it's just awesome to see. Like it's awesome to actually see you grow and like get benefits from it. It just makes me happy, man, because again, like eventually someday I might want to do something similar myself, or like I want to transition from like streaming into more casting. So
I mean,
like,
you've definitely got the mind for it. I mean, it just is about like getting down, and once you learn a couple games, you know them all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The same big basic competitive mindset. Yeah, no, I agree for sure. Yeah, it's just, I think for me, it's just like career wise, I need to be in a place where I kind of like put
I'd have to put streaming a little to the side, or like my stream would have to change a lot into like a full-on casting stream, right? Which is hard to do with a game like DBD. So I'm slowly bringing it in, but I'm not like full sending it yet, right? That might be something like later on in my career, I guess, or whatever.
Oh, I don't blame you at all. I mean, I definitely know when I started moving away from the DBD casting, was starting to branch off into different things. I mean, shoot, anything from CS to Apex and all the other stuff. It's like I kind of dropped the ball on streaming for a while, and I mean, if you've gets to the point where if you're only popping live 2 days a week, it's hard to kind of
yeah, exactly,
keep momentum going. And then also it gets to the point where, like, since I was casting across a couple different titles, when I wasn't casting, I was wanting to like play different titles to get my hands on them to actually truly understand. Like, you can sit, like, I'm an esports addict regardless. So most of the titles that I casted, I watched before if I didn't play them, but I still want to get my hands on them and figure them out. That's why, like, lately I've been practicing, like, playing like a little bit more Rocket League, also getting back into Overwatch since I'm starting to get some Overwatch casting. So
yeah. I mean, I think that's the glory of casting too, is that, like, I mean, because again, it sounds like you're basically the same way as me, right? Like, I just love watching games. Like, I love watching games. So, like, for me to like be able to watch a game, talk about it, and then have that be like a potential like future paid position, that sounds like amazing, right? Like, I already watch games. I already have a fucking blast watching games. So like, why the fuck wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Like, fuck yeah. So yeah, I mean, I feel you. It's great. Like, I would love to get into that a lot more in the future too. I think it'd be an awesome thing to do. And again, like, all it really boils down to is to have the, like, I guess, like, entertainment value plus game knowledge to be able to kind of put them together. And I mean, clearly you have it. You've been kicking ass. So hopefully I can work on it myself and eventually in the future be able to like make something out of it too. But again, it's just really cool to see, because again, I know, like, I've obviously, like, I follow you on all your socials and stuff, and I see a lot of like the grind that you do, and it's really cool to see, man. Like, I'd love to see people that work hard get what they deserve. Like, that makes me happy. Like, seeing Otts blow the fuck up made me happy, because that fucker works harder than anybody. Seeing
bro,
you
he's a
getting success,
machine,
dude.
dog,
Yeah,
like...
he is. It's like ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. But I mean, just everyone, right? If there's anyone I see that like works hard, and I love seeing that come to fruition. So yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you have a even stronger future ahead of you, and I'm excited to see where it goes, man. Also, if we're gonna shout you out, what would you prefer we shout out? Your YouTube, maybe?
Probably my new esports YouTube. Yeah. Which would just be youtube.com and then /@YoBoyQ.
Okay. All right.
And that's where I usually like do a lot of predictions for upcoming events. I just recently dropped a video talking about kind of the landscape financially of esports, because like a lot of orgs shutting down and things like that. But personally, I think like the brightest days of esports are ahead. So yeah, any love y'all could send that way. That'd be really helping you boy out.
Yeah, go. Like, actually go check him out. Like, for real though. Like, I like actually legitimately do it. He's IQ, cannot recommend him enough, man. But anyway, let's the set is going to be starting soon. We have the teams ready, I think. Now I think we should be ready to go. If you guys want to like update the caster command to be that too, feel free. I dropped it in chat, but we can probably change the caster command or whatever. If there even is a caster command right now, we could probably change it to have that so it's, you know, ready to go. But anyway, here we are. This is Team Chads versus Instant Dongs. So Chad's recently added a new gamer, Borlord, dude. He's been our resident Hag main. Borlord's played Hag and Scrims a few times, and I feel like I just kind of give him shit for being a Hag player all the time. But he recently joined this team, and I think he also plays on console too, which is going to be interesting. But yeah, this is basically the normal team, just instead of Tina, Borlord's here. So this is basically the typical Chad's team we see. And free kill, John's going to be playing killer, and this is going to be the Nurse set. So we're starting out straight out of the rip with Nurse. Again, very snowbally set. Could go very, very in the survivor's favor, and in the survivor's favor, could go very, very much in the killer's favor. Could be really swingy either way. So we're gonna have to see just how good the survivor's position and how well they play it. And I'm curious to see, man, because I don't know. This really could swing either way.
Yeah, when you have teams like these, I feel like sometimes like the first game is so crazy important.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tempo of the match, you know, and and also like the morale thing we talked about earlier too, right? Like if one team dominates, right, then like they're obviously on a morale like momentum boost, whereas like the other teams like, you know, trying to keep themselves from not dipping into like the opposite end, you know. So
and we get to see it on a Nurse, which is like, Chef's
Yeah,
kiss.
right. Like, who better than like the terror of this game for the past 7 years? You know, like literally the killer that's terrorized every survivor lobby for years and years. Perfect killer to kind of have the pace set on. So, Let's go. Again, I've not seen John play killer a lot. Like, I know that he's not gonna be bad as killer. Like, I know that he's gonna do solid, but I've just not personally seen it a lot. So I don't really know what to expect. I've mostly seen his survivor play. And yeah, I mean, this Chad's team, we've seen them a lot. We've not seen them a lot with Borlord. So Borlord's a little bit of a new addition. I don't think that would make too much of a difference, right? Just swapping in and out one player. But, you know, you never know. It could. But as long as they have a good, clean game themselves with, like, good, solid macro, then I think, at the end of the day, really, I think this set, like, I think this killer on this map, to me, more boils down to the survivor play than the killer play. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, as long as the nurse does need to play well, and if they're fucking up a lot, then obviously that's gonna cost them. But even if the nurse plays borderline perfectly, I think if the survivors play borderline perfectly too, then you're gonna be in trouble. You know. So I'm really curious to see how strong Chad's look coming out of this, and I think that's gonna probably, like you said, I think set the pace for the whole best of 3.
Especially because it's like I guess what some people would consider the underdogs out on survivor side first, right?
Yeah,
and I feel like
when
when they're the ones out first, like you kind of get to let the big dogs on the other side know, like, hey, we're here to play early.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and to be honest with you, like, again, it's so weird because I don't even know if I consider them underdogs. Like, I guess. But again, these guys do look really good a lot of the time, so I literally don't even know. But this set could go either way. Like, either one of these teams could 2-0 the other team, and I wouldn't really be that surprised. I'd be like, oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, I honestly don't know what to expect. I really don't. So we'll just have to see. Build is, well, the perks are the same. We've pretty much seen the same perk setup on almost every nurse. The add-ons are actually Dark Cincture and Wooden Horse. Wooden Horse helps you recover from missed swings faster after a blink. Dark Cincture makes you move a little bit quicker while you're charging your second blink, which is actually kind of nice. It can help you get your second blink to go a little bit further. I think it's actually like a little bit underrated. It's not like insane, but I think it's honestly solid.
I think it also sometimes helps with like it throws off people's timing depending on that second blink of what or not timing, but the direction. But 2-tap super quick, that's going to be big as far as a first down, and you're going to be able to move this thing central map right by where that they're starting to get some progress in this gen. That's tough.
That's the only gen progress too. That's the only gen progress. That survivor does have DS Dead Hard and like Resurgence, so like a really good build for being on the hook. But with how fast his down is, no matter how good the build is, I don't know if it's good enough, you know. Dead Hard.
He's going the second a little bit, but that's not much, man.
Ooh, barely doesn't get it. Dead Hard out of play. Smash Hit could still come into play. Dame's there, takes a hit. Dino's just gonna run to this deep 3 pocket, just try to get as far away from mid-map as possible. He did manage to get away from mid-map though. Like, had that blink that just happened land, he would have had a hook like right dead center again. Dino does manage to make it way to the edge map, touching the wall, making sure that he's getting as far away from mid-map as possible. So this is kind of that good macro I was talking about, right? This is important. Like, it might not seem like a big deal, but him making it to this edge wall and basically making it like there's no way that John can carry him into like this hook that he had him at before, right? Like, the furthest he can take him is probably this hook right here. So, and again,
do you think they had enough time to get that? Because without Gen by Pride Rock was the only one that had the most progress. I don't think they're working on it anymore though. They've actually switched to 2-3 other gens, which means they're not going to have any, but maybe at like 60-70% at most.
Yeah, they don't have very much. Yeah. So people are asking if he missed DS. I actually am thinking, I'm wondering if like him DSing there wouldn't have really like, because that's where he wants to die, right? So him DSing there, he would probably just DS and then just stay right where he was and die again. I feel like instead him holding it is actually kind of good, because also if you DS him, that kind of tells the killer that you most likely have Dead Hard too. DS Dead Hard is extremely meta. So I feel like, I don't know whether it was on purpose or not, or whether, like, I guess if he missed it, then it's out of play. But if he held it, I think that's actually a Giga Brain play, because he's already in the spot he wants to die. And now if they can unhook him again, he has his DS and he also has Dead Hard, and the killer won't really be expecting it as much, right? He can maybe Dead Hard into DS.
He definitely wouldn't be expecting it the next time though. Yeah.
So I actually think, whether it was on purpose or not, I don't know, but I think if it was, I think it's actually kind of Giga Brain. That being said, John is still kind of working these guys. I mean, everybody's injured right now. This unhook ends up being a 1-for-1. That survivor doesn't even have Unbreakable either, so they're gonna have to deal with that at some point. He's still on Dino here.
Let's see, he sticks on the slug too.
Doesn't even get to Dead Hard either.
That's tough.
The DS though, he has DS, and then he'll have Dead Hard after this. So yeah, he was
Oh,
holding it. Yep.
slaps him with the D, baby. Yeah, a little tunnelentina.
Doesn't get the Dead Hard though. John was baiting it pretty well. Yeah, that was a good little, like, it was a little mind game where he was like baiting it, but Dino doesn't quite get the timing. But I do think that was extremely smart to hold that DS, because I do think a lot of gamers would just be tempted just to full send it. That being said, John's looking at a pretty strong spot here. Kill, 3 gens left. Still a lot of center gens here.
Survivors.
Yeah, still 200 survivors too. Yeah, the amount of tags he's gotten in this game has been wild, right? Like, feels like he's been getting a lot of tags just left and right. Yeah, and beautiful blink there. I mean, if okay, like kind of like I said, going into this game, I was a little unsure about how John was going to be on killer, because again, I've only seen him play survivor, but this has been pretty fucking clean. Like, he has played this very well. So my doubts are gone. I'm a full believer. I'm a full believer now.
And then one of them was in this deep pocket already, so a free kill happens to find him right on the right side of the logs. Doesn't look like he picked the right side off rip. It does look like the Adam's doing a good job of at least staying somewhat away, but if not, that could have been even worse.
Yeah,
he unhook.
He also had Lucky Break, which was pretty lucky too, ironically, because no blood trail or anything makes it a little bit better for him to stealth around. Almost gets that even through the firecracker. That would have been wild. Holy shit. Doesn't quite get it though. Dame has renewal.
Dame's got renewal, yeah, so at least they're going to be able to go somewhere and just start working on a gen if they want to, but I feel like the yellow gen closest to us is one of the ones that has the most progress. I don't know if I jump on that.
Yeah.
One by Pride Rock.
Yeah, Kurt. Yeah, that one over there. Kurt did get away, though. He actually kind of juked him a bit of those logs. Free kill went for a bit of a prediction blink around the logs, and then Kurt just doubled back. He kind of has a 4-gen, like in that like 3 pocket. That's interesting. I've actually never really seen a just a gen setup around one of the pockets on this map so tight like that before. So that's kind of interesting.
Here's your boy Boarlord. About to be a juicing up here, at least as far as on our deep side. I feel like, though, you'd want to keep him over here, right? Because otherwise you're running into that 4-gen. I don't know if they've been able to identify that yet, though, how tight that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the very least you'd probably want to run him to main, right? This feels like a strange place to run him. I don't know. And even here, like taking him to this maze tile, looks like he is turning around and going somewhere else. But even here, yeah, like where he's running seems a bit odd. He does have deli. Maybe he's just trying to get him away from that gen, but I still feel like there's other options here. Like, I'm a little confused in terms of where he ran. I don't like this in terms of macro. Like, I feel like you could have ran main and been just way better off, right?
Yeah, because even if you bury yourself in the other corner, you bought so much space onto these gens, and now he's gonna be able to monitor these all of your yellow gens again.
Yeah, Borderlord does have deli, so like he'll be able to pull himself off, but still he has deli. He's gonna deli in the hooks, so like he's still here though, right? So like I don't know. It's still just I still feel like you could have delied out here, and then it's still just better. So I don't know. They are gonna pop that deep 6-gen though, and yeah, now John's got this wacky ass setup in this fucking 3 pocket.
That's actually really filthy.
Yeah, right. I don't think I've ever seen something like this, to be honest. Like, I mean, I've seen like 3 gens based on a pocket before kind of happen, but like this is like a full-on 4-gen kind of like tucked into that little 3 pocket corner. Like, that's so interesting. Huh.
And if you don't identify that quickly, I mean, you at least are going to play into somewhat of a 3-gen end game. And unfortunately, in this case, they're stuck in a full 4-gen. I mean, you've got some stages to surrender over, but I don't know if you buy it. I mean, at this point, if you're free kill, you don't even go into main. You have no reason to.
Yeah, exactly. Like why even bother? The survivors are playing pretty smart right now, though. They're literally just waiting out. Like, what they're doing right now is they don't even want to even start attacking the gens until they're all back to full. Because, you know, like, what's the point of sending just like what's the point of sending 2 injured people in and then just getting yourself killed for nothing? So they're gonna wait until they can heal Boarlord. They did manage to go undetected this whole time, and then once the Boarlord's back to full, now they'll probably start trying to actually advance with these gens and start working on it. If they can sneak someone back to the pocket, which they're kind of in position to do so right here. These guys are kind of in towards the pocket. So if they can sneak someone back to the pocket and start getting some progress on that, that would be really good. Right now, John is just kind of trying to hold the inner side. He might go check the pocket gen soon, like maybe right now. Yep, takes a quick peek at it. Doesn't see anything, but I do think someone is... Yeah, Kurt's kind of sneaking his way back.
It's just tough, right? Because if you end up splitting on two of the farther like pocket gens, if both get done, or if one of them gets done, you kind of closing into like your 3 gen a little bit more. I don't think you have enough space between the Pride Rock gen and this other one you're looking at now to get those ones done. You're kind of stuck playing into your like a tighter 3 gen.
Yeah, agreed.
But you can rely on a 3 gen though for your killer in the next set of the round, which sometimes when it comes to comp, like it's just about setting up the win con, really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, at this point, it is almost like there's a chance he finishes his 4K2, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong about that. Like, just maybe getting to 4K1 might be a good goal here. And look, that's beautiful blinks there. And that's kind of the risk of like doing the deep pocket too, right? Is this could happen? Like you might die before you even make it out of the pocket, because now he's in a spot where he can basically carry him and hook him right in the middle of all those gens. On top of that, he's also going to get another down. So yeah, this is looking pretty. Borderlord might try to slam this out before they get killed, but I think no matter what, as long as John commits to something here, then I think it doesn't happen. Whether he
if it's anything like my pub games, I think he's slugging. You know what I'm saying?
True. That's a good point. It's a pretty good point. And yet you're not wrong. He is slugging. Yeah, but he even could have hooked there. Like he could have hooked and made it back with Pop. Even he had enough time to do basically anything. I think the only way he loses that is if he's just really indecisive.
Indecisive, or if he if he finds somebody on one of the more inner gens and then overcommits to a chase potentially.
Yeah,
but once like you were pointing out, like you find the person deep pocket and then they basically put passive pressure on the middle gens by taking chase that way. It's kind of easy to kind of snowball the way we saw it from there. Yep.
There's a pretty quick hit, only one blink too, so he's gonna get his charges back really quickly. And yeah, they're basically done. So, ooh, that was a good first blink. The follow up was just a little bit short though, but again, they're still done. Like, what the fuck is he gonna do? He can maybe like pass his torch. We can maybe have a little fucking, relay race here. But well, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, wait a minute, if he fucks these blinks up, maybe, but yeah, no. I mean, again, same thing here. Kurt might be able to pass the torch to Dame, but again, it's just gonna be down after down after down. It doesn't really matter. Like, nothing's gonna save these guys. There's that down. Dame's done too.
What's your bleed out rules?
Bleed outs reward all hook stages, but they don't give a fresh hook if they're not fresh hook. Gotcha. So like, there's unbreakable.
Oh, unbreakable.
So like, again, like if Kurt bleeds out, that means it's 12 stages, 3 fresh, for instance, right? So that's our bleed out rule. So it really only matters if they're fresh hook, which Kurt is fresh hook and he's kind of low too. So it actually could come in play. But that being said, it's still like the fact that they got a 4K2 is already kind of nuts. Like, I don't know. Like even if that guy bleeds out and you get 12 stages 3 fresh, it's still a 4K2 with 12 stages 3 fresh. So. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, this feels tough.
And I mean, Kurt still has like a full minute left in the bleed out. A little bit more than a minute left on the bleed out timer. I think
it's less because a full bleed out bar is 4 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the quality of your Discord stream is, but that looks like a little bit less than a fourth to me. I think it's like a fifth.
One of the cleaner ones I've had, so I appreciate you.
Okay, good. That's good to hear at least. I feel like that's setting the bar kind of low. That's like saying, hey, your cooking tastes better than dog shit. So
it looks good. It looks good. No, there have been some notorious like first time producers where like trying to work out the settings where it's like slideshow. It's tough, bro.
Yeah. I've had some stuff like that happen before too. I've not even done nearly as much stuff as you have. Kurt just DC'd, so I think he's just like, I think he's just fine with it. That's gonna give him all the stages. I think he just didn't want to do the whole bleed out thing. But yeah, I mean, I haven't even done as much stuff as you, and I've had to deal with that kind of stuff myself. So I can only imagine, like, if you're like constant in the industry, there's probably a lot of shit like that that's going on. You probably have to deal with some shit, I'd imagine. So.
Oh man, that's why I do wish at some point, DBD, we could get to where we could have more spectator spots, man.
Yup, dude. I still think the issue with this, I mean, I think it's okay to rant about this a little bit since we're in between lobbies anyway. I think the issue with this, though, boils down to, like, I don't know if you remember, there was, like, a Q&A a long time ago or something. Man, fuck, it might have been, like, 4 years ago at this point, so I don't even know if you saw it. But there was, like, a Q&A at one point where somebody asked the devs if it's possible to ever add, like, a theater mode, right? Or, like, a replay mode, right? Like they have in other games where you can kind of, like, watch back your games. you know, with like a free camera, or like you can spectate, like see what happened and all that. And
well, I know people were getting in trouble for like basically cracking the game and getting a free cam to do videos, right?
True. Yeah, wait a minute. That's interesting because yeah, people were doing that whenever they cracked the code. So that kind of makes it interesting. But I remember, if I remember correctly, I think their response was something along the lines of like the fundamental coding of the game didn't support it. So like in order for them to try to add something like that, like basically, okay, I'm gonna say something right now, and keep in mind this could be slightly inaccurate. So if Twitch chat ends up correcting me, I would probably believe them over me. Okay, so keep in mind this is not 100% factual, but I'm pretty sure that coding works in a way that's similar to this. Okay, like you have like your fundamental coding that you first code the game on, right? But then everything kind of branches off of that, right? Like everything new you add to the game works off of that coding. So like, for instance, if you want to go back and change one of like the fundamental coding things, that would then affect everything that's ever been attached
built
to
on
it.
top of it.
Exactly.
Right.
So like, if their fundamental coding like doesn't support it well or whatever, and they wanted to go back and edit it and like try to make it supported, it might just fuck with like a bunch of different things that have been working off that code, and then just like completely butcher the game.
That's how they fix one thing and sometimes break others.
Yeah, exactly. Because I also like they didn't say this, but I'm assuming that they didn't expect DBD to be a fucking 7-year-long successful game, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure they probably thought this game was just going to be like just a fun little project. Maybe, hopefully they go profitable and then they just like go to the next project, right? I'm assuming that's probably what they expected, because like,
otherwise, why would you have like kind of cucked yourself making characters after DLCable characters later on?
Yeah, and like, and just in general, like no game like this has ever really popped off like this hard, right? Before this, like ASIM games and shit. Like it's not like it's not like they were building like a AAA company game, right? They were like some little like 30-man dev team just making a game, just, you know, because why not? Like I don't think they ever expected any of this, so I don't think they were like really building a game with this kind of stuff in mind, right? They weren't thinking about like, oh well, what if in the future people try to get into esports in this game, you know what I mean? Like I don't think they were thinking about that shit. They were like, yeah, let's just make a dumb fun horror game and, you know, see what happens. So I think that's a big reason why we don't get a lot of those things. I think, again, don't quote me because I'm not a dev and I'm just going off of what I've heard them say and everything, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, which is pretty unfortunate because I agree. I think some more like spectator features would be so sick for this game. Like it would give you so many options. And like you said, the people that cracked the fucking game or whatever managed to do it. So like, what's up with that? There must be some kind of a system there, right? Like that's kind of weird. Like the fact that people were able to do free cams means that it has to be possible, right?
Imagine like watching a decently produced DVD match where you could go from the killer point of view to a like third person POV inside the tile. That'd be so sick.
Dude, yeah. I would love to see a point of view like, again, like every other fucking esport, like I say every other esports game as if this is an esports game, sorry. Like pretty much every esports game has like this kind of thing where like, say like just like a free floating camera that can go like really high up and see like the overall map, but then you have like little highlights where every character is, right? Like say for instance, like the killer puts someone on a hook and we just want to pull the camera up and see the positioning of all 3 survivors around the map that aren't on hook, right? You're like, okay, so one survivor's down there, you can see another survivor like creeping closer to the hook, you can see where the killer's heading, you know, like maybe have like their names and have their like outlines like highlighted or something. Like that would be so sick, right? Because like the way we have to do is we have to actually switch to that each character, and then like through our own knowledge we know where they are, but as like a spectator, like you might not know where they are, right? Like we can switch to them and be like, oh yeah, that's the maze tile on like the bottom side of the map, right? But like so a lot of spectators won't know that. They'll we'll switch to them and they'll be like, okay, I don't know where that is. But if we could have like a free floating camera that could just like show everybody, then it would be so good. Like the viewer experience and everything, it would be so good. But yeah, Switch is right. That is a lot of effort for very few people to actually use. Yeah, since the scene's not very big, which is unfortunate. I'd be happy with just like multiple spectators, you know, and a free float camera. That's it. Just those 2 things I'd be happy with. So that's like my dream. Okay, I'm talking about like a fucking DVD casting utopia out here that's never gonna actually happen, you know. So just ignore me. I have high hopes. I have high dreams that are never gonna come true. Anyway,
it's tough sometimes when a DVD league has, you know, a producer in like Eastern Europe and then one caster is in Western Europe, and then I'm over here in NA. It's
sad. Yeah, it's pain, dude. That's pain. So this game is gonna be rough because our killer needs a fucking crazy result here. Like they need a 4K2 just to tie. and they need a 4K3 to win. So this is pretty brutal. The win con for the survivors now is just finishing 4 gens. Yeah, 3 gens would tie it, 4 gens would win it. So win con here, pretty fucking brutal. This would be this is gonna be a tough game, and if the killer can manage to pull this off, I'd be very, very impressed. Survivors just need to have just a solid game here, and they'll be able to pull this off. Just like not even anything crazy. Even if they fuck up a little bit here and there, they just need to have a good solid game, and they should be able to get this win con. Something went wrong with your match. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's unfortunate. Luckily, I feel like there's really nothing crazy happening with builds because everyone fucking knows what's going to be ran, so that's not going to be that big of a deal, I don't think.
I was gonna say they didn't bring anything like extra spicy to try and get that quicker thing delivered. It didn't look like it's not like they were trying to all of a sudden bring in Devour or say anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like Devour can't work on Nurse anymore. Wait, do you
Oh, true.
do you see this mouse on the center of my screen?
Yeah.
What? But like, there's 2. Do you see the second one?
Yeah.
Wait, it's not showing for chat because I have the thing where cursors don't show, but there's literally a second mouse.
Right by the plus button.
What is that? What? But it won't move. Is that gonna go away? How do I get rid of that? Oh god, I wonder if that's gonna be there the whole game. Oh.
Surely it goes away once we go into the lobby, right?
Yeah. Wait, it just went away. It just got
Okay,
fixed. Okay. It already fixed. That was weird. Sorry, I was scary. I thought my computer was possessed or something. All right. Anyway, Survivors joining back. Interestingly enough, I actually didn't even really notice this, but it looks like Free Kill isn't even playing on the Survivor side, actually. He has a bunch of other survivors in here playing instead. Is this French Fry? Is that who this is? Yes. So yeah, it's pretty much every other survivor on the team playing at the moment. Ethic, Sox, Paige, and True. So still pretty good team. I'm at least vaguely familiar with every single one of these players, like some more than others, and this is definitely going to be a very solid group. So again, Kurt, especially with the win con he needs here, this is going to be fucking tough, dude. Like, I can guarantee that these gamers have had a ton of practice against Nurse. Maybe not Nurse Groaning, maybe more like Nurse Cole Tower, but still just a ton of practice against Nurse in general. And
nah, I feel like they were around back when Nurse was on Groaning.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, actually, you're probably right. So yeah, this is going to be extremely hard for Kurt. Like, I think he's gonna have a fucking phenomenal game here. But we'll see. I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, we just saw Free Kill come in and do it, right? He just got to a fast start, got it down really early, got the ball rolling instantly, and it's not impossible to have Kurt come in and do the same thing, right? I'm not gonna say it's out of the question, but he's gonna need to. Like, I feel like if he even just has a slow start, right? If we even just load into the game and he just can't quite get it down in the first 40-50 seconds, that's already borderline game ending, you know? So we'll see. We will see.
I feel like for them, it's once because especially because we just saw, even with RNG kind of favoring survivors, like how tough it was to be held to that few of gens, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So for this team here, if they come in and the first chase, yeah, if you get most of Corrupt expired, it's, I don't want to say curtains from there, but it's practically curtains.
Yeah. It's obviously anything can happen, and gamers can throw and do dumb shit, and you can still snowball, but it's pretty damn close. Yeah, it's pretty damn close to curtains. You're basically at that point relying on severe fuck ups from the other side in order to win, which is not the spot you want to be in ever. So I guess we'll see. We already have a pretty good idea of what the build's going to be, right? Pretty much the standard meta build that we see on pretty much everybody. So I think a lot of this is going to boil down to the survivors. Now, I was told by a gamer who I think was a pretty good source that they think that the proper way to actually play this early game is to literally not even stealth. It's just to run and hold distance. Identify where the nurse is, and once you identify where she is, don't even stealth. Just keep a bunch of distance from her and literally just show yourself. And then if she ever commits to anybody, just have enough distance that the chase is going to be a nightmare for her. And not everybody, but maybe your aggressive builds, right? You can have your aggressive build gamers literally just not even that stealthing that much, just running around and being go on, chase me, because this map is so big, right, that you can get a big enough head start that the chase ends up being a nightmare. And I've not actually seen a lot of people do that yet, but I think it was an interesting thought, and I don't know, we might see it here. Is that what happened here, or did he just find him? I think he might have just found him.
And then Rin, oh, I guess they want to get back here and make sure they're going back towards the corrupt gens at least. Only problem is you got to make sure that you avoid them here. Can't play the mind game around the pallet though, and that's a down like really quick. So as far as we talked about having like a tall ask here, you're off to a good start, and it's basement.
Yep, this is the Dead Hard DS survivor, so like I guess it's the best target. Like if somebody had to be in the scenario for them, that's probably the best person. But yeah, this is the start that we said they needed, right? This is exactly what they needed in order to be able to get a result here. It looks like they were doubled on this gen way on top side, like basically like the 12 o'clock gen that was way at the top. They're currently doubled on that one. Matter of fact, I think I actually hopped off of it just now. Paige is rocking the Deli Unbreakable, so Paige will likely be wanting to go in for that unhook. And I don't think Kurt's going to find the one that gen. I mean, that gen's as far away from this basement as possible, so I think he's going to patrol around and not find much in terms of gens.
I mean, at this point, I feel like you've got enough gens that are around you. You don't have to go too far here, right? Because you can kind of play yourself into end like late game, knowing that you were playing tie condition at least. But save comes in as soon as they step away for the save.
Overblinks it. Oh no. I think he was trying to blink like right here onto like the stairs.
Top. Yeah.
Yeah, and he went to the corner. That's actually fucking massive. They get so much distance.
Yes.
Yeah, with so much distance. Oh, that's such an unfortunate blink. Just a little bit of an overcharge in terms of like charging it. Yeah, I mean, no Dead Hard, but they do have DS, so they'll be able to DS this and then have Dead Hard afterwards.
Oh, and she slaps him with the D.
Take its way. Interesting. What, dude? This is so bad now for Kurt. Our homie instant dongs are looking great all of a sudden. Might hit the Dead Hard too. There you go.
Oh,
I'm so surprised. Goodness. I wonder if this is one of those like kind of tilt moments, because I feel like Dead Hard seemed like it should have been obvious there. Like I feel like it should have been obvious that this driver will likely have Dead Hard, and I don't feel like he even really attempted to like bait it at all. Maybe he thought that they would think that there was gonna be a bait. I don't know. Maybe that was like one of those like double baits. But I don't know. Either way, True by so much time there. Fry, True. I don't know. Maybe let's call him Fry. But so much time there, and that's gonna be really good. They pop a gen, a second gen, and it's likely gonna get done. Maybe if Kurt heads straight there. But I don't think Kurt even really had any info that that gen was being worked. Oh, he is going over though. It's the inner gen, so I think that's why he went.
So Pop's gonna get kicked onto it, but even still, I mean, you have quite a bit of motion to your fourth piston there, so you figure you're still gonna go down to what, like 60-ish percent, which now Kurt's gonna have to make sure that you can monitor this gen. Also gets the M1 on the page as well. Now you're kind of stuck in a tough position though, right? Do I want to continue chasing the fresh hook, or do I want to get somebody out here? I feel like getting someone out's the right choice, and it looks like that's what Kurt's gonna do.
And the insta heal too. They had Will Make It and fucking Resurgence. So Men got unhooked already at half heal, and then Will Make It just topped off that half heal in like just like 5 seconds. So insane perk value there. I mean, the build's coming through massively. Resurgence and Will Make It is a nutty combo. Doesn't get that hit either. This is I think it's now.
Bro.
It's now snowballed too hard. It's pretty much unwinnable at this point based on the win con. Like he got a good start, but there was just a little bit too much has gone into the favor of instant dongs. I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Instant dongs. The dongs got a little bit too far ahead, and now I feel like there's just no possible way to really come back here. Like Meg is just like, yeah, I mean, go ahead and kill me. Like I'm edge map. I don't give a fuck. Go and kill me. And even still,
infinite Z-wall juicing.
Even still, Dead Hard there. He does bait the Dead Hard, but she doesn't even get down with that set of blinks either. That locks up the tie with a third gen being done.
But yeah, I mean, one of those gens being all the way on the other side of main. You've got both deep pocket gens still up too. I mean,
yep, and there's gen number 4 anyway, so there you go. That's the actual win con being done. So there's 4 gens. And this is again, this was looking good. This is one of those, like, even if this was the first games, it's looking good, right? They're looking like they're probably going to be able to get a good result here regardless of win con, because yeah, I mean, 4 gens done as the first kill comes in. He does find Paige pretty much instantly, but Paige has Deli, so this really isn't the end of the world anyway. But yeah, I mean, win con's already been reached. The dogs are going to take this one. That's going to be pretty quick and decisive 1-0 here. Like, they
kind of dominated this nurse side by quite a bit.
They ran this for sure.
They really did. Like insanely strong result on their killer side, and then this survivor play was looking really clean too. Just kind of doing everything right, making it so difficult to get anything going. Definitely like there was a couple unfortunate blinks for Kurt that played a big role too, where I feel like if his blinks were a little bit different, it might have been a different story, but you know, that's kind of how it goes. Especially that basement blink, man. That one I think was the most impactful. That was so brutal.
Well, because that was the second blink too, right?
Yeah. So you couldn't
so
even
it wasn't even like you could recover or anything. You're just kind of stuck in fatigue. That's tough.
Yep, you're stuck in fatigue in basement while they're all just running away and getting to the perfect spot that they want to be at to die, and you're just like, yeah, well, goodbye all macro, you know. Deli's gonna come in. He finds Ethic, and Ethic's heading to that deep 6 pocket, and I think they're just gonna double up this hill gen. Yeah, maybe. Nah, Nurse is coming back, so Paige is gonna bail. They're both gonna bail. But again, even here, like you're leaving a survivor on a gen, right? Like that guy ran into the deep 6 pocket where there's a gen. So even here, you're putting yourself on a 90-second timer, right? Like, that gen's going to start getting worked on, and if you don't... Even less than 90 seconds, technically, but... Yeah, I mean, if you don't kill someone and get back there with pop, like, instantly, or not instantly, but pretty quickly, then you're going to be in trouble, so...
And of course, they're naturally going to take this chase in a deep pocket because they know they've got at least some walls and stuff that they can deal with to try and break line of sight. Actually, it's 2 people back here, and Kurt's going to end up, I think, following aggro on the non-injured survivor, right?
Yeah, gonna follow up on Renato. Was Paige there? I
thought both of them, weren't they?
No, I don't think Paige was there. I think it was just Renato, I believe. Because Jake's on 6. I think Paige ran towards main earlier, I think. Unless I just missed something. I don't know.
I thought she was by the rocks back there, because I thought I saw pools of blood. I could be mistaken on that. No, she's by main.
Yeah, she's down by main, yeah.
Regardless, Jen's almost done here now. That 90-second timer you were talking about, swinging a miss. My guy's farming brick out here.
he's saving mats for late game, man. This guy games. He's going to the Fortnite World Cup, baby. Down goes Renato, and yeah, it just feels like too little too late. My internet just fucking died for a second, but it's cool. We're back. Final gen pops. Renato goes down, and that's going to be probably just a 7 stage, I would assume. I don't know. He might try to get more out of this, but this is a fresh hook survivor, and they could definitely probably leave with this. Definitely, probably.
I mean, they could. Something tells me instant dodge isn't, though. You've got the far side pulling, or the far side working on door, and then you can pull here. And Renato's got second wind, renewal,
yeah.
Oh, so, they're Gucci.
Yeah, they're looking like they all 3 might be able to get out, actually. They're stealthing really well here. Renato is going to get found, but I don't think he'll be able to get the hit before the renewal kicks in. It should be any second now. Any second now. There you go. Renewal kicks in. Back to full. Gates. I think it's doing the other gate, so kind of the opposite corner. I actually don't know if Renato will be able to make it there. It's like over to the left here. Yeah, I think Renato's going to die. But Renato's going to basically, I mean, it's still bought time for those other 2 to be able to get out and secure their stages. So yeah, it's gonna end up being 7 stages. 7 stages, 3 fresh ends up being the result, which clearly, I mean, obviously when put up against that 4K2, not gonna be enough. And I don't know. Again, I mean, this is kind of the result that I feel like happens again when the survivors play like very properly and correct. So it's not even like again, Kurt definitely had some rough blinks here and there. Like I think with how strong his early game was, I think he could have got a better result. But like I don't think this is like an overall bad result. It's just that the other result was just so much more dominant. So
no, yeah, I mean we said earlier on like 7K2 on groaning, you know, or 7K2 fresh, or
yeah, 2 kills, you know I mean? 2 kills,
2 kills was kind of like a decent like set point. But since they already had, I mean, they're already had your win con easy.
Yeah, like that first game just kind of went pretty brutally in terms of being very one-sided. And yeah, it was just too hard to come back from that at that point, right? Like he had the early game start that he needed. Like he got that first down before any gen progress even came in. So he kind of had a chance with that early game. But yeah, I think the basement blink was really when the momentum shifted way too much, right? Like that was just like had he actually landed the blink where he wanted it to and maybe like got a good head start onto like getting the kill and maybe had expedited that whole process a little bit faster, he maybe could have had a chance to like match the result, right? Even then it wasn't guaranteed, but he at least would have had a chance. But as soon as they got away from there, I think that was just too much. I think they got too far ahead beyond that, and there's just really nothing else you can do once you get past that point.
Yeah, there you go. They're set. Instant Dong is gonna go up 1-0 to Chad's. And I think
time
that's gonna
for some Wesker, baby.
Yeah, time for some Wesker, dude. Wesker plays on Cool Tower. And this should be interesting. This is another one of those very like I feel like polarizing ones in terms of results. Like again, it feels like when the survivors play really well and proper, it feels like it ends up being like 6 to 7 stages. But we have seen a lot of Wesker players snowball this really, really hard. Like we've seen a lot of 4Ks happen. So I don't know. I think it really boils down to just like this one actually, weirdly enough, I feel like boils down a lot to just like mechanics. Like I feel like the Wesker's mechanics, like how well they actually just play Wesker themselves, how good the survivors are at chase and micro. It feels like that's kind of what usually ends up playing out here. So to me, it's almost like the opposite of that nurse set. Like the nurse set, don't get me wrong, like micro, it's not like micro doesn't matter on nurse, but I feel like you kind of expect nurses to hit blinks a lot of the time. So even if nurses are hitting every blink, you can still just kind of win through like superior macro, right? Whereas that's not the case with like Wesker. Like you can have superior macro as Wesker, but if you're just eating hits and eating, you know, dashes all the time, and then you're gonna get shit on. Like you really need to play the actual like chases really, really well, or else you're gonna be in trouble. Which I think is like a whole flip flop turnaround from the last set. And I don't know. To me, I kind of like that. I think it's gonna be kind of exciting.
So what have we been seeing as far as on Wesker for Cold Tower, like your average then?
See, like average, I guess would be between the two, right? Like, because again, I feel like it's been like
usually
either
one or the other.
Yeah, like it feels like it's sure. I feel like it's either been yeah, I don't know, man. It's been either like a 4K or like 7 stages. Like I feel like those are like the only 2 results we've seen. I might be wrong about that. I mean, we might have seen something that was different, but I feel like that's usually what it is. Like it feels like either the survivors get like a pretty good like game going and they manage to get people out, or the Wesker just plays very dominantly and they just get shit on. You know what I mean? And yeah, here I'll give you guys your game. But yeah, here. You fucking addicts, I got you.
Foaming at the mouth.
I know, right? My tofu box. Oh, my tofu box. I got to gamble. Hey guys, for all the subs out of the way, I'm not gonna go through and thank everybody. I just feel like it's a lot, especially when, you know, we have like a guest and everything. But I do see you guys all subbing, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I appreciate the support. You guys are the best. Thank you. We're going to this Wesker set with instant dongs being up 1-0. I think I've called them instant dodge a few times. I'm trying to stay true to their altered name, but I think I'm failing. Instant dongs are up 1-0 going into the set. And so Chads are going to need this one. Dynamelon's going to be playing Wesker for Chads, and he's going to need a pretty good result here. Keep in mind, though, that like when I say he needs a pretty good result, like I said, I think with proper survivor play, a good result would probably be like 7 stages and up, right? If you get like 7 stages, 8 stages, 9 stages, that's probably still like an upper half result. Like I feel like you can still feel good about that, because that means as long as you play properly on survivor, you should be able to do better than that, even if the survivor plays perfectly, right? Like essentially as killer, what you want to do is you want to put your survivor team in a position where as long as you guys play correctly, you can win, you know? Like for instance, if you end this game with like 4 hook stages, then at that point you're going into your, you know, you're going into your survivor set hoping that the killer fucks up, and that's the only way you can win, you know? Which is not what you want.
So would this mean that this is instant dong's pick, correct? Or would this be Chad's
No,
pick?
this is Chad's pick, yeah. So whoever plays killer first for a set is the person who picked that killer. So
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, like I'm pretty sure instant dongs picked nurse again, especially considering that like Ray Auction's usually their killer, because Ray is a very good nurse, right? So I think they probably picked around that, and then they had to swap last minute. Which I mean, apparently John's a fucking cracked nurse too. So I mean, I guess who fucking cares? I guess regardless, nurse feels like a good set for him. And yeah, so Wesker was the pick for Chad, so that means that this is the killer that they're feeling pretty confident in. So yeah, out of the choices, I mean, what else was there? Ghostface, Pyramid Head. Yeah, I don't know any of them to be major mains of a lot of those killers, so I guess that would definitely make sense. Dynamelon's he's an interesting killer player, because we've seen him. He plays a lot of different killers. Like Dino and Kurt typically play killer for this team. Like Kurt usually plays the heavier macro killers, whereas like I feel like Dino plays the more like, I don't know, mechanically intensive killers maybe. I don't even know if that's a safe thing to say, but we've seen them both play killer, and they both seem to do a really good job on like everybody. Like we've seen both of them play like maybe like 4 or 5 different killers each, and play them all really well. So yeah, I mean, Dino is definitely very capable. Again, it's going to be how capable is he versus how capable these survivors are, right? That's kind of the big question. So
and they're warm. I mean, we saw them just be able to have a pretty solid performance, you know, as a group here. So
yep, exactly. Pretty similar builds. Anti-tunnel is on the Dwight player, and Paige has Deadly Unbreakable again. He's got Brutal. He's got Noed, Pain Res. This is interesting build. Like no pop, no like eruption, no agi. Don't hate it though. Like kicking gens faster, or sorry, kicking pallets faster with your, or sorry, with Brutal can be really, really good for zoning, especially with Unicorn Medallion. The add-ons too, yeah, are Uni Medallion and Egg, which are both very, very solid add-ons too. Driver's playing really safe though. Brutal getting a lot of value here.
I was gonna say big Brutal value.
Yeah.
And look at this gen that's uncorrupt here. This links with the typical 3 gen that we see on Coal Tower here. So like if you get this down over here, this is actually like huge for a first down.
Yep. This is potentially going to be big. Yeah, there's a bit of a tight 4 gen top side right now with this. Yeah, there's like the typical 3 gen top side that's almost always there, right? There's a gen at 1, there's a gen at main, and there's a gen at 11. So that's like the typical 3 gen that almost always spawns. But then there's another one pretty far up, right? This is right outside. I mean, it's the next tile over, so pretty much as close of a spawn as you can get for another gen to be in this 4 gen. So yeah, pretty decent setup. Ooh, that was like an anti-wispy tech there. That's interesting. I don't know if that consistently works or not, but Paige is going to go down to that.
Good play.
Yeah. Back hook behind main here. This could be a pain res. It's not going to be in time. They let it happen. They could have maybe beaten that, but they let it happen. I wonder if that was on purpose. Is there another gen that they don't want to get hit? I think so. I think they maybe didn't want that one to get hit with it. I think they would rather the duo gen get hit. They're going to pop 2 here.
I think the other thought process was that was the closer gen, right? Or no, the farther gen was the one that they prevented from popping.
Yeah,
pop with it.
Yeah, they were both decently far, I think, but yeah, I mean, I do think that like I do think it's smart. It's gonna come through anyway on one of them, right? Like you might as well just like let it happen and then just work through it with Prove, right? So I think it makes sense. I didn't realize that they had another gen that was at like 80. I thought the other one was maybe at like 40. So I think that makes it makes sense when both are high. He is just holding this down though. I mean, again, he's got this 4 gen here. He's got the hook here too. If someone goes for the unhook, if he can like yeet them away, if he gets like a throw away from the hook, that can be completely game changing. As a matter of fact, I don't think they can even go for the save. I think she might be going struggle.
Free Kill's holding his bluff too, just sitting up on the gen, basically saying, hey, you need to push me off, which essentially will end up giving him space for the unhook. But now Dino Melon's in a like tough spot here, right? Like, do I continue chase here with another fresh hook, or will I eventually have to go back? No,
that's a throw
which is gonna be tough. That's big.
That's a throw. I think he doesn't quite get the follow up, but Paige doesn't get unhooked, and he can maybe try to follow up on Paige, but I think she's already managed to get out. He might even just accept that she gets away and then just keep an eye out for her later. Yeah, quick down on the free kill here. He tries to use the firecracker. He tries to use the firecrackers to get away, but it's not quite going to work. Gonna get hit with the same pain res hook. And how's progress looking? I think it's gonna get hit with it here. And that's is this the one? Is that the one that was? Yeah, that is the one. Right? I think.
Yeah, it's the one that's up on the other side. I think, right?
Yeah, this one.
Up, yeah, right there. Yeah.
Yep. So that's like the 10 o'clock gen. And that one's really important, right? Because that's one of the 4 gens. So these are the 4 gens that are really, really important. That one that's kind of down bottom side is less important than the others. So we really got to keep an eye on like the progress of these ones. If they can get a lot of progress there, or if they regress in any way, like that's going to be way more impactful than. This is actually pretty big. They do it pretty fast on hook while he's over there kicking, and now he's committing to this pretty far away.
Yeah, this is tough because you had the pallet still up with the little Ormond tile here. Now he gets to use like the long wall, which I mean you can try and make a play around, but yeah, all that time that you're talking about, this is plenty of time to break up the 4 gen. Should at least get one of them.
Yeah. Gets that down relatively well there. Those are some good dashes. But yeah, John did manage to make it the whole way down to the opposite side of the map. He won't be able to get a hook anywhere near the 4 gen. And this doesn't really feel like worth, but I guess he doesn't really have much else of a play to do, right? Like, I guess he wasn't really much of a spot to do anything else. I think is going to get this gen done. So yeah, that 10 o'clock gen
The other
pops.
one wasn't too far gone either, right? So if you can hold aggro, you might actually get 2.
Yeah. Which one was it though? Was it the... I think it was the 1 o'clock gen.
I think so. And then no, is that?
Yeah, no, it is.
Oh yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Yep.
Yep.
And I wonder if because if Paige was sitting back by Shaq, I wonder if they've been working that, if they had that bottom side gen saved at all as far as like progress, and then went back up top side, or if it's sitting on 0.
Yeah, I think it might be sitting on 0, to be honest. I've not seen a lot on it, but yeah, maybe we just missed it. But yeah, that gen at 1 has gotta be in a lot of danger right now. I think it was, yeah, it's gonna pop. So yeah, so the gen split's basically donezo. I imagine with how well they handle that, I imagine that gen bottom side probably doesn't have a lot of progress, if I had to guess. But I don't know. Doesn't get the hit on this pallet too. I think getting the better out of him on this pretty weak pallet. So that's also really well played there from Ethic. That pallet should, I feel like that pallet's like 80% killer sided, right? Like you really shouldn't be getting away from that unscathed. But Ethic does get the better of him, so pretty big there. Buying a lot of time.
I mean, I guess right now you're hoping that maybe you can get this and then find True after, so you've at least got all fresh hooks. But this that's done. Oh, but then he knows Ed, Sag.
Yeah, the person
that's who you want down though.
Yeah, yeah. For instant dodge, that's who they want down for sure. That's deadly unbreakable, and they're also on death hook. Yeah, and also so is John too. So this is actually perfect because both the people being chased now are only worth 1 stage. Both the fresh hooks are away and opening gates. And the down is going to come in.
Life available, imagine.
Yeah, right. But again, this is still just 2 stages is all this is, right? So if they open the gate and leave here, it's just 6 stages too fresh, which is I'm pretty sure what's going to happen. I mean, I don't think they're risking any of this shit, right? They're out of this bitch.
Wouldn't make no sense. 2 fresh hooks out. That's huge for the survivors for setting the pace.
Yep. This is definitely like, again, I think I said like 7 stages and up feels like it's like moderate to good, but I feel like 6 stages feels like it's like that's when I think that's in the other half where like that's good for survivors. I think, you know, that's
especially
gonna be
at 6 with just 2 fresh.
Yeah, exactly. So like WinCon now is just 6-3 fresh or just 7 by any means. So not a crazy difficult WinCon, and yeah, I mean Instant Dong's looking really good here, looking really
even
strong.
with that tight 4 gen that like spawned up, and with that first hook being up there, like they did a really good job of, I mean, still just kind of showing. Yeah. What a good couple of runs will do for you.
I think the big standout thing here was the unhook timing onto free kill on the second hook, right? Like they like he hooked Paige and then he patrolled around and they kind of just like held the hook and he held the position and he just kind of made it so that if anybody tried to go for the save, they would die for it or whatever, right? And they just kind of let her go struggle because they're like, what else can we do? But on the second hook, he ran over to kick the gen, or he went over to like either kick the gen or like patrol the gen at 10, and they unhooked him at like the perfect time. And then basically he had to make the decision of chasing a full house survivor who would most likely just run down bottom side, or chase John who was injured, and John also just ran down bottom side. So like he didn't really have anything to do there, right? He just didn't have any good options. He chased John, which was probably his best option, but even that wasn't a great one, right? Because John managed to run him for quite a while, took him down to the bottom side, died down there, and then they kind of just break the 3 gen while you're doing that. So it was really just super clean, good macro play from survivors, very good positioning. The fact that they were there to get that save the second they did, and the fact that they played around that as good as they did, just kind of put Dino in a spot where he didn't really have very many good options, right? Like there wasn't a lot he could do in terms of being able to hold that while also still being able to kill people. So yeah, man, just extremely well played, dude. I mean, these guys are looking really good. Like that was very, very solid.
I mean, that's kind of the flip side of when you spawn in and you have a decent gen hold on one side, like you just spawn in, you have a good 4 gen, is if, you know, Instadongs spawns in and gets 2 gens done, they've already cut your map into 2/3. Like they've made it to where 2/3 of the map you don't want to go to as the killer.
Yeah, exactly. Like going down to the other side of the map is basically just like dead for you, right? So yeah, so they can just take every chase down there, and it's like you get put in this weird spot where you don't want to go, you don't want to follow them, but you might also have to, and like, you know, I don't know. God, who even is this? Why are they? The fuck is this, man? Anyway, let me get gamers in here. Let me. I actually should probably get some ads out of the way. They're gonna play in 13 minutes, so yeah, I'm gonna get them out of the way now. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna hold this lobby hostage.
What are ads?
Yeah, man, I don't know. What are ads? I got no idea. I haven't seen them. I just, you know, no big deal, but I just subscribe to every streamer I watch because, you know, no biggie. I don't actually do that, no, but on the real though, Twitch Turbo, pretty legit. You know, they made it more expensive semi-recently, but it's still pretty legit, man. Like if you hate ads on Twitch, this is probably a bad time to say this because if people watching ads are currently watching ads. But still, Turbo is pretty legit. You know, you just buy Turbo and then you just get ad-free viewing on every single channel on Twitch, which is pretty legit.
True. Now you're just telling everybody who already gives you ads or gives you subs to be like, oh, you know what? Instead of doing that.
Yeah, I won't tell the people that are watching the ads because otherwise, where's my revenue gonna go? Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure if you have Turbo and you watch ads, I think you actually still give ad revenue. I think that's how it works, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works, which is kind of cool. But either way, regardless, this should be interesting because now Sock just needs what, like 6 stages, 3 fresh, or 7 stages, which is not that bad of a result, right? Like that's a pretty achievable result. So Chads are still, you know, they're still in this. They can still beat this. It's still possible. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's gonna be hard. They're gonna have to have a really good, clean game, and they're gonna have to probably also hope that Sock messes up a bit. Like, I think this is like a little bit of both. This is one of those, like, I feel like if both sides play like perfect or as close to perfect as you can get, it feels like you probably get like 6 to 7 stages, right? Like, so like it's kind of a weird thing to think about, right? Because you kind of do have to take that into account. Like, even if you play perfectly, if the other side plays perfectly, you lose. So like they kind of need to play perfectly and then also have the killer not play perfectly. So yeah, it's a bit interesting. Again, it's not impossible, but it's definitely a big ask.
It feels like you either need a super long chase or you need them to overinvest into the wrong chase, both of which I guess kind of sound like they're the same, but could be two technically different things.
Yeah,
but it still requires a mistake on the killer. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, it is one of those mistakes that can be easily done though, right? Because like a lot of times you might like as killer, you might see a chase and be like, okay, this should be this is a chase that I should be able to end quickly, so it's probably worth the commit to. And then maybe you fuck up a couple of your dashes, and then the survivor makes it a stronger spot. But maybe you're like the whole way across the map, so you're like, okay, well I can't really decommit now, right? Like it sounds like it should be easy to avoid on the killer side, but sometimes you find yourself in those scenarios where like, you know, like you think you can get it down, and then like one mechanically, you know, mistake, like one mechanical mistake happens, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a spot where you can't really do anything, and then you're just fucked. Like that is entirely possible to happen. So again, it's not, I don't want to say anything is over yet, but this is definitely, I will say, going into this set or going into this game too, I think Instant Dodge is looking really, sorry, Instant Dongs, the dong. I'm just gonna call them the Dongs. Dongs are looking really good right now going into this next. Okay, I shouldn't say that actually. Wait a minute. Hold on.
The Dogs are looking great. Yeah.
The Dongs are looking incredible. Yeah, let me say, Dongs, the team Instant Dongs is looking like they're ahead going into this, because I think, yeah, this result should be a pretty achievable one for them. The ads are done, so whenever they're ready, I should be ready.
I think the best part is I just know that like Fry and Paige and them are like watch that back and are gonna be absolutely laughing their asses off.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I still don't know. I'm not sure. I you know, I'm not even gonna question it. It's fine. I just accept it. It's totally fine. And as far as I'm aware, this is, I don't know. Do you know Instant Dodge's like actual? I know that a lot of these guys are on Instant Dodge's actual roster right now for like, because I know Instant Dodge has been getting back into like even like DVD League and stuff. Like they were like trying, like I think they were doing like the qualifiers for DVD League. I don't know if they like, I don't know how they performed in them or whatever, but I know that they were like playing in that, and I know they've been practicing a lot and everything. So
yeah, I know they were in the last tournament before All Hallows League.
Yeah.
And I've only casted a couple days of All Hallows League because of my work schedule, but I do know a couple of them are on the last roster that I saw.
Yeah,
I don't remember if Free Kill was or not, but I know Paige. I think Fry is as well.
Free Kill is should be, because I think he's the captain. I'm pretty sure Instant Dodge doesn't exist if Free Kill isn't on it, so I'm pretty sure he should be there. I'm actually looking at their roster right now, and yeah, I think all these guys are on it. So this everyone they played, I say all these guys, but it's Chad's on Survivors right now. So yeah, I think this is like their main roster that they've been practicing with too. So I think that's a big reason why, like, it's definitely showing. I mean, they're looking fucking good as a team, so that definitely is showing for sure. Leather gloves, so no unicorn medallion, leather gloves and egg here. Force hesitation is interesting. That's at least an interesting.
I mean, I think that shows like for the needing to build like that mid-game pressure, probably, right?
Yeah. I think Socks just went for a tech on that pallet that didn't quite work, but that would have been nasty if it did. I think he went for like the pallet slide. It kind of seemed like it based off his timing, or maybe he just went for a dash setup. I don't know, but that would have been really interesting if it happened. Does find a hit on the Dame, catches up quickly too.
And he's going to be able to go all the way back here to... Is he going up here with balance as well? That should give him some more distance here back to a rock where you got another filler. Then if you can play this right... Oh, I was going to say if you can play it right, then you've also got Shaq. But even still, you go down back in your corrupt gens, which is big for you.
Yeah, yeah. Like, it's at least something, but that's still a pretty fast down. I feel like with balance there, you could maybe run around the backside of that rock and be in a better spot. Like, I feel like that could have been played a little bit better. Like, I don't think you should be giving up a hit that easily at that filler. Obviously, it's a bit of a mistake, but obviously that happens. But yeah, I mean, pretty decently fast down. Pain Res comes in too.
It looks like at this point, I mean, at this point, you might as well have at least 2 of them sitting in vibing. One's going to get interrupted up here on the main gen. Now you got to make sure you don't get caught and thrown up this far up high. But it's Kurt. She doesn't go the window. I don't think he can make it right. Yeah.
Yeah, fakes it out. Egg makes that take way longer than it should. And I think he makes this. Yeah, he shouldn't make this. Vaults it. Did the pallet not spawn there? I guess it didn't. He should be eating a hit here. Unhook comes in
what
too.
the whole goal is just to rotate the map back, right? Then let him go back to the same area, try and see if you can essentially recycle the hook without freely recycling the hook.
Yeah,
that way you got buy space for the other gens to get done.
Yeah, you basically want to get away from that top side, right? You want to run down here so that way those top side gens can be done with relative safety, at least. Ooh, it does a really good job here, keeping objects in the way. Doesn't give Sock any position to get that second dash in. It manages to make it to the corner to die. So yeah, I mean, not bad. Pretty good from Kurt. That chase was honestly pretty solid. Ran the whole way from main, the whole way over here. Avoided quite a few of the dashes. Managed to make it to the corner. But does get pain rest.
Oh yeah, it means it's gonna be even longer for that first gen. Even the first gen right now is sitting at like 75, and you know that since you had somebody that was sitting down on the bottom side of the map and also somebody healing them, that's just that one gen that has progress so far.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely rough, right? Like, the gens are not looking great right now. And also, that was Deli, too, and he didn't have Deli charge, so Deli's going to be out of play now. Oh! Goes for the old double dash, but doesn't quite get it, and actually takes the window instead. But, looks like, I mean, Socks, I've been seeing him do some shit. This gamer definitely plays some Wesker, that's for sure. I've been seeing him go for some shit here. Kind of mind gaming that a little bit, but Dino not falling for it. He's going to zone him. Riddle getting some value there.
Oh, ended up getting him anyways. And also you slammed him on the outside. So even with that little bit of speed boost coming off, essentially he gets nowhere, right? If we have the one pallet that didn't spawn on this. Oh,
that must have been overcome. That must have been overcome. Yeah, because yeah. As you were saying that, I was like, wait, he's making it way too far. Yeah, it's overcome. Yeah. Yeah, because he went fucking far there. They did pop 2 gens now. It looks like they probably popped the one at 1 o'clock, I would assume. Oh, doesn't quite get that. That would have been massive. If he got that, he would have thrown him edge map, and that would have been huge. So, that's a few, wiping the sweat off your fucking forehead moment for Borlord.
And it was the one at 1 that got done as well.
Yeah. So, 1 got done. I think they maybe got one, either mid or bottom side after that, too. Borlord's going to take that pallet. He's going to drop chase with him, too. So, dropping chase a lot. Dino's going to get reset, but he's going to be close to back to max infection. I honestly think he should bail and... I don't know. I was going to say maybe bail and chase Dino Melon because he's going to be max infection soon. But I guess this isn't bad either. He's only at T-Walls, so he's probably going to die.
I mean, you would want to try and rotate this guy back up towards main if you could. Unfortunately, though, obviously Dame goes more bottom. But is that a third... Because Bernardo hasn't been hooked yet, right?
I think he has, actually.
No, okay. So, I mean, at least it gets you closer to being a 3v1 with them now being on death hook once they're saved here. But it is kind of away from your hook. So, more than likely, they get to safety unless they happen to go in for a quick save. But I don't see them making that mistake.
Yeah. Well.
Caster's curse, naturally.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, that's how it goes, right? There's a pretty fast unhook, but interestingly enough, he's not chasing Dame. Kurt also has been hooked once, so this will be struggle for Kurt, too.
Third fresh hook. Or, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, but I feel like with that slam and putting Dame into deep wounds, it feels like chasing Dame there would have been... But Dame did also run the Shack, which is,
you know, there's still pallets, there's still tiles there. Whereas Kurt ran into this left side here has been where every chase has gone. Every single chase has been going to that left side. So like that place is like a barren wasteland. So maybe that was the thinking, because that down definitely happened pretty quickly. Whereas here there's a lot more safe stuff, right? You have shack pallet. You probably have a pallet at the maze tile right over here as well.
They're able to get the 3 gen also broken up. That one that was in top main breaks up that like little 3 triangle that was up at what, basic 11, 10, and 12 or whatever.
Yeah, that was nasty though. That dash was nasty. Scoops him up right at the fucking right at the end. He was max infection too, so that was a full health survivor, just insta dead right there, insta dead, and actually dead. And that's 5 stages. If at this point, if Socks hooks anyone other than Kurt, the game's over.
Yep.
So yeah, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough for the survivors, man. It's definitely not the spot you want to be in.
And I mean, at least you got a little bit of time, but well, now you have at least another entry, so now you can just grab them for wherever. You don't have like a big spread on your gens enough where you can expect a juicer run, especially in a 3v1, which is extremely tough.
Kurt avoids that one pretty well, but he's max infection, injured. He's fucked, dude. There's nothing. He can't do nothing. He's done so. And even killing it. Oh, forces citation too.
He's
look how slow he is. That fucking perk is so dumb, dude. They're like waddling around like, oh my god, dude. And yeah, he's just gonna leave him on the ground and go after Warlord. Because again, I mean, any hook other than Kurt wins, so he's just gonna be like, all right, we'll leave Kurt on the ground. That's one less person on gens. Kurt's actually got unbreakable, so he can pick himself up. But that being said, I mean, again, any chase that happens needs to last basically till the end of the game. So I don't know. Gen pops. Hey, maybe if Warlord's got like adrenaline or something, right? Oh.
Yeah, but he's exhausted right now.
It doesn't matter for adrenaline. It still pops anyway, so it should be okay. Kurt has his gen almost done. There's no way though, right? Because even once that happens, they would still have to get the gates open and get out. And yeah, he's gonna say, okay, no more of this. He's gonna down Kurt, kick this gen. I don't think they have another gen that progressed. And he's gonna kill Kurt now too. And the problem here too is that they're also both max infection. So like they're gonna have to spray at some point, and when that happens,
get their location away.
Exactly, yeah. So like, then they're fucked, because even this gen actually does have a good bit, but like even if they like, I don't know, like maybe the best way to play it would be to like have one person go, or no, is Dino not infected? Dino's not infected.
Dino's not. But it's a full reset, so it's gonna take a bit.
Yeah, like I feel like the play here is probably to send Warlord away from that gen that had a bunch of progress and have him spray himself to reveal his location. He also has adrenaline too, right? And then maybe Dino can position near the gen and try to get it done, and maybe give Warlord adrenaline mid-chase, and then hopefully you guys can get out. But even that feels really unlikely. Because also, Sox could also just not take the chase, even if he finds out where Warlord is, right? Like, he doesn't have to chase him away from that gen. I don't know. This is such a tough spot. Because, yeah, I mean, next hook wins, right? It's currently a tie at the moment.
It was an interesting spot to be in as far as for Sox, is essentially we saw earlier we broke chase away from a fresh hook, but it allowed him to get another player out easily. So now even though both of them have plenty of stages, like you just need one. They're not going to have enough time to get all the gens done.
Yeah, exactly. Dino taking this chase. Good zoning from Sox. Should be able to get a hit on him.
Do we have any more pallets left up on this top side of the map? I don't think so, right? I think it's all left on the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe top right. Top right might have some, because I don't think they've taken a lot of chases there. Every chase has pretty much been right here. Like this left side has been pretty much every single chase. Like every single one has been here. So maybe top right. Like there's like there's like 2 mace houses over there back to back. I think there might be something there between those two, I would assume.
And so remember, he's been able to keep this pressure too with only getting 2 stacks as far as like help on his slowdowns, right? Because he's only gotten 2 pain res.
Yeah.
You don't have pop or anything.
Yep.
I mean, I guess you could say you got the one little bit of value. What's the name of that perk on the bottom again?
Forcesi, yeah. Forcesation, yeah.
You only use that once too, really, for real. I mean, a lot of this has just kind of been based off of game sense.
True. Yeah. True. He's honestly just played this very dominantly, and then he's gonna get this down with the Dino now, and that's also probably gonna end up being pain res, which is gonna cuck this progress too. But it doesn't really matter because that ends the game anyway. That's gonna be 7th stage, which is the game-ending stage. So there you go, man. Instant dodge, instant dongs. Sorry, the dongs. The dongs end up taking the 2-0. And they win the overall set. This one was at least a little bit closer than the nurse set. The nurse set felt very dominant. I mean, this one will probably end up being a 4K, so like the results are going to be very different, but
nice.
It was still close, right? Like it was still like, this could have easily ended up being like 7 to 8 stages if like maybe someone like just didn't die a little bit quicker, right? So yeah, still a close set. I mean, still like very good try from Chads. They were at least keeping it close on this Wesker set at the very least. Always giving Hatch. Look at that. Look at it. Wholesome. You love to see it. You love to see it. Maybe. Okay, here we go.
Well, I think it was probably one of those you're driving around top of your hatch and it keeps trying to give you to recover instead of actually.
Oh yeah, you gotta look at the hatch just right. Yeah, that shit's weird. And then there you go, 2-0 from Instant Dongs. They just take that second set, and there you go, pretty quick 2-0. The nurse set was very dominant on their side. They just like kind of blew them out of the park on that one. This Wesker set was a little less dominant, but they still looked definitely better overall. They just got a very solid overall better result. And Chad's just a little bit behind, couldn't quite keep up. And yeah, I mean, these guys looking really good, looking really strong as a team. So excited to see them come back, man. I mean, we've only seen these guys, maybe this might be their second time we've ever seen them in scrims. I think we saw them before, maybe like when they first kind of got back together and started playing again, and we put them up against like a really tough team, and I think they lost. So this is only our second time seeing them, and they looked really good today. So hopefully we see more of them in the future, because goddamn, that team was looking strong. So
good group of folks for the ones that I have had the pleasure of crossing paths with. So
oh yeah, they're absolutely like some of my favorite people in terms of like DBD gamers. I've known like they're like those are like the type of gamers that I've run into in game for like the past like 7 years straight in like public matches, and I always have a good time, and they're always super wholesome and just like good chill people. Like I don't know, yeah, like in terms of just like the people themselves, I try not to be biased towards people that like I am friendly with, but like yeah, I mean that group of people is definitely a group of people that I know pretty well, and they're all awesome people. Yeah, so it's really cool to see them come in here, fuck shit up, be a really good team. Obviously Chad's is like most of my mods and admins, so they're kind of the same way. Wait, did I just accept this invite? Who is this? Hold on, they're inviting me to a Survive with Friends. They said Swift. Who are you? What is this?
who are you?
I'm a bit busy at the moment. Sorry. Another time, perhaps.
Best upcoming.
Well, we'll play another time. Good luck with gamers. All right. Hey, they're pretty wholesome, you know? I respect it. Hey, I hope their games go well, you know? I hope their games go well. Do it one match. We take a break to go play with Hatch Eagle's head real quick for a little bit. Easy peasy. Fuck scrims, dude. We got other stuff to do. It's fine.
We're ahead of schedule. It's fine.
To be fair, we actually are. We're actually very ahead of schedule. Which, to be honest, I'm not really too mad about. It's Friday. It's like actually by Friday. Tomorrow's my one day off I take. So to be honest with you, I'm not going to be too upset if we end up just having everything as a 2-0 today and we end a little bit early. I can't be too upset about that. I mean, that just means I get to start my weekend a little bit earlier. But
hashtag mood. I feel it.
True. But I mean, I'm also not opposed to more games as well. That last set's going to be a 2-0, so that's going to be Dunzo. And now we have Waifus versus Nerf Self-Care. It's going to be the final set of the night. Ghostface, Wesker guaranteed, with maybe Artist as a tiebreaker. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Are we up? You guys are up. Assuming Nerf Self-Care is ready, and you guys are ready too, then you guys are up, yeah. We are an hour and a half ahead of schedule, though. So, like, on the off chance that people aren't ready, like, it's understandable, but I'm assuming the people that are in the late slot would prefer to play earlier. Like, I feel like our late slot is pretty late. Like, I feel like it wouldn't surprise me if they've been ready. So
I was saying, because even West Coast, it's like 9 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. So they're probably wanting to get it done with. So yeah. All right, let's hop in. We can set up the predictions and everything. So it's gonna be Waifus versus Nerf Self-Care. I think it looks like Waifu is gonna be playing Killer first, which means I guess they picked Ghostface. So the Waifus must be feeling good about Ghostface, which is interesting. So they're gonna be playing Ghostface, Outcast Andrew, Outcast Shio. Sorry, I guess everyone's gonna become a Shio now. Is it gonna be like Z Shio, Outcast Shio? I think I see what's going on here. I think they're all gonna fucking goddamn it. These fuckers. And so it's gonna be Outcast Andrew up against the survivors of Nerf Self Care to start out with Ghostface, and then I'm not sure who's gonna be playing Killer for Nerf Self Care, but we'll have to see. And we'll have to see how the set goes. I'll give you guys some gambas. Yeah. Let me
Oh, right. I know right now on West Coast it's like 7 something. I was just saying, like, if start time's 9 p.m., I'm sure almost everybody on West Coast would be like, yeah, I'm cool if we, start a little early.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm sure people aren't going to be down. Like, if you're like, hey, normally you're going to have to play till 2 a.m., but no, now we'll make you end at like midnight. They'll be like, okay, cool. Like, I think most people are going to be down to not play deep into the night, Most people anyway, not everybody. Anyway, here, let me give you guys the payout. Let me give you guys a new prediction. Hold on, I got you. Bam. This will be Ghostface set. So this is our only Ghostface set of the whole day. Again, this is gonna be on Larry's. It's gonna be. I would consider Ghostface Larry's to be one of the hardest killer set combos to learn and play. Like, I feel like this is usually pretty tough. But that being said, I also feel like we've seen a lot of... Because here's the thing. I think it's actually kind of tough for Ghostface, too. It's, like, weird. It's kind of tough for both, in a way. Like, I think a lot of Ghostface players play it wrong. But then survivors also don't... But I also think because Ghostface players play it wrong, I think that also leads to survivors not really properly learning it. So it's kind of weird in that way. I don't know. I have so much to say about it. It's hard to sum it up quickly.
I mean, the other thing, too, is it's... like so unique in the sense of most other maps you at least generally get a couple of random tile spawns that are similar, there's TNL, there's this, there's that, but like Larry's is like the loops are all different.
Yeah. So like the way that Larry's is typically like played. Sorry, if you want to chime in, feel free.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I agree with what Nightlight's saying in chat, which, by the way, the GOAT Nightlight in chat hanging out, big props. But like, I think it's a big coordination on the survivors, which is, I think, why it's so fun to watch. Even though it can be long, like at the highest levels, it really is like a big stress on the survivor side.
Yeah, it's like a CARMS coordination check is what it seems like, yeah, which is huge. And again, I feel like it's also one of the hardest ones to do. I guess like a newer team, I imagine it's like a nightmare. But I think that's also assuming that the Ghostface player plays it the way that you should. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take some time to talk about it, because I mean we got to fill anyway, right? Because like typically the way that Larry's is it's pretty consistent in the way that it spawns, right? And like, for instance, if I take this map that's currently on my OBS that you guys can see and I blow it up a little bit, like this like bottom side and this left side have a lot, like the entire bottom side of the map is always really strong in chase. Like these big rooms will pretty often have strong pallets in them. There is one that can spawn like kind of a less strong one, but they always have like at least like a decent pallet in them. Library will have a god pallet. One of these big rooms will always have a god pallet out back of it. The corners will often have a god pallet, sometimes multiple. So like, if you just like play Ghostface in the way where you just try to like commit to chases, like if you hit somebody and then just try to commit to them and down them, a lot of times, especially if the survivors actually know how the map is played, they'll just loop you on bottom side and make your life hell, and you're just not going to be able to kill them, right? That's assuming everybody knows what they're doing, right? So typically what ends up happening a lot of the time is you get Ghostfaces that'll just like stealth around, 99% stock people, like kind of get them to high stock without actually like, committing to them or anything. And then kind of just like take advantage of that stealth and really play around their stealth to try to sneak up on people, insta stock them, and then kill them. And also on top of that, if you guys, have watched a lot of these games or know a lot about, snowballing in a game like DBD, that can be really dangerous, right? Like imagine a situation where someone's on a hook and then everyone else is like 99% stocked. Who's going for that unhook, right? Whoever is just gonna get like fucking topped off and killed right in front of the hook, and then all of a sudden the game's over. Well,
like it's worse because you don't know how much you're stocked.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
yeah, you can't even see your own stock, which makes it even more scary. Exactly. Like when a Ghostface actually plays, like really plays around like 99ing people, and like
really uses it, because again, that's like proper play here, right? Like really taking advantage of your stealth, 99ing people, make like sometimes they don't even know they're 99, like sneaking around, sneaking up on people, instant one-shotting them. Like it doesn't matter how good they are at looping if you just sneak up and one-shot them, right? Like their looping skill is completely out the window at that point. So again, it really depends, right? If the Ghostface player plays like that and the survivors just aren't really coordinated, they're going to be in some trouble. Again, that being said, a lot of the times that we see this set, we'll see the Ghostface players sometimes don't even do that, and it ends up kind of playing out like a more standard game, and then it goes either way, right? If the survivors know how to play the map and they know where the strong loops are, sometimes they'll dominate. If they don't, then sometimes they'll get shit on anyway. Like there's a lot of different factors that can come into play here. I think it's one of those like killer map setups where there's a lot to learn. And like the level of experience and the level of knowledge of both sides is definitely going to show. Like if one side knows the set better than the other, they're going to probably be able to dominate it. Whereas if they don't, like if I don't know, if they're on the same level, then I guess maybe it'll be close. But I guess we'll see.
And it'll be interesting to go from a set like so sometimes I love watching like the dynamic of the way matchups picks are, because you go from a set like this where it's kind of more slow paced right into Wesker.
Yeah, right, exactly. Which is definitely very interesting. Yeah, like you go from like high action, high octane to like slow game, and then back into high octane again. So yeah, it will be interesting because yeah, I mean, especially for this set, like kind of like you said, because it's the same teams, it'll be interesting to see how they make that transition too. You know, so yeah, I don't know. And again, it was waifus that picked this killer map, by the way. So that is maybe something important to keep in mind too. So. I also don't know how much experience these guys are going to have as survivors on this, right? And same thing with like, you know, like on the waifu side, I would assume they're pretty confident if they picked it, but who knows? I'm not even sure how much experience they have either. Maybe they just thought it was the most fun looking one. I don't know, but we'll have to see. If the waifus are more experienced though, I think it'll show, and I'm curious to see if that's a thing. I think we're just kind of setting up builds right now, getting everything ready to go. It's kind of funny, everyone's playing male survivors because yeah, fucking female vaults got broken again, once again, because like, you know, good old Dead by Daylight, dude. My lord. I feel like I don't know how that's been like a reoccurring issue, man. It felt like for the past year it's been like a constant thing, and they'll fix it and then they'll come back next patch. It's like it's so frustrating, dude. It's so frustrating. So yeah, we're probably gonna see a lot of male survivors in pretty much most of the games today, other than like Nurse. Like I don't think it really matters in Nurse, but every other game you might see a lot of male survivors. Sex system is back. That's right.
Which is weird because otherwise it's usually you want to go with the smaller frames because it's easier to, you know, duck and dive behind cover and not be seen.
I also like I don't know, like maybe I'm weird for this, but like when I play Survivor, I like playing female survivors too because it takes up less camera. Like I feel like the survivor, like the male survivors feel so bulky a lot of the time. Like I feel like so like big and like clunky almost.
You're trying to look around their shoulders like, hey bro, would you just move?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas like you're playing like someone like Feng Min, they're so fucking tiny, you can just like see everything. Like so much of your screen is like available, you know? I don't know. So I just don't even like playing male survivors in general, but I guess, you know, now you gotta choose between having more good like FOV and good camera movement versus actually being able to vault windows without fucking dying 3 feet afterwards. So I don't know. I might have to make the switch. I'm not sure. But all right, here we go. The build. Okay, another thing that makes this set interesting, I think, is what the Ghostfaces run, because we allow a lot of stuff, right? So obvious choices here are maybe like Sloppy Butcher. No-Ed is clearly huge for late game if you get there. Like No-Ed Ghostface is fucking terrifying, especially on a map like Larry's where finding totems can be hard. Obviously the usual suspects in terms of like regression being like Pain Res and Pop are both options, as is like Eruption. We actually allow Nowhere to Hide, which I'm actually still no one runs it. I honestly feel like we shouldn't allow it, but we do. And I just don't ever see it. It's really interesting because I feel like that feels kind of OP in the set. But I really don't see people running it, which is interesting. Coup de grace though.
Bringing in the coup de grace, and also I was gonna point out sometimes we see on this map especially where the usual staple of corrupt doesn't get brought, but does look like Shio here did bring it in. I feel like sometimes on Ghostface, because the early game is so slow, it's part of the reason that you see a lot of people like at the higher level not use it, which then obviously means you have a whole new perk or another perk slot that you can get used for like the entirety of the trial instead of just the first 90 seconds.
Yeah, right. Like so if you could hypothetically get get away with not running this, you replace that with like, I don't know, like fucking pain res or eruption or something, and that gets massive value, right?
You know, it's a surprising perk that we've seen get used in comp quite a bit on this map again in particular is spies.
Yeah, crow spawns on this map are actually really legit. Like there's good, they're like positioned in good spots on this map. So yeah, spies is one of those perks that I feel like everyone just kind of overlooks a lot of the time, but it can be pretty good. So that's not terribly surprising. And again, I imagine as well, like based on how I know high-end Ghostface games go, if you can ever just get information on where someone is, that's probably extremely valuable as Ghostface, considering everyone's just kind of stealthing around and trying to get vision, you know?
And it's also, I don't know if there's a way that you can tell if they necessarily have the perk, you know what I mean? So you could just kind of take the risk or not of how much your noise you're making moving through the hallways.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's no scouting it like you can with like things with like distortion. Yeah, and our guy's doing a really good job right now. He 99% in Jive Turkey, get smoked to like 75. Tazgo is getting up there too, getting a lot of stock here. So this is good. This is what I want to see out of Ghostface. Now, what can go wrong here is you can sometimes you'll pop your. Did he get broken out there, or did he just go for that? If he breaks that pallet, he gets it back. We didn't talk about this either. His add-ons are Olsen's wallet. That gives him his power back when he breaks a pallet. So that's pretty nice. That's why he gets his power back there. See, like right there, like if that was hypothetically Jive Turkey, that would have been too early of a stock. So you do got to be a little bit careful when stocking once you get people this high. Ooh, but he's gonna get his power back immediately anyway, thanks to this pallet. So yeah,
he's chasing somebody who's 99 too. Although he's breaking chase with them, which is kind of interesting. I feel like he saw the. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't chase her.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to basically solely just sneak up on people, but at the same time, that was a pretty good chase, right? He was running topside, and there's usually not a lot of strong stuff up there, so that wouldn't have been a bad chase to take. So yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Like, had he got distance and he would have ran down here, then maybe I'd have been like, okay, maybe don't take that chase. But like,
right.
Yeah, but he wasn't running to necessarily the best side of the map. Is he gonna try to? I don't think he's. You think he's gonna rotate back around? Oh, he was right.
Didn't get seen. Yeah, he didn't see the guy behind him who broke him out, which is just more time. Middle gen getting done too. It's like 60% right now.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, these guys are rocking auto dig dac, which I love to see, dude. My boy Jive Turkey got the auto dig dac.
4 stacks already.
Yeah, it's also up to 4 stacks. That perk is gonna be getting value this game, dude. I am excited for that. Renato, and again, like committing to this Renato feels like not the play to me. Although he is kind of playing this wrong. He's gonna die, so never mind. Never mind, it's fine play. But it shouldn't have been the right play. I mean, he had a strong pallet here. He just didn't use it for some reason. And he could have transitioned his pallet into like the bottom side and maybe into library and have even more god pallets. So I do think that was probably not a good idea to make this the one you commit to, but it works out, you know? So Renato messing that up a little bit. Ends up goes down. Pop is up. Ku's now up too.
First hook for first gen though, so like kind of decent, I would say, trade there.
Yeah.
You probably want another one, but you've still got a lot of snowball potential. You've got 2 people 99. I'm sure at this point, Smoked has to figure that they're pretty well close to 99, if not 99, since they broke Chase right away, you know, after the one stun. I wonder who this is right here with these scratch marks, though.
That's Tazgo. Yeah, we just saw him. Or sorry, Tazgo. So yeah, it's the person that's not 99. But yeah, if he can catch off one of these survivors, especially going for the hook. This is the Deli survivor, so this will probably be the person that goes for the hook. He just lost his power too as he comes up to this, but Pop goes the Weasel coming in. There's a pallet there he can break for power. See, I think the big potential here, I think, is again around hooks. Like, you put someone on a hook, if any of these 99 survivors go for the unhook and you can down them like next to the hook, like a hook and then a down next to the hook is pretty much like game ending almost. Like, that is such an insane position to be in, and that is something that can very easily happen in this set with this kind of like stock potential. So
especially because now you've still got Jake, who's what, 2 seconds left from being like completely stocked where he's at.
Yeah. I don't think he should have committed this far into Renato. Like, he knows what gens are being worked, right? And these guys are 99. So I think he could have like went to these gens and did this, but like much sooner. And also better than that, this is definitely not what you want, because now this gamer is stocked, but he can have people body block. Also, you can't even hit this guy body blocking or else you'll reset his stock. So you have to just like let him do this to you basically. And wait for your power.
I was saying they're gonna know that and just hit the pallet, which just makes this even easier to work around.
Now that he has his power, he can do this and kill him.
Oof.
But committing to Steve here, I think would be a mistake. I think this is a mistake. It might pay off. Steve might fuck up, and it might pay off. But that's a strong area. Like if that Steve plays well, he won't catch him. Which yeah, so he goes back and hooks. I think this does make more stake. Yeah, but I feel like that was like with those 299s that he held all game. This was the value he got out of it. So it ends up not being that much. Yeah. So a little not. Like I feel like definitely if you're gonna pop the expose on somebody like that, you definitely want to make sure you're in a position to guarantee the down before you do it. Otherwise, it's a pretty big waste.
There's a third gen too.
Yeah, a lot of gen progress. A lot of gen progress right now. Nerf self-care handling this decently well at the moment.
Now you have been able to find Tagzo, who was one of the ones who was like further progressed. You can see now up to 99, but you're gonna leave him be. So now everyone else is gonna have to play a little bit more cautious. You are also gonna have to obviously make sure you're staying out of view of the hook, because otherwise you don't want to be broken out. But Smoke still has like 15-20 seconds. That's time for one person to be sitting on a gen, but somebody needs to be moving in here shortly.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and here's that situation I was talking about. This is deadly unbreakable, so it's not the end of the world, but this is still a really strong spot to be in. This is still the exact thing I was saying, right? Because now you have two people not doing gens, and our guys can just sit here and watch these guys too. I mean, even though he has unbreakable and he'll be able to get up, this is still a pretty good time sink. And as a matter of fact, he might hook him. Yeah, he's gonna hook him when he goes struggle. So this will also get Deli out of the way, and get Smoke to go struggle. So he'll have to worry about that as well.
It's another one of your fresh hooks here too. So now realistically, you'd really like to find Steve. Obviously, you know, beggars can't be choosers, but if you can find them, that's a really strong performance right now.
Yeah. They seem to just be hard committed to these gens. They're not even moving in position to the unhook yet. He does find Steve. I think he's gonna stalk him a little bit and then break out. Or sorry, and then kick this gen. He didn't get broken out, so that's really good. Stays in stealth.
Yeah, but now everyone's back in play here. Both saves were able to come across, and one of those was renewal. It looks like.
I think that was Deli.
No, that's the Deli. That's the Deli.
Yeah, I think he delied and then unhooked is what happened. Yeah, Renato actually stuck to his gen. Ooh, but he gets the down on to get Smoked, who's death hook. I don't think he should even be fucking around with the chase. I think he should just kill him. I think this is a mistake. I'm not sure why he's coming to this so hard.
I think it's feeling the pressure, the fourth gen popping, but I agree. I think overextending here.
I think
at least you get to re-stealth is the good news, but you should definitely make sure you go get your slug right now.
I think he just fucked up badly, because I think they're gonna have time to get this gen done down here now. Well, maybe they might have time to get this gen done, because I think he very clearly had time to get this hook and then run back and then kick that with pop. Like I think that was a very obvious thing. Well, okay, this guy's DS, so maybe he knew this somehow. I don't know. Maybe he had some kind of information on this that made him think he might have had DS. I don't know. Oh,
does he get there?
No. This is gonna be a hook though. So there you go. The hook's gonna come in here. And I still don't think he'll be able to make it to that gen in time. Yeah, that gen's still gonna pop. So yeah, I don't know. I still think it might have been worth it just to just to pick up anyway. I think committing to a survivor that you're probably not gonna down, no matter what, feels strange. I mean, I guess it's a risky play, but I don't know. Hang
on, Jab Turkey though. It's your fresh hook.
Yeah, true. No Noed though, so it's gonna have to down him the old-fashioned way. Why would he do that? Was he expecting Noed? Maybe.
Playing in case of maybe, but why wouldn't you expose it?
Yeah, you would want to expose it so that way you can see the aura of it, or just maybe like the scouting. I mean, they clearly know about Sloppy. They clearly know about, like, what do they not know? Coup, I guess. Maybe they haven't seen enough of Coup to know. I guess he's really not gone for any crazy Coup hits, right? So I guess it kind of makes sense. Like I think he maybe went for like one lunge, and maybe they just didn't really realize it was a Coup swing. Because yeah, there must have been one perk they didn't identify. Because there's no way that they missed out Sloppy or Corrupt, and they must have figured out Pop from that gen even in the corner, right? They must have not realized Coup was in play. I feel like no matter what, you might as well just take that down, though. You know, that's very strange. They kind of just gave him that for free.
Yeah, it feels like that's a lot of stages to be given up at the end. That's not. I mean, 3 free, not free stages, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, but
that's a big swing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is free though. Like, I mean, I think that like he might have been able to get it anyway, right? Like, Akaseju still might have been able to kill that guy, but he might not have, right? You kind of just took that like question mark away and just was like, here you go, just go ahead and take me as long as my teammates get out. Which I feel like, I don't know, you might as well just make sure Noed's in play, right? Like that felt like a very bold prediction. It was too bold, clearly, because he didn't actually have it. So it ends up being what, 8 stages? Because those 2 that got out were hooked once. So yeah, I believe that was 8 stages with 4 fresh, is what that was. 8 stages, 4 fresh, which is not bad for either side. I feel like, to me, that actually feels like better for the survivors, in my opinion. Because again, I feel like with more proper, like with really good Ghostface play here, I feel like it doesn't feel out of the realm of possibility to get like a 4K. Like it feels decently reasonable to be able to do. Yeah, he even said he thought he had Noed. So like even with those stages kind of donated at the end, I still feel like this is okay for survivors. Again, I guess it's just gonna depend on how their Ghostface plays it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, assuming that their Ghostface plays this correctly, I think that's a good result. Like, okay, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say it's a good result for Survivor, because I would consider a good result something that makes it so that your side, as long as they play correctly, can win. Like, as long as they play right, they win. And I think that's what they did. I mean, 8 stages, I feel like that's like, if the Ghostface plays this right, I think he'll probably be able to, he could probably beat that, you know? It's just going to be a matter of, like, how correctly does he play it? How correctly do the survivors play it? There's so many question marks here, right? Because this Ghostface set is such a unique, interesting set. And I don't really know if I expect either side to play it perfectly correctly, so... yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you start off on the survivor side, if you make it to where your killer can still rely on no edge, you're not doing half bad.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't want to be in that spot.
Like that's a ace in the hole sort of deal.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, like, if you get like 4K'd and then your killer like can't allow the gens to pop at all, then suddenly no edge out of the question, and you can't even have that in your back pocket, and you just have to like make sure. Yeah, so I agree. That's definitely a good spot to be in, and we'll see what the killer from their self-care can do to take advantage. I might need to be... I wonder if they're waiting on me. I'm just going to accept every friend request I have. One of them is Choke Me Kenneth, which is lovely. I love that. There's all kinds of fucking wacky-ass names in here. I'm assuming one of them might... I mean, I think I might be missing a request, so I guess we'll see.
The creativity. It's been a theme all night long.
I know. Is it crazy? I love it. Absolute crazy creativity from... Oh, Zaphis is their killer. Wait, does Zaphis leave Visceral? Oh, shit. Oh. Well. Oh. Well. I'm going to assume that Zaphis knows how to play this. Oh, that makes this interesting. Oh.
That makes things really, really interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah. That makes this very interesting. Yes. If you guys don't know, Zaphis is it's a pretty good player. He's a pretty damn good player. So yeah, this should be very, very tough. I don't know how much killer he plays. I do think we've seen him play killer for Vicinal a few times, but in terms of like their actual like comp league teams and stuff, I'm not really sure who their killer players are and what. Like, we have seen him play killer in scrims a few times, and he's done pretty well. And I will say, like, at the very least, I'm confident that he knows what to do, which I think in a set like this is probably the most important thing. So regardless of like, again, whether this is like somebody that like I know Zav is more of a survivor player than killer. Again, I'm assuming he probably like knows. I'm assuming he plays some killer too. But the fact that he's even going to know what to do means that this is going to be fucking dangerous. This is going to be super dangerous for the survivors. Zav has played against Eternal today. Oh well, then yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, so you're saying you got a pretty good warm up. Yeah, it's a pretty good warm up. You know, warming up against Eternal, that's a pretty good warm up. So yeah, Zappis is a very good player. The waifus are going to be in for quite a time here, I think. So here you go. Here's the waifus team. I'm going to actually take a second to run to the bathroom because I've been chugging coffee and it's beating the shit out of my bladder. So feel free to talk to chat if you want.
I was going to say, actually, it's perfect timing for me because I kind of need to do the same.
Yeah, all right, yeah, let's just both BRB. I'll be back in a sec, guys. Be right back. 1 sec.
All right. I'm back. Q, are you back? Am I alone? I might be alone. All right. Hi. Hello. So, everyone. No, wait. No, we don't have everyone as a Shio. We have Happy Shio, Angry Shio, Monkey Burrito, Z Slasher. The squad's here. They're gonna have to have a really good game here, I think. They're gonna again. Zappis is killer. I expect him to play this pretty well. They need to beat what 8 stages for fresh. So they need to. If they get 9 stages, they lose. They have to get 8 stages or less. They cannot get 9 stages or else they lose. So they got to finish all the gens, get out with less than that many stages of loss. So that's gonna be pretty tough. Pretty tough, I think. They're gonna have to make sure they play this very solidly, but this should be very good practice for them at the very least. So we'll see how it goes. They're not quite ready yet. I'm assuming that they're really thinking through builds. I didn't see how much auto dig deck value got their last game, or how much value it got last game. I worded that really stupidly, but you know what I mean. I didn't see how much value it got last game, but I kind of wish I did, because I love that choice of perk. That's so good. I fucking love dig deck, dude. That perk is amazing, and I think in a set like this, it actually could be really valuable. So I was actually really stoked to see it, but I don't think I kept up with it well enough to really see the full value. And again, I said this earlier, but thank you guys all for the subs. I'm not going through and thanking everybody individually, but I do see you guys all, and I do appreciate it. So thank you guys. Thank you.
I have always been a Dick Dack enjoyer. I think it
Same.
helps a lot on resource. I think, obviously there's the memes of all of a sudden you're at end game, it's your first heal, and it's not in a situation where you need to be taking negative, bonus or whatever. But I love it.
Same. I love it too. I think it's a really, really good perk. I think it's like a really fun perk. I think it's just neat and interesting. I don't know. I enjoy the perk a lot. It's like one of my favorite perks in the whole game. So I always get like super stoked whenever I see somebody running it. And especially like when it's actually getting good value, right? Like when it's popping off and getting good value, that's when I really love it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they were up to 4 stacks like super quick that last game on it.
Yeah, super early. I mean, I'm assuming it probably got a ton of value. We didn't really go around enough to really see, but yeah, I mean, the fact that they were up to 4 stacks that early, I'm assuming it at least popped off a few times, but I don't know. Again, especially on killers like that, where like you're gonna have to reset often, I feel like having a perk like that is really good. Like against like a really heavy 3-gen killer, like if you're going against like a hag or something, or like a stealth killer like Ghostface, I feel like Dick Dack, man, like unironically good solid perk. Anyway, here we go. Noed, Eruption, Pain Res, no pop. Going with Eruption instead, which I don't hate. I really don't hate that. Drop leg, Knife Sheath with Olsen's Wallet, so no Philly. Instead, this is the add-on that gives you like 5% haste for 10 seconds. That's what it is, right? 5% haste for 10 seconds after fully stocking somebody, I believe. So pretty solid add-on.
It's in. I think I got a buff recently, right? It's 10%.
Is it?
Yeah, 10% haste for 5 seconds.
Is it? Are you sure? That's actually a big deal. If so, 10% haste is a fuck ton. So if that's true, that's actually pretty massive. Finds a pretty quick opening hit on Angry Shio. Doesn't bother going for much stock. Just kind of takes the hit. Maybe just wants to get might just want to get some tags. Again, also has Olsen's Wallet, so any pallet kick will also renew Night Shroud, which will be really useful. This pallet can be a little dangerous. Disaster is gonna need a hit there. So good start so far from Zappis, getting a couple tags.
Equally so, I guess you could say on the survivor side, you're still standing 45 seconds in, which means you've got 2 survivors trying to. Well, we saw only one working on gens, but also able to get together for a quick reset. So not necessarily losing pressure, because obviously pressure off of the gens, but now you've been in for a full 60 seconds, and it's almost like we're back to square one.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of right back to square one. Just maybe a couple pallets used up. So the tags end up getting not that much value. But if you would have found the resets, it could have been huge. So like it sets you up to maybe make a play, but the waifus do get out of it relatively unharmed. Good pallet stun there. He will get his power back from kicking this, but okay. Unfortunately, again, more spectator bullshit, but we don't actually hear the sound of Ghostface being broken out, so we can never really tell if he's being broken out or not. We only hear it when he gets fully broken out.
When it's done, so. Yeah. Oh, that David didn't realize he was there until last second, so he's got him almost 99, and also Shio's starting to get a little bit. There's gonna be the 99 of the Shio, or the full stock, I should say, on the monkey, and Shio's still gonna be around. Could potentially help with the body block.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get in there in time, and Monkey Beater's gonna go down. So yeah, again, tough spot. Like this top side of the map, again, this is like on the top side. This is happening at like maybe like 11, 12 right now. And this is again like the weaker side of this map. Like this is where if you're taking a chase, you're gonna be in trouble a lot of the time. Like you can have some strong tiles up here sometimes, but it's not like it's guaranteed. And a lot of times you have just like weak stuff up there, and usually you just end up dying. So yeah, I mean Zavis, I think able to identify that and getting it down there pretty quickly. That's gonna be pain res.
And it was on the gen that was closest to you too, so you're in full control right now if you're Zaphis, because you've got yourself a hook already. You know that the only gen that was anywhere close to 50% already regressing on its own, and you've got you know your shroud back, big vibing.
Yeah, this is definitely a really good spot to be in. They are keeping some vision of him, which means I'm assuming they're going to be able to progress gens, right? The fact that they know where he is means that they should feel pretty safe to progress gens. Happy Shio, he doesn't have Deli. I don't know who does. It might even be the guy on the hook. No, C/Slasher has Deli. He's creeping up. Happy Shio is just kind of taking some aggro for now, keeping eyes on him. But I don't feel like there's been a lot of gen progress because Happy Shio's here, and now Z/Slasher's been creeping up too with Deli, so that leaves just Angry Shio to be working on gens this whole time. So, Davis is chilling here, waiting for struggle.
And it's kind of the benefit you get with the early down, right? And kind of knowing that you're in full control. Unfortunately, didn't get quite as much stock as you're hoping to get. You're hoping to kind of actually get a full stock onto the ace, because now ace knows that they're like almost like 80%. That hit gets rid of all of the stock progression. So not only do they get the unhook, but now they get extra distance.
I'm kind of surprised to see Zappis not just wait for his power and down him, to be honest. Like, I feel like you could just wait for your power and get that down rather than taking the tag. I mean, the tag's not bad too, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you get it down there, you get maybe like a pain res. Even if he has Deli, you just let him Deli, get the pain res, and it's at least something, right? Because now he tags him and they're gonna go heal. He's gonna take that time to 99 Renato. But they do pop a gen, and that's gotta be like the only gen they really had a lot of progress on. Because again,
I think it's literally the only gen they had progress on. Maybe one sitting around like 10-ish at the most. But yeah, they don't really have anything else. And that's gonna be a full stock here on the Shio as well, who's kind of cornered up. Obviously, a stronger palette. We're able to make distance to the middle, but I don't know if they make it much farther than this, really.
Ooh, that miss is gonna help a lot. Is this door open? It is. They're probably gonna die though. I think they should have looped back around to the pallet. They might. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it or not. But I think the only way you stay alive there is if you loop back to that pallet that you threw and then play it like one big loop. Like I don't know about running into the middle of that room. But regardless, Zavis does get that down. They were almost able to get away. I mean, yeah, that was a pretty bad spot again, like kind of being up on this top side. But they almost managed to stay alive anyway. But yeah, gonna get hooked basement. Second gen pops. So I guess maybe we were wrong about gen progress because they popped the second one.
I think what's going to work for them is one of the ones that they popped too. I think was one of the single gens. Now, obviously not the one that David was just on, but I think one of the ones that Renato was working on earlier was one of the ones that only has the one side. So if you can get those done early, that's actually pretty big on this map.
Yeah, I agree.
Basement sucks here though, because if Zaphis wanted to for real, he could just sit at the bottom of the stairs and stalk, which he's probably going to go post up and do here now. And you can basically get most of a free stalk all the way down.
Yeah, because you can kind of just sit at the edge and peek, yeah.
Oh. I think that was David, right? Yep. Monkey Burrito?
Yeah. Angry Shy was 99% stock. Probably just want to go for it. They might, kind of looks like they maybe don't want to go for it at all. Sort of seeming that way. Seeming like nobody really wants to go for this.
I don't think anyone really knows what they're sitting at, right?
Yeah,
as far as stock progress?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Ace should know because he got tagged when he body blocked for Monkey Burrito. I mean, I guess.
Oh, true.
I guess you still don't know for sure if like maybe you got stalked without even seeing him, right? Like it's possible that he stalked you and you just didn't even know he was stalking you. But I mean, he at least did get tagged and then re-healed up. So I think you should have a pretty good idea that he's a zero. But yeah, they do let him go struggle. He was also Deli Unbreakable, so like it felt pretty reasonable for him just to bolt down there with Sprint Burst with Deli Unbreakable. But he didn't do it. They let him go struggle. Monkey's here. He's got Bounce Landing. He actually just broke him out. I thought that was going to be the save too, but he opts not to.
Oh, there's the ace though, the fully healthy survivor. Oh, and he ends up hitting the Adam instead.
Yeah, hit someone hook. Adam's death hook, but I think he had a build for this. Yeah, he's got a build for this. He's certainly got a build for this. Well, the build for this didn't really help, but he does have DS still. He does have DS. So the build for this isn't quite over yet.
Slaps him with the D. You love to see it.
Is it going to do anything, though? Well, actually, he drops this. Oh,
Oh, with the flash or the blast mine too.
I actually think that's kind of huge because that lets Happy Shadow get even further away. And considering their death hook, I think that's actually really important because Zappis, I think, is still going to be looking for this. No Sloppy Butcher 2 means that the resurgence here is actually, I think, going to be still in play. And if they can find somebody to heal them, I think they'll be able to heal them up pretty quickly. But I think Zappis is creeping and looking for him. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about where he is in accordance because what is he sitting up? Be front or back left? Yeah.
Yeah.
7?
No, he's actually bottom. Yeah, he's bottom. Yeah, I think he's 6. He's actually 6 right now. Yeah, he's in like deep 6, which I don't know how he got there because I thought we saw him running top. Oh, stock on Angry Shadow here. So yeah, Ghostface shows up here. Gets a stock onto Renato, but Renato's in a strong area, so might have jumped the gun a little bit there. This is a pretty safe paladin here. Yeah, he's gonna leave him and go after Happy Shadow actually. Yeah, Renato's in a pretty okay spot. Has a pretty strong paladin in that room. God Pallet is here in the library if he needs it as well. Zappis trying to bait this. Very well played by Happy Shadow though. Vaulting at a really good moment.
Yeah, and able to get away here now. So all you got left here is an Adam who has no stock value. So this is kind of a whole bunch of additional time. I mean, and you only end up getting what 30% stock value off of this.
Yeah.
Zap's in a tough spot here. His build was meant to kind of get like a lot of like compounded value down when you talk about the eruption and the pain res, and hasn't really got much of it.
Yeah, not really much at all. It's only gotten 2 actual hooks, so it just like one of them went to struggle. So, and one of them was basement, so pain res has only even kicked in once. That stock on Rado wears off, so he's gonna feel safe to hop back on that gen, and that gen that he was gonna hop back on is almost done too. Well, he's actually not there anymore. But that one gen in the bottom left room, like the 8 o'clock room, was all. Oh my god! Come on, dude.
That's tough. Especially because again, it's like so late, right?
This is legitimately just depressing. Like I don't. This was like the set earlier was so good too. Like
yeah, because it's really in a point where it could still swing either way with
the
full 4.
Yeah, like these guys have been doing so good, right? Like Man. I mean, what's interesting too is that hypothetically, the waifus could even still win this, still, but like it's gonna be really hard. But I mean, they hypothetically could. Bounce landing coming here.
Bounce away, landing away. If you can get a little bit of a juicer run here, I mean, I don't know. Can you make this pallet?
Yeah, but this pallet's pretty shit. Like I think you're probably gonna die unless you really pricked him well. Monkey was doing pretty good, but yeah, he's gonna go down. Angry Shot tried to come into body block, but it was too late. And yeah, Monkey was gonna get put on hook. This is gonna be hook stage number 7. The win con is 9 stages. So this is hook number 7, which puts them pretty close. They procced kinship, but I don't think they're even gonna bother letting it sit. They're just gonna grab the unhook. Shit, man. Shit. I wonder if that was like a lag out or if that was another server thing. Because if this is a server thing, like if it, like I don't know, like there was a patch recently, right? If this is a server thing, then dude, we might have to like. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but like that, like this has been fucking depressing. Because both the times it's happened today have been really close games.
Really close games.
Yeah. Like that last game, like the very first game, it was the bad intention set, right? I think. Was it the bad intention set or was it the set after? I can't remember, but the first set was definitely
the second set, right?
Yeah, maybe. I just remember it was a really close, like the team needed the win to stay in it, kind of like this one. Well, actually, no, actually not like this one. This one's the first set, but still, like it was just a really close set, and it could have gone either way. And yeah, it ended up not. Because yeah, now this is Angry Shio, who is fresh hook getting downed, and this is gonna be hook stage number 8. And Zavis could even just like camp this now and basically get the 9th stage. Or I mean, also Noah's still gonna be in play, so the 9th stage is like most likely gonna happen, just because Noah being in play and this guy being hooked. So like the 9th stage is most likely gonna happen, and I think Zavis is gonna be able to get this win for Nerf self-care. But again, it just feels so bad because, like, don't get me wrong, like Zavis might have still, like, he might have still got it anyway. Like, even without the lag out, he might have still been able to get the win. But the survivors were definitely in a position where they were definitely like it could have gone either way, you know?
And on somebody who's fresh hooked too is like what makes it feel like really tough is you're halfway through the game and it's somebody who had so much game left to play.
Yeah, it was also Deli. It was Fresh Hook and it was Deli Unbreakable. Like that was like the worst player that could have gone out. Like, oh man, fucking brutal, dude. Like actually brutal.
Because what here now you're at 8 stages.
Yeah, eight stages with 4. Like this is technically tie because I mean you would get the fresh stages for Z Slasher. So this is technically tied right now, which means next hook wins. And if they somehow manage to finish the gens and get out right now, then it would be a tie, which even that feels is pretty unlikely. They like none of the gens have a ton of progress. He's putting eruption down on all of them. He has somebody like 99% stocked. So yeah, I mean most like he has no N2 even if they do pop the final gen. So yeah, I mean
yeah.
So yeah, this is like again, I don't like to do the thing where I say like the game's over, right? I don't like to do that before a game's actually over, but this is like 99% over. Like there's a very minuscule chance that Zavis doesn't get one more hook by the time they get out. Again,
I think especially because it's a killer that you know has a lot of like the discipline that won't over engage in a chase if they happen to start getting like their butt kicked.
Yeah, exactly. Like if anything, I've been surprised at how good survivors have been doing against Zappis because I don't expect Zappis to fuck up a whole lot, right? So if anything, I've been pleasantly surprised at how well they've been doing already. So yeah, I mean, at this stage, it feels like even more difficult. He does get attacked there on Angry Shio. He's gonna make his way back. There was somebody here that blew a skill check, but they're stealthing. Oh, he's blending in with the wall, dude. His color matches it. Oh no!
Oh, he sees him.
No, just stand still. Your shirt matches the wall. He'll never see you. Oh,
that was unfortunate. You'd hope he didn't catch you. I wonder if that was one of those things. Of course, again, we can't tell because with the spectator, you don't hear the sound if he started to get broke out. But I wonder if it was because Monkey Burrito saw him a little bit. Zappis knew there was somebody back behind him, which is such a like that's a whole like mind game in itself. Like when you're trying to look out for somebody who's in shroud, right?
Yeah, like you gotta like try to not break them out while while seeing them. Like you gotta
while trying to find them.
Yeah, which is such a weird, bizarre thing to do. Yeah. Does break him out. He breaks that though, and that's gonna give him his power back. These guys are healing at the moment. They have prove on them, so they hop on a gen together. That should be a good bit of progress, but yeah, that's gonna be the down. And that's gonna be the game-winning hook. Oh man, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I can't just sit here and pretend that this isn't fucking depressing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, gloomy fucking caster, but like at the same time, I'm not gonna beat around the bush and pretend that this shit isn't depressing as fuck. You know? This sucks. Like. Again, we can't guarantee that waifus were like gonna win this set, right? Like Zappis still could have pulled this out. He still had no ed. He still had a lot, but like they were looking good, right? Like they were at like maybe like what, like something like 3 or 4 stages. They still had Deli up. They only had like 2 gens left. They were looking to be in a pretty strong position. So like it was definitely gonna go either way, but this kind of just makes it, you know, this just makes them lose with really nothing they can do about it. So.
And it's just hard because with rules, you never want to make it to where it's like a judgment call on if there's like a restart or not. Like you want it to be a very much like a
because then you're picking favorites, right? Like if you call one a restart and you call one and then another one not, then they're like, oh my god, it's just streamer favoritism or something, right? So yeah, it has to just be a blanket rule, right? Like if we're this far into a game, it's you just can't reset, right? And honestly, even if we did reset anyway, like these guys had such a good start that like who's to even say that they would get that good of a start again, right? Like even a reset here would still not feel amazing because who's to say that they even do as well as they did? So oh lord, hey, what are you gonna do, man? Okay, Z Slasher, can you at least answer this question? Like did it give you like a server disconnect or was it your internet? Like what was it? Because earlier when someone lagged out from a match, they said it was like a server disconnect thing or something, and it wasn't like internet. Wait, yeah, because you said you're on the same Wi-Fi as Angry Shy or something, right? Because Angry Shy was on the same internet, same house. Oh, so yeah, it's a server thing, dude. Okay. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm just gonna throw this out there as a suggestion to stream and also the mods. We might have to like postpone scrims until this gets fixed, because this happened twice tonight, dude. Like this, if this is something that's gonna happen consistently, this is fucking awful. Like we cannot keep doing this with this shit up. Like that's really bad. Like what are like wait, I have to like check in with like comp
orgs and see like what they're doing and how they're handling things. Because like, I couldn't imagine like hosting if you have like a tournament right now or something. Like, what the fuck do you do with this? This is crazy.
I mean, I know we had one during All Hallows Week, I guess, like opening weekend, and I think they had like the teams discussed, and since they both agreed to like restart it because it was so late.
Yeah.
And there was like, because there was no crash reports, because they also have them like in Discord and stuff. So like it was clear that they didn't like disconnect from Discord. They only disconnected from game.
Yeah, that sucks though, man. Like fuck, that just makes everything so difficult. Like I don't know. Like I just don't know what to do about it. That's so bad. I mean, yeah, like every set today has been a 2-0. So we've had the least amount of games today as possible, and it's already happened twice. So yeah, like that's kind of the thing. Like we didn't even have any games go to the third set. Like if every game went to the third set, it probably would have happened a third time or maybe a fourth time by now, Like we've had six, or I guess 12 games. 14 games, I guess, if you count these two. And it's happened twice. And again, like we're planning on doing 4 best of 3s every Friday. So like this is like the least amount of games possible, and it's already happened twice. So yeah, man, that fucking sucks. God, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. So I guess we're gonna go to the next killer. I don't think, unless Z-Slasher's in the lobby with their killer, I don't think Z-Slasher's playing killer first, right? I think you guys are playing survivor first. It should be their killer first, I believe. So I think we do the old ABBA system. So it should be their killer playing what, Wesker? Up against the survivors of Waifu, and then we flip-flop, I believe. It should be that, I think. So yeah, I think it'll be Zaphis' killer up against you guys again. Hopefully we don't run into any more issues. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and run the Wesker set. Nerf self-care is up 1-0 though. And yeah, hopefully there's no more issues. I don't know, man. Is that something that will be noticed in the patch notes? It seems so blurry where this is coming from. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, is this something they're even gonna like acknowledge? I might have to like try to use whatever contacts I have to maybe get some info on this. I don't know. Like also info on like the fact that they're like maybe when they fix it too. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to like actually put in like some effort in terms of like using whatever contacts I have to try to get this shit into a place where it makes sense. That sucks, dude. God, that sucks. All right, I gotta play some ads. Ads have to play in like 4 or 5 minutes anyway, so I'm gonna play some ads. We're gonna set up this next game. We're gonna run the Wesker game, and we'll see how it goes. So sit through the ads. Just be patient. The game won't start until they're done. So yeah. No, yeah, we can keep gambling. I don't know, man. Look, you guys are gambling. It's fucking gambling, okay? Like, you guys know what you're getting into, all right? Look, if some shit happens, that's the nature of gambling, get fucked, Unfortunate. Like, I'm still paying out Nerf self-care here. Sorry, it's happening. It's happening, sorry.
If Patrick Mahomes breaks his leg, they still pay out.
Yeah, see, exactly. Yep. That's how gambling works, man. I mean, shit happens. Sometimes you throw a wrench in there, So yeah, I mean, gamble in the set with the thing in mind that maybe in one of these games someone will lag out halfway through and then their team will lose. That might happen. So gamble with that in mind. If that's too much of a risk that you don't want to risk your precious hard-earned fake money that does nothing, then maybe don't gamble. Maybe save your money.
But I'm trying to save up for the million, baby.
It's actually a billion. It's a billion. It's a billion. Yeah, like gamers say that, and then they get to a million, and then they realize like, oh wait, it's a billion, and then they don't, and then they realize that they have to do that 999 more times. Like that long ass save up, they got to do that 999 more times. So yeah, it's not very fun. It's not very fun. No one's gotten even close yet. I don't think anyone ever will. So I don't know. A lot of people keep saying, oh, I'm gonna be the one that gets it. I'm gonna save up a billion. I'm gonna make you play Hag. No, ain't happening. Not happening. Sorry, Bucko. Wait, actually, we're not quite ready yet. Sorry, I should have swapped the spec yet. But, I mean, anyway, let me change up the map and everything. This is gonna be Wesker, Cold Tower. It'll be Zaphis' Wesker up against the Wesker of Waifus, which I believe will be Z-Slasher. Anyway, see how this goes. Again, like we said before in the previous Wesker sets, expected result anywhere from like I feel like it usually ends up being like 6 to 8 stages if the survivors play really, really well. or if the Wesker plays really well and the survivors fuck up a little bit, then sometimes it could just be like a 4K1, you know? But I feel like if the Wesker ends up getting like, I don't know, 7 to 8 stages, not necessarily a bad result, you know? That feels like a pretty much standard against really good survivor player result. So keep that in mind when this game is being played, right? Like, it could be a 4K, but even if it's not a 4K, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad result. Ads are pretty much done, so we'll hop off. They got like 30 seconds left.
I feel like our last Wesker set though went pretty. We got to see some nice plays, so I think we should be anticipating some of the same here. It's going to be a big like mental test here, unfortunately for the survivors.
Yeah. I mean, Z-Sasher was in chat talking about how he was demoralized and like didn't even really want to play anymore, which is, you know, understandable. Like, I get it. It does make sense, but I do think for the sake of these guys, like, you know, for the sake of his teammates and everything, I hope he's able to kind of just like get it together. Like, you know, I know it's frustrating. You know, I can't blame him. I'd be frustrated as fuck too. Dude, did Monkey Bridge just get kicked? Oh, God. Or maybe they're bringing in someone else. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I know it's probably frustrating, so it's hard to blame them for being frustrated. Oh yeah, I think they're bringing in Outcast Andrew. Okay, so I don't think that was like that wasn't like a server thing. I think they were just bringing in somebody else. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's probably frustrating, but I mean, hopefully just for the sake of their, you know, for the sake of playing out their match, hopefully they can like reel it in a little mentally and, you know, be able to like hold it down and at least just finish out this game and play at least relatively good. But I don't know. They're gonna need a good result here. We know Zaphis is a very good player, so I feel like this should be a threatening match. Also, they picked Wesker, right? Nerf Self-Care picked Wesker, so they didn't pick Ghostface, right? That was the waifus that picked Ghostface. So they picked Wesker knowing what killer they had. So yeah, I feel like. That being said, I guess Zaphis plays a lot of Wesker. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know much about Zaphis's killer play. I've mostly just seen him on Survivor, but the fact that they picked Wesker makes me feel like they're probably going to be in for a bit of a tough time here. We know what we know Zaphis is a good player. We know that they picked this killer. Yeah, that's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, I was gonna say I had mostly known Zaphis for his Survivor play, so I was kind of.
Yeah, same. Yeah, like when I had Laser in here co-casting, he called Zaphis the best like M1 chase survivor in NA. I think is what he called him, which was quite the title to give somebody. You know, that's quite the title. And we've seen it like when he plays Survivor. We've seen him play Survivor, and he is like I don't want to say single-handedly because no one single-handedly wins games on Survivor, but like we've seen him definitely put in like fucking work and like carry the fuck out of games and like have like insane chases that lets his team just get like crazy good results many times in scrims. Obviously that's not like just, you know, one person hard carrying. Obviously the whole team is putting in work, but still, like we've seen him do some insane shit. He's definitely really good on Survivor. So again, I would assume at the very least he has like a basic knowledge of killer. It's just a matter of, I guess, how much he actually practices it, you know. Because I think that's kind of how DBD is. Like, DBD is like a game where it's mostly about knowing what to do, right? Like, if you know what to do, you're already like ahead of fucking 99% of the player base. And then after that, it's just a matter of like actually having the like mechanical skill and like the muscle memory skill and all that to actually be able to like physically do it, you know? So as long as he's well practiced, I'm sure it'll be a pretty good showing from him, I would assume. What do you think? Okay, what do you think we'll see as a build, Wesker? Like most things are allowed. I don't know if you know what our bans are, but most things are allowed. Like you can't, like obviously there's certain things that you haven't seen that you might be like, yeah, it's probably banned, right? Like obviously there's no like deadlock, you know? There's no you can't run no way out together. There's like little things like that are banned, but for the most part we allow most shit. So
I would imagine with the way that Zaphis is playing, I probably would expect to not see an end game build. I feel like he's going to come out with something where he's going to be expecting to win this thing before like the last gen pop sort of deal.
Yeah.
So probably like a corrupt pop with some pain res. The question becomes, what do you want on the last one? Because I feel like
brutal seems to be pretty popular.
Yeah, brutal allows you to get a lot out of the way, especially because depending on like the RNG you get, if you get a lot more of the filler pallets, you get those out of the way quick, then all of a sudden there's like nothing to really loop and you're just SOL.
Yep.
That'd probably be a pretty solid, like confident build, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised to see.
Yeah, I think Brutal also helps a lot too, because if you can zone them as you kick the pallet and then follow up with your power, a lot of times you can even catch them off before they make it to the next tile, right? Like, it's almost like one of those blight style things where sometimes even just getting to the next tile can be really fucking hard because of how like fast he goes. So, yeah, Brutal definitely can get a lot of value if he opts to run it. But even I don't know like if Bamboozle was a good or bad option, but I could see it maybe being an okay option. Maybe I feel like maybe you wouldn't want to run that on Musker, but I feel like seems like it'd be maybe okay. Brutal probably seems better to me, but it does seem like an option. We've seen coup de grace before. Numi famously runs coup de grace on almost every single fucking killer and then goes ham with it. Like I feel like Numi is the fucking coup de grace killer of scrims. Like everyone, anytime we see coup, we're like, Numi, is it hello Numi alt? But so we could see that, and we have seen that in the past, and it ended up working out really well. So yeah, there's quite a few options. I'm kind of curious, but I agree. I feel like we might not see no ed or no way out, and I feel like we might just see like pain res pop, and insert fourth, or maybe even like pop eruption or something. But we'll see.
I think especially if I'm coming in knowing that I'm like following up, trying to reset the tone here in set number 2, like knowing that the mental is could be teetering on the opposite side, like I'm gonna try and punish you early.
Yeah,
and that might sound like kind of dirty, but like when you got two great teams going against each other, like sometimes you gotta take the mental where you can get it,
Yeah, true. I mean, that's also a pretty good point. That being said, it's we were wrong.
He doesn't know it.
He doesn't know. we were wrong. Yep. All that talking, we were wrong. He doesn't know it. So typical casters, just caster curse and everything, getting it all wrong. But yeah, this is really good. This is where like the brutal strength zoning can be really good, right? Zones that out. And now look, also uses Uni here to zone really well too. And egg. And good hit. So yeah, that's like brutal getting a lot of value, as well as the add-ons getting a lot of value. Unicorn medallion and egg being really, really good combo here.
I would say this is about as balanced of a gen setup that you can get on cold towers you can get.
Yeah.
Like you've got the traditional 3 gen up on the top. You have one that's sitting in that little, pallets area, palleted wood crate area, like out front. And then you got 3 on the bottom side. Like you rarely see like I guess you can say like balanced setup like this. So,
yeah, it's like a perfect like 3-1-3 setup, with like 3 on one side, 1 in the middle, 3 on the other side. Yeah, it is kind of rare. Like I feel like typically you'll see at least one of the gens spawn more so on one side than the other. But yeah, this does look pretty good. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they kind of have 2 gens that are kind of central somewhat. Like this one that's in the dead center, and then the one off to the right was like kind of centered, but yeah, no, they're not like far enough top map where you can really make it like a reliable like 4 or 5 gen, right? They're like pretty centered, which I think is solid.
And of course, Zaf is here now after getting the relatively early first hook. Like you kind of get rewarded where you get to camp, right? I know sometimes like the most efficient plays aren't the smart one, but if you get the early down and you got a hook buried up on the top side of the map, like why wouldn't you at least get your second stage for free, And you got pain res, so you naturally got that additional slowdown anyways.
Yep, exactly. So you can just sit here. He has his full 3 gen top side, so you can just sit here, get this gamer to struggle, maybe try to kill him. Although I think he's got the build for this. Yeah, he does got the build for this. But he could try to get him to struggle. Z-Sasha was thinking about getting this before, but oh no. So that's pretty rough because he goes struggle and no! He goes struggle, and I'm pretty sure Z-Sasha's probably got Deli too, right? So that's also Deli. Yeah, Deli gets hit and tagged and has to run away to reset, which means Deli probably can't run in and get the save now that he's on struggle, which is not great, because I think that's the ideal thing you want, is you want Deli Unbreakable to run in and just kind of die unhooking so that they can just pick themselves up and let the person get out of there. But yeah, you might have to send in someone else that isn't Deli now, which is going to be a lot riskier. Oh. And even here, they got caught during the reset, so that's really bad timing, because the other 2 were across the map resetting. Unless that was a medkit heal. No, it wasn't, because Angry Shy was the medkit. So yeah, that happened while the reset was happening, so no one else was even in position. And yeah, now Z-Sasha has to try to make it in before his infection fills up, which is going to be relatively soon. He's gonna get yeeted away. He's gonna try to run over and get it. He should be able to get it just barely, I think.
No. Oh, just in time gets it, but it's an easy decision to slug here.
He's actually gonna. I think he's gonna take the pain res and then maybe try to follow the blood trail. Maybe. Like I think the thought process might be like, hey, it's cool tower. He's gonna make it to the other side of the map no matter what. So like, get the pain res, even if it's Deli. and then just try to follow up afterwards anyway, which is, yeah, it looks like what he's doing.
I was gonna say, but you have to like hope that you get it done because you camped out that whole second stage. Like you need to make sure that you get the fruits of your rewards here. You know what I mean? Because you spent all that time to get the tunnel out. You need to get it. You found him though, so even though he doesn't get him there with the second dash, and you do have somebody that's gonna be around and try and take a hit. You've at least gotten yourself an additional hook stage. The deliverance out of the way, so it's a second chance perk out of the way, and now you just gotta try and hunt down this last hook stage.
Yeah, Vittorio's here to take a hit, but they are max infection, and man, this is so brutal. Like the max infection with Wesker, it's like a like 7 or 8% hindered slowdown. It's so brutal, dude. You go so slow, and he's actually switching and downing Vittorio. But yeah, he's just gonna slug him.
Slow down.
Yep, for even more pressure, just gonna slug him because yeah, they're gonna have to go deal with that now, right? At some point, they're gonna have to go pick him up, which is people off gens.
But at some point, while he's getting healed, he's getting closer to like full infection as well.
That even that was like a little thing that didn't seem very obvious, but he dashed there to cut off this tile. Like that was actually big. That was really good zoning. Like he dashed forward and then held his dash looking down that little alleyway to try to prevent Happy Shadow from making it to these maze tiles, right? Because these maze tiles are clearly like the strong tile. So even that, like that was like a little thing that maybe people don't notice, but that was big. That was a smart play, right? Like he dashed forward and was like, no, you don't get to go there. If you go there, I dash and kill you. So he had to wait for the, you know, for the power to go away, and then he just looped him around and made him before he got there. So again, that's huge. Like that zoning there is big. That was really, really smart from Zaphis. They do pop the 11 gen though, so that breaks up the 3 gen, I believe. They did manage to break the 3 gen.
You just gotta hope that this next chase here now, basically, you gotta buy the time, and it's gonna be Angry Shio does get found here. Oh, I'm gonna get slammed here against the wall. They're gonna have to just try and hold Shift W back towards the shack to try and buy space on the top side of the map. But this is what a TNL here.
Yeah, just TL walls, which is not great. They have this box here that helps a little bit, but yeah, not a lot. Egg value coming through there too, getting a little bit more speed during that second. Like before the second dash and getting a little bit more distance makes that even harder. Another pain res too. Ugh. Oof, man. Oof.
I mean, right now you're just basically hoping you can get a 4th gen done so your killer can play around a 3 gen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, you have one fresh hook survivor, so maybe you try and make some sort of end game play, which makes sense why you send Z Slasher in. Hopefully, maybe it's just one more chance of because like an end game hatch would be huge.
Yeah, for sure. He actually managed to get the unhook without getting hit at all, which is nice. He also, he makes that pallet, but he claims it. He body block. He's just running around before his bar time runs out. Ooh, I think the second Wesker body blocks that, you got to loop around instantly and try to like get to a side where you can throw it. Because yeah, kind of just let him body block it and then waits till the turret runs out, gets the down. That's gonna be another rehook on Angry Shadow decently quickly. And it's also right beside the hook that Outcast Andrew was doing too. So he has to leave that gen, and he can no longer work on that. It's gonna get kicked. And Z Slasher is like basically just now like so little progress. It's at like 25 maybe down on the bottom side. So yeah, tough spot gen progress wise. This is definitely not looking super great in terms of closing this game out.
I mean, the good news is Zaphis has to make a decision if he wants to push across the map to like even check on the gen, because he just took the 1 survivor, so there's still at this point like 35 seconds left. Ooh. Even with this chase now getting taken care of, I feel like you just have Z Slasher, I believe it was, across the map. You just have them hold and hope they get the 4th gen done. It feels like I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree. I think just it feels like this game is probably gonna end 4K1, and yeah, I think you just have to definitely at least make sure you get to that 4K1 so that your killer has a chance to maybe match it. And again, kind of like you said, there's always a chance for some kind of a hatch play too, but seems relatively unlikely. They actually do get the unhook though. I thought Z Slasher might just commit to that gen, but he does grab the unhook. Yes, we'll make it. He'll be able to get this reset off. Now guys, Andrew will be a fresh hook. That's probably the final pain res. Yeah, so that's gonna hit that gen he was working on too. So that gen bottom side regresses. So yeah, like, dude, he might be able to close this out 4K too. He really might. I think especially if he can find the Dwight and kill him quickly, and he just did find him. If he can,
that's who you needed to find right there.
Yeah. How's his infection looking? Oh, it's almost full too.
Yeah,
he might even be able to one-shot him. Yeah, he might be able to one-shot him. This is gonna be potentially really bad.
Have we also used the pallet in the little loot tile in front of them there? What would that be like 11?
11? No, it's still there, but doesn't manage to
doesn't
make
matter.
it. Yeah, he doesn't make it. That infection slowdown is brutal. But I do think like running to that filler would have been smarter than running to that maze tile. If maybe that's what you were implying.
Yeah, because you can get up there and then maybe zone yourself into the middle of the map.
Yeah, and also just that pallet in general is just safer. Like that 4-lane pallet is not the strongest, so yeah, that filler pallet probably would have been the better place to go. But at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. Dies, and the chase still. I mean, they didn't really manage to get back on the gen very quickly anyway. So like that chase had to go a very long time if they wanted it to actually result in this gen getting done. And yeah, it's kind of looking like Zaphis is gonna end this in a 4K too. Like I think Z-Slasher is gonna hop on the gen probably at like 1 o'clock. But that gen's gonna have basically no progress because I think Zaphis kicked it earlier.
And it's tough because so over here on this side of the map, we've already used Shack palette, I believe, right? That you got the TNL, this filler palette behind that you've already used and broken, and then this the 4-lane weird guy we've already used next to that. So you don't have much back here as far as like resources wise for our chase, and you need a juicer chase right now.
Yeah, honestly, I guess they're just doing a really good job right now. I've avoided a couple of those, but Z-Slasher's not even on a gen right now.
I wonder if he's trying to find what the most progressed gen is, and he's gonna have a very disappointing answer when he realizes they're all sitting at like nothing.
Yeah, he might have thought that one on the path was like high progress. Like maybe they got progress on it earlier and it regressed, and they were like, oh fuck, it's a 0. You know, I don't know. But yeah, I think even if he was on the, you know, I was gonna say I think even if he was on the 1 o'clock gen immediately, I don't think it would have mattered. But I guess he's doing a really good job in this chase. Yeah, he hops on it now. Like, I think this could have been at like 80, maybe like 90. Honestly, he might have been able to get it if he was on it right away. I don't know. It's hard to say. He actually might have been on it right away, and he might have like transitioned over late. I don't know. It's hard to say, but he's definitely not going to be able to get it done now. Zavis probably has a pretty good idea that he's on one of these gen stop sides, so he's going to head up and try to figure out which one. And he's probably like, oh fuck, I got to hurry up and get here and figure out which one it is before they pop it. But yeah, I mean, they're actually not even in that much danger, so.
Now what's Ace doing? He's moving up towards 11. He's gonna try and 50 these doors, you think?
Oh, I think okay. So this door is like the exact opposite corner of Shack. So I think he's just gonna let him kick hatch and then see if he can open the door before he makes it, which he might be able to. Is this the whole way across the map? Where is hatch and corners the rest of the map?
Just like 6.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, but he had to guess. If he guesses the door wrong.
Yeah, it was like the hatch was even on the right side too, so it's a little bit advantage as well. Because yeah, he was on top left and it was like bottom right. And he saw the red light. He saw it. I still think he gets it open. I think he gets out.
Does he?
No, Ed. He gets out. Yeah, he gets out. Just barely. Just barely.
That's 2 stages out, though, so that at least helps account for a little bit.
It makes it so what that does is it makes it so that the tiebreaker, like what would normally be a tie, is now a win. So now I shouldn't say there's no such thing as a tie. It's only a tie if they also get 2 stages out with a 4K2, which is really weird and probably wouldn't happen. So, like, if their killer now gets a 4K2, it's a win. If their killer gets a 4K1, or sorry, yeah, if their killer gets a 4K1 or a 4K, wait, what the fuck am I saying? Yeah, 4K2 would have been a tie, and a 4K3 would have been a win, but now a 4K2 is a win. So, basically, the survivors have to finish 4 gens? Yeah, finish 4 gens. Yeah. The survivors still have to finish 4 gens. So it kind of just makes the tie not a tie. Sorry, it's been a long day, dude. My brain is like melting.
You're good.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but it makes it so that the tie condition is no longer a tie condition. It's now a win for waifus, most likely, unless we get some weird situation where they get hatched or something. But again, it doesn't really affect a lot because they still need to get a 4K2, which is really difficult, right? Like a 4K2 is a really tough win con. Like that's a very, very tough win condition. So survivor side, they've got to finish 4 of the 5 gens to win. So they don't even have to worry about like 3 gen snares, right? Like as killer, you can't hold 3 gen. You have to like actually just murder the fuck out of everybody, which is really hard. So man, this is tough, very, very tough. But let's get these gamers in. We'll see how they can do. We got Z-Slasher here. Who am I inviting? I don't know. Maybe the turkey that is Jive. Maybe. Spoopy Renato. That's a person, right? That was on their team? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, Tofu's brain's having server problems. Yeah, that's literally what's happening. The fucking DVD servers are dying. My servers are dying. It's all dying. It's not going well. It's definitely not going well. My lord.
It's the old GIF. Everything's fine. It's like the dog sitting in the building that's on fire.
Yeah. That's my brain right now. That's like my brain trying to function and like know what to say correctly. You know, trying to think of the words that I'm trying to say and like say them correctly. My brain's just falling apart. It's just a mess in there. But all right, here we go. Same team of survivors. It is interesting that like, okay, so something I find interesting, I didn't mention this last time, but again, we were talking about Zappis, and it's interesting that he's on this team, but he doesn't play Survivor, right? Isn't that kind of interesting? Like, we talked up his Survivor a lot, but they don't...
Yeah, he literally hasn't played Survivor.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, man. I don't know. I think he might just be playing with his team to like kind of fill in for Killer, I guess is maybe what he's doing. But yeah, it is kind of interesting because it feels like obviously he's like a really insane Survivor player, but he just kind of doesn't take part in the Survivor side, which is pretty fair. I mean, these guys have been doing pretty good. They did a pretty good job last round. We'll see how they manage to do this one. Again, they picked Wesker, so I feel like they should be pretty confident all around here. And again, the win con is not that difficult for them either, so they should be feeling pretty good.
This is one that we should pretty well know which direction it's heading after like the first chase or two, because like the win con's so steep.
Yeah.
Like you either know that like there's a chance at like tying it, or like more than likely it's gonna be. I guess it can't be tying it unless there's some weird escape though. Now, like you were saying before, you either know there's a chance of beating it or not. You know, like it's.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Yeah, like if the first chase goes really well, then there's at least a chance. But if the first chase goes badly, then you're just like, well, we're fucked. Yeah, we're fucked. It's fucked no matter what from this point. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a matter of what it is, right? We just got to see how that goes and then kind of just take it from there. That being said, Noah's going to be out of the question. All late game perks are going to be out of the question for Zeus Lasher. He's going to have to like probably run like tons of regression, I guess. Like, I mean, what do you even do here? Like, I don't like pop, like maybe like pop pain resurrection, dude. Like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like you have to like really commit hard to like something insane, because I don't know, man. It's such a tough result to get. Like even running something like
I almost wonder if you'd like take off corrupt so you can get an extra like snowball-y sort of perk.
Yeah, right. Like Force Hezzy or something, even right. Just to go for it. Yeah, like maybe. Yeah, like it's super risky, but I feel like what better time to take a risk than this, right? You know, like maybe run like Force Hesitation with all those like slowdown perks, and then maybe just like hope that you can get downs in spots where you could also get hooks in good spots, and then you know. I don't know, like you're circumventing a lot of things like eruption and or sorry, not eruption, agitation, and obviously like late game perks and stuff, and you would even be circumventing corrupt intervention. But if things happen to go the way that you hope, then you can maybe snowball it into the win, right? So
plus if things are going the way that you hope, you're technically not going to be getting that much value out of corrupt anyways, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're hoping to get 30 seconds max out of corrupt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so because yeah, at the end of the day, like I think even with corrupt, if the first chase lasts like a minute plus, you're probably fucked anyway, right? Like right. you're boned regardless. So yeah, you're probably right about that. Yeah. And also with our rules, we do require like the offerings to be burnt, so you know where the survivors spawn, which on a map like Cold Tower means that you maybe honestly like getting away with not running corrupt actually is like relatively reasonable, So I don't know, man. I don't know.
And again, I only say that just because of like how steep the condition is, because like you kind of need to be, hauling ass like right off rip if you're gonna.
Yeah, you really can't afford to pull any punches here. Like you really need to be like just dominating from start to finish, basically. Like you can't have a slow moment at all in the whole game. You gotta start strong and then keep it strong and then just never slow down if you want to get this. So. Yeah, again, this is kind of what I was saying earlier about like the difference between a 4K1 and a 4K2 result. It's so different, right? Like getting a 4K1, semi-reasonable. You can hold down a 3-gen, like get a kill, hold down a 3-gen against a 3v1 or something and maybe go from there. But like getting a 4K2 requires so much more in terms of just like dominant like play. Like you really need to be miles ahead like the whole time. It's very, very tough. So I don't know. I mean, we saw how Zappis' start went. He got it down really quickly, got a pain res behind main, and kind of played off that. And I think we're gonna need to see something similar here from Z Slasher. So see what happens.
Except the only problem is you don't get the benefit of getting to sit back if you get the early down. Like Zaphis kind of could, right? Because he was setting pace.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick.
I don't hate the DMS here.
DMS is banned on Wesker, so yep. I'm just gonna back out of that one. Yep, I thought it was. I had to go back and check. It's banned against Wesker. It's banned on Wesker. So he actually can't run that. They gotta reset. They gotta reset that one.
Well,
I know. I remember we had a discussion about this, and I wasn't sure whether we settled on it or not. But yeah, it's banned. Mastermind balancing. Killer has the following additional ban perks. Deadman switch. Yep. Can't run that shit. Yep. Nope. Can't run that shit. Nope. Yeah, it's gonna. Well, the hook penalty actually, interestingly enough, the hook penalty actually doesn't matter here because they got the hatch. Like, it doesn't actually really change much. But they definitely need to restart and not have that perk. So I don't know if the admins can like go into their like call or something and tell them to back out and like reset. Feel free, because yeah, that shit is not. That ain't allowed. That ain't allowed, dude. That ain't allowed. It's handled. Okay, sick. Thank you. Thank you.
if there's anything I've learned that, you know, on the longer days when you've got like 3 to 5 matchups, it's always the last one that has curveballs.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like I feel like. Again, I feel like mentally they're probably out of it. I mean, Z Slasher was the one that seemed like he was the one that got lagged out earlier in that game.
Right,
so I feel
right.
mentally he's probably not all there either, because he's just like, yeah, whatever the fuck. Like I think he probably is not all there morale wise. So that kind of makes sense too. I mean, hey, it happens. I mean, he's gonna get hit with a penalty for it. And again, the penalty is gonna end up not mattering that much because of the exit gate that they got, but regardless, they're gonna hit with the penalty, and they're gonna have to reset because yeah, no dead man switch, that got banned for this week. We allowed it last time they had Wesker in rotation, and I think it got like a ton of value because again, like Cold Tower is just kind of a really small map, and like you can hook someone and then like double dash to like center map, and then almost every gen gets dead man switch that's being worked on. Almost like that's kind of an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Like it gets a ton of value, so. Yeah, we just took it off because we're like, yeah, a little bit too much for that exact killer map lineup. And yeah, maybe he just didn't catch it. I don't know.
Especially late game, like the value potential on it.
Yeah, the ban is announced. What was the ban not announced or something? I mean, it wasn't there in like the announcement. I don't know. I think Dino maybe sometimes includes anything additional in the announcement, but it's there in the killer balancing channel. So like if you're checking the killer balancing channel, it's there. Again, the penalty doesn't really like in this sense. The penalty doesn't really make a difference anyway. They're definitely getting the penalty. Like it's definitely happening. But I mean, the killer balancing channel is there. Like you can check the channel. Like, yeah, exactly what Kurt said. Like. I think Dino usually includes stuff in like his announcements for like each week or whatever, but even if he doesn't, like it's still there's a channel that has rules, and it's kind of on you to know the rules. So like, I don't know. I don't think there's any talking your way out of this one. I think a penalty is happening. You know, I think it's happening. I think that shit is definitely going. You know.
I don't know if this is the hill we should be trying to die on right now. You know?
Yeah, this ain't it. I agree. This ain't it. Like I think if we want to make me take a fight, maybe it's like the server's dying fight. I don't know. This one's not the one. But it's alright. It's alright. Again, this penalty ends up not even really mattering anyway, because again, like the fact that you guys got out with stages means that like if he 4K2s, he's still like this doesn't really change anything. If he 4K2s, he wins. If they get 4 gens done, he loses. And that's like nothing is changing even from that penalty, so it's fine. Everything is fine. All right, so here we go. We'll see what he changes up. He did have, if I'm not mistaken, I think he did have the rest of the build we were saying though. He did have corrupt, but he had pop and pain res, I believe. So I'm assuming now that Deadman Switch is gone, I'd expect to see like eruption. It felt like he was really committing to like slow down / regression. So I feel like eruption would make sense there, right? Pop, pain res, eruption. That's a fucking ton of regression. That is so much regression. So,
yeah, I mean, if you're able to get the ball rolling early, you can. I mean, like you talked about earlier on Groaning Storehouse when people are trying to knock out those middle gens. Like if you can shut down that first gen by getting pain res on back-to-back hooks and then some pop, you're Gucci.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. Agreed. All right, so here we go. Z Slasher. Yep, he did replace it with Eruption. I'm just gonna say real quick right now in chat, drop the thing about Deadman Switch, because if you don't, I'm gonna ban you. Consider that your only warning. Like, it's on you guys to check the rules. That's not arguable. That's not something that is arguable. Drop it or you're getting banned. Just letting you know right now. So that's the only thing I'm gonna say about it. Anyway, needs a really strong start here. Is gonna be finding Renato pretty quickly though. Is gonna get a hit on him. So actually decent start. Like decent start here. Needs to follow this up with a down really fast though. Like this needs to happen really. Oh, and he's gonna get it.
Oh, and he vaulted into him too. That's tough. You get the down here early and all. So you got a pretty good gen set up on this top side of the map here. So you'll be able to bury him deep here. You're going to hopefully get some pain res. Definitely get some pop here.
Yeah, definitely for sure. So we'll see. It's gonna be pain res coming in. Again, they can't have much progress. This is interesting because this is like kind of like what you said. Like imagine if he didn't have corrupt here, and imagine if he had, I don't know, something else to help him. Because yeah, like it feels like it actually might have paid off here a lot. Because that was a pretty fast down. He seems like
a dying light or something.
Yeah, like literally anything like that, right? Just anything to like continue to compound more pressure, you know. Again, even something like, even if you want to do like info, like infectious fright, force hezi. I don't know. Like, ooh, gets that scoop up on the pallet throw. Okay.
Boy, sucked him right to the other side of that pallet though. Looked like, didn't it? Looked like he was gonna be dropping that thing on the other side. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's one of those weird little scoop up hits where like it doesn't look like it should land, but then it does. Ooh, maybe I don't. Yeah,
Work his way around. Can't get it.
Thought he might be going for like a little hug tech there or something. That maybe just not being able to do it because it's fucking hard as shit. But,
yeah, but now he's going back to where you don't really have much. Oh, good fake of the pallet. Hold on, let him cook.
He should die here though. Yeah, that was a good little attempt though. He almost managed to get away with that and get the vault, but he still does go down. And this will be another fresh hook, another pain res. I think Z-Sasha here is trying to just win this game through like superior micro, which to be honest with you, I kind of respect it. Like with the build he has and how much it can potentially snowball, if he's able to just end chases quickly, consistently, he doesn't even really have to worry about like camping and tunneling someone out. If he's just able to like just go find people, chase them and kill them quickly, and then maybe like soft tunnel on the side, right? Like right now, if he happens to find Renato, you know, target him, and maybe like later you can maybe target, you know, Tagzo if you see him, you know, but like kind of passively tunnel while you just kind of dominate chases. He definitely could do it, and it will constantly get pop, constantly get pain res, constantly get eruption. Kind of seems like that's the strat he's going for here.
Got a nice friendly hit there too, which helps give you a little bit of additional pressure. You still have no gens left, or gens done, and what I think the furthest one progress we saw was like 75-ish. So I mean, just imagine if you could like happen to find a pain res here, that'd be huge.
Yeah, agreed. Ooh. Okay, gets this down onto Steve, and I'm pretty sure that gen or that hook in the corner was pain res, so that means this one must be pain res, because otherwise he would probably take him to that corner instead. Yeah, pain res coming in.
There's the pain res.
Yeah, more regression. They pop one gen, but pain res, pop goes the weasel again too, and he's back. Finds get smoked. Get smoked's the final fresh hook. So maybe he wants to just get him. I don't. Oh, tries to flick, but hits a tree. Try. This man colliding.
Oh.
This man managed to collide with everything other than survivors out here. You fucking hate to see it.
Able to at least make the filler though.
Yeah.
What do you got? Is that a short wall jungle gym behind us?
He could have got that down if he just lunged, but he didn't. Yeah, I couldn't tell. There was a double window. That's a long wall. That's a long wall jungle gym. So probably one of the better tiles in the game, but he's not gonna be able to make it. He does get the down to the filler. Get another potential pain res and another potential pop. I think the final pain res is tags though, because I think he's the one that didn't get put on a pain res hook. So if Jake ends up getting in chase, still a potential pain res. Another one comes in though, still at 4 gens.
And still the first 2 gens that had a lot of progress. The one down on bottom side on the Pride Rock and the other one by Shaq, both still in play. And neither of them passed 50 here. So, I mean, really seeing the value from the pain res. And I think we've gotten pop on all but the first hook, right?
Yeah, no, it was the one on tags though. Was the one that didn't. Or wait, or you said
no,
pop.
The pop. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the first one didn't get any pop value. But yeah, I think since then they've like again right there, still big value on that too. So Like again, out of like so far, there's been like a gen and a half regress probably, if not more. Like in terms of like worth of gen regression, like he's probably knocked off like over 100 seconds of gen time. It's been a lot. So the perk's getting a lot of value. That's actually with eruption, maybe even more. Gets a throw. This is huge. He dies. He dies. He doesn't make it anywhere. Well, maybe he does. I didn't realize the window was there. I thought we were on backshack. I'm dumb. Ignore me. I'm actually an idiot. Also, he has. Damn, I was hoping he had overcome so I could believe that too, but he doesn't. Never mind. I thought that was back shack, but that was front of shack. So never mind. He doesn't die, but still a good throw. And he is so in trouble.
Where to go here?
Oh, a little impatient from Z Slasher. And
Nice little palette to work around here. You can play this a little bit more bold here if you're Zago.
yeah. Z Slasher testing him though, is making sure
Nice take there. He buys space going to the other check spot too now.
Yep. Whoa.
Oh! Nowhere else to go though.
Yep, does get the down. Eruption pops in that one gen. They do pop gen number 3 though, and again, one more gen's a win. Like
They're doubled up on 1 too.
was that pain res? That wasn't pain res. So still no pain res from Tagzo. And I think he's going to the gen that they're doubled on. Yeah, he is. Yeah, they have this. Well, no, they have two bottom, 2 top, kind of. So they have a pretty good split. Yeah.
It was a good attempt. It's just, again, it's like a great game. It's on a great pace, but just the win condition was so tough.
Yep. This is going to be second hook on the get smoked. Like, and even right now, he's still continuing to do well, right? This is a very fast down again here. Like, but again, the issue is that he hasn't gotten a kill. There's still 4 people up. Even though this is happening, right? They're doubled up on this gen. I think the third guy's probably on a different gen. Was hovering this one that has a bunch of progress. So like he'll probably have to kick this one. And while he's kicking that one, the other one's getting doubled. And then when he goes to that gen to pressure it, then the Renato's going to unhook and they'll hop right back on that gen. And it just, again, when all 4 survivors are alive, it's so hard to like actually do anything, you know?
I mean, you catch, Ronaldo right here, like rotating in for the save, which is fine, but you still got the 2 people doubled up on a gen. You need to find some way to pressure them, but they're just going to, there it is.
Yep. And that's game over. Based on win con, that's game over. So yeah, it's just such an extreme win condition that like even like that was beautiful. That was so good right there, right? Like that double dash was amazing. That was so good. Like I feel like he's been playing it so well. It's just, yeah. I mean, he needed to like basically play in an extremely dominant way from start to finish. And it feels like even just like that chase with Jake that lasted like longer than like 20 seconds was enough, you know? Like it sounds dumb, but that's literally it. Like if they can have a chase last longer than like 20 seconds, that's literally all they need. Like he basically needed to end every chase like borderline instantly to be able to actually get the win con that he needed here. Or have the survivors fuck up really badly, like macro wise, like one or the other. So didn't get it. And Nerf Self-Care will be able to get the 2-0 here. But we'll see what he can do to finish off this match. Yeah, that was close as well.
I thought he was going to get him before the pallet there, which would have been nice, but unfortunately now being on the top side of the map, you got people working, trying to crank this gen on the bottom side. There's just not much you can do here. Also getting resets, which just obviously applies even more pressure.
Yeah,
It's a healthy survivor, so this chases, even the first hit doesn't necessarily matter because they're going to be able to just go back up top side.
Yep. You're going to eat that, take the speed boost and run away. Dry Turkey also isn't death hook either. He's got Lithe, so it's going to help him get even further. So even vaulting after him here isn't going to accomplish much. He's just going to bolt. He has his filler palette still up as well that he can play. And this palette can be a little shaky, but if the survivors really know how to play it, it's pretty safe. And yeah, we'll see what the Steve can do here. Doing a good job so far. And he's going to try to bloodlust it. I mean, these palettes are interesting because it is easy to fuck them up, right? Like you have to really be good at playing these palettes to play them well. That being said, I would expect a lot of these guys to know how to play them well, but Bloodlust 2 kicking in, and he will get it with Bloodlust.
You got the location because I think one person used their spray, but it's not going to matter. I mean, you would imagine with the Renato still sitting there, because they're doubled up on this gen here.
Yep, and then solo on that one. So yeah, like no matter where he goes, right? If he goes to the top gen, they finish bottom. He goes to the bottom gen, they finish top. So yeah, he's gonna kick this top gen, but that gen down there is gonna pop. So it really doesn't matter. Like there's no viable play to stop the gens here. And now everyone is death hook except for Smoked. No, Renato. No, Renato's the only person that's not death hook. So
Ideally, that's probably your best target, is to find Renato. Like, if it's not Renato, you probably don't want anybody. Oh, hey, then this is Renato. So, if he gets Renato here and kills him, probably a 9-stage game.
Which you'd be happy with if you're on the front end of the set,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah. Again, if this was the first game of the set, yeah, that would be a really good result. Yeah, for sure. Again, it's just the win condition that was set, which was really hard to deal with. It kind of makes this not so good. And they managed to open the other gate. Jake's there. Renato's gonna leave. They might even try to grab this unhook too. Maybe not.
Nah, Z-Slash does a good job of going around the other side and realizing, or it would have caught him, I think, at least force a trade. And why even trade at this point? You got 3 out. You take those?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just take the 3 out. Ends up being, what, 8 stages? 8 stages, 4 fresh with 3 out. Ends up being the final result here for Z-Slasher. So again, I mean, a good attempt, right? Like, he really did need a big result. So in a weird way, I do almost feel like you were right that maybe Corrupt should have just been fucking taken off just to get really crazy and go for something risky. But at the end of the day, even if that happened, it might have still not been enough, you know? Like, it feels like he needed to, like, do what he did while also simultaneously soft tunneling somebody at the same time, which is, like, crazy hard to ask. And also, I think it kind of requires the survivors to play in a very specific, sloppy way, too. So it's, again, just a really big ask to ask of a killer. And I think, again, he played this match really well. I think he showed that he's a good Wesker. He's a very good killer. Like, he kind of went ham. He got the better of them in a lot of situations, and he was definitely fucking shit up. But Nerf Self-Care, overall, as a team, little too strong today. A little bit too strong. Servers didn't also helped a little bit as well. Servers also kind of strong, but Nerf Self-Care definitely played both these sets really well too. So, yeah, I mean, GG's. There you go. Another 2-0. Nerf Self-Care is going to take that 2-0, and that's going to be the final game of the night, I believe. Final game of the night. So, there you go, GG's, man. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to figure out what we're doing in terms of, like, the server stuff, because if this stuff keeps up, we can't, like... This is, like, it's, like, legit, like, depressing. And, like, I don't want to, like, bring down the mood casting, but, like, fuck, it sucks, like... When a set is, like, so close, and then, like, someone lags out, and that just decides the result. Like, that is just... awful. Like, it's awful for the players, it's awful for the viewers. It's just
hard because it feels like no answer is really the answer.
Exactly. Because like what do we do? Do we reset? Like, if we reset and then one of the sides ends up getting like a way better start or a way worse start, then it feels unfair there too, right? Like, there's no fair result, you know? Like, there's no fair way to handle, like, there's no way to handle it that where it comes out and everyone is just like happy, right? Like, it's like someone's most likely gonna get cucked no matter what. So you kind of just have to be consistent with something, which is basically just carry on, right? Because usually it's the fault of the player in some... Well, I mean, I guess... I don't know if internet issues counts as your fault, but you know what I mean? Like, usually it's like... I don't know, something where it's not just, like, completely out of your control, I guess. I guess even that's not true, but you get my point, right? Like, it's usually not just DBD randomly pinging somebody, and I don't know what to do about that, because if it's happening consistently, then there's really nothing to do. But I don't know, that's something that I'll figure out with everybody, you know, off stream in Discord maybe. That's it for the games today. Nothing but 2-0s. So our potential 8-hour day was actually just like maybe like a 6-hour day. Which again, not complaining. I mean, I'm down to start my weekend a little bit earlier. It's a little bit of a shorter night for scrims than we usually might have, but I'm not necessarily opposed. I mean, I'm down to go chill and start my weekend a little earlier. Q, thank you so much for joining me, dude. It was good to finally have you on for a cast. I know we've been meaning to do this for a very, very long time, but it was great to chill and hang and cast some games together.
Yeah, bro, I appreciate you letting me come along for the ride, man. Anytime that you got a free spot, if you don't got anybody on, you want to have someone come split the time. I know sometimes solo casting can be a little it's weird talking to yourself and only yourself, you know what I mean? So,
see, like, okay, like, you wanna know what's actually weird? I love solo casting. Like, I can solo cast forever. I am like, I think this is like a benefit for me as a streamer or something, but I literally am I could just talk forever and never shut up. It's like this weird gift I possess. As a matter of fact, when I duo cast, I always worry that I talk too much, and like sometimes I'm like, hold on, I need to shut the fuck up and let the other person talk. Because, like, dude, I'm telling you, man, I can fucking go and go. I don't know what's wrong with me. I guess I'm just born to be annoying or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I do like solo casting, but I also love, like, I do love the duo cast. I do love, like, even just us, like, hanging out and kicking it and just talking about stuff in between games is like a good time. And I yeah, so I love having you on. It was a good time. I appreciate you coming on the cast. I appreciate you just hanging out, vibing, chilling. It was fun just to, you know, shoot the shit and chill. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. Again, if you guys don't know Q, check him out. I don't know if we made a caster command or not. I didn't see if anyone actually made it. Maybe not. But here, I'll shout out your Twitch, and I'll also hit up your YouTube. I think the YouTube is probably the better place to go. So if you guys want to check out like the more main hub for him, check out his YouTube. I think it's
especially with esports seasons starting up, I should be able to start getting more content out there. It's been kind of weird with the off season trying to figure out what direction I wanted to go with things, but
yeah, let me make sure that works real quick, just to make sure I'm not being a cuck. Okay, perfect. Yeah, again, Q is a grinder, dude. He puts in work. This motherfucker grinds, dude. Like, he is all over a bunch of different esports scene. He casts a bunch of different stuff. He's a great caster. I'm sure you guys saw that today. All around awesome dude. So definitely go check him out if you guys get the chance. That YouTube channel is probably the #1 place to go to check him out. Go sub, go hit him up, go watch his shit. And thank you, man. Appreciate you guys, or appreciate you hanging out. I'm gonna hop out of Discord and close up the stream. But yeah,
right, yeah. You have a good rest of your weekend. I appreciate you. And again, anytime you're down, most usually my Fridays I'm kind of free. So whenever you want, bro.
Yeah, I'll stay in touch for sure. So we'll figure it out.
All right, peace, buddy.
All right, take care, man. See it. All right. All right. So that's gonna be it for us, guys. That's gonna be the final game of the day. Again, also just want to quickly say, sorry for like kind of blowing up at the beginning of that game too. I just don't like when people overly give mods and admin shit over like admin decisions. So like, sorry for like kind of blowing up there and being like, drop it in your bed. But like, I just don't like seeing people like overly giving the mod shit over like what I think it should just be an obvious ruling. So my bad. I went a little hard, but I also just kind of wanted it to get dropped. So just, you know, yeah. So yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to go quite so hard, but also at the same time, thank you guys for dropping it. Anyway, thank you guys for chilling. Kind of an unfortunate day in terms of like server stuff, because again, two of our matches kind of got cucked by lagouts, which is really unfortunate considering we only had like 2 sets in each best of 3. So that's like a lot of our games. So yeah, we'll have to figure out what's going on. If you want to run scrims next week, then please check the balance discussion chat and let me know your thoughts on it so I can release the form. Yeah, sounds good. We'll have to figure out whether we even want to run scrims, but there's definitely a chance that we might delay them, but maybe we'll try it anyway. I don't know. Definitely if we do run scrims anyway, we'll have to like let participants know that there's a decent chance that this could happen to you. So I guess just go into the day again, like maybe it would be better like if people are going into it with this in mind, you know, like I feel like if every team was going into it like keeping that in mind, being like, okay, there's a chance that the servers will just fuck me over, so like keep that in mind. Like I don't know, maybe if you have that in the back of your head, it'll be a little bit less devastating. I don't know, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll figure that out later. Thank you guys for checking out. Big shout out to the mods. Again, I say this every time, but big shout out to the mods and the admins for running everything. They volunteer hours of their weekend every weekend, right? Kurt, Dynamelon, I know Rabbit Panda did a ton of work tonight. I know Shay is constantly doing a ton of work in Discord with like roster stuff and everything, and all the other people that help, Monkey Burrito, totally not Shay. I mean, I'm always gonna forget a couple names, but you know who they are, okay, and you know who you are. Thank you guys so much. Definitely show them love if and when you can, because we wouldn't even be able to do this if it wasn't for those guys. Thank you for the participants for coming and playing too. So I know it's kind of like, you know, pressure to play on stream in front of thousands of people and everything, but I appreciate you guys coming on and playing. It's always a good time. I'm going to raid I guess we'll keep the tradition alive, right, and go raid Array. I feel like it's kind of become this like weird tradition where like scrim nights end in me raiding Array Gamer, so let's just keep that going. Array Gamer is probably like one of the best Blade players out there. He's kind of fucking insane, like he's kind of giga cracked. And while being giga cracked, he's also like just really wholesome. He's like one of the most brutally fucking insane Blight players to ever play against. Like playing against Array just makes you want to fucking jump off a bridge, because that's pretty much the end result anyway. Like you're gonna die regardless, so like you might as well, right? But at the same time, him himself as a person is like the most wholesome gamer ever. Like he's the nicest guy ever. It's such a weird contrast. Like the deadliest fucking Blight you've ever seen, nicest guy you've ever seen. Very strange combo. I guess not that strange, but he's a really cool dude. Definitely worth checking out. Definitely worth your time. Yeah, I'll give you guys your payout. Don't worry. I got you with your payout. I got you. But yeah, he's an awesome guy. I love Array. He's a good dude, and you guys can go watch him fuck shit up with with Blight.
Thank you guys for hanging out. Love you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend. I won't be back until Sunday. Tomorrow's my day off, so I won't be back until Sunday. So have an awesome rest of your weekend. And thank you guys so much for being here and chilling and vibing as always. You guys are the best. I'll be back on Sunday. Have a good one, guys. I'm out of here. I'll see ya. I'll take care. I'll see ya. See you later. I'll see ya.